Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 201 Partner. Under the night sky. It was completely different from the lively atmosphere of the banquet, which was completely silent. The Soul King looked at a black feather that appeared in front of him, and then the figure suddenly appeared. Black feather instantly sat on the other side of the table. Several black feathers continued to fall around him, and the roots of these feathers were rotten. The still bright eyes in the rotting flesh stared at the Soul King in front of him. He acted very relaxedly, even if he, a heinous person, appeared in front of him, his expression did not change at all. Naturally, he was not seeking death when he appeared here. Soul King, what do you want to talk about? The Soul King did not speak, but first waved a wave of mental power to blow a token on the table to Black Feather's eyes. This can unlock the barrier there, and all the people inside belong to you. Black Feather looked at the token, which was the key to solving the last goal. Without this, he would not be able to complete his revenge. What do you want me to do? He has nothing to lose. Revenge for his family is his only belief. Perform a play to let the little guys see the power of the evil god. The Soul King stated his conditions in an understatement. This time there was no reply. Black Feather picked up the token in silence and left. The Soul King looked at the direction he left, feeling nothing in his heart. Although what he did was a betrayal of human civilization in a sense. Let the cultists slaughter humans. But who can control him? What is unity, what is hope, what is luck? In the final analysis it is strength. These words echoed in the black night sky, and not long after. In the direction where the words echoed, the black feathers turned into raindrops, harvesting tens of thousands of lives. When the place returned to calm, Black Feather looked in one direction and there was Qing Shui City. Meng Meng, please go back first. At the edge of the banquet island, Ziye watched Ye Meng Meng board the spaceship and leave. The tenderness on his face disappeared instantly. A spaceship was already ready behind him. Mou's expression was serious, without any trace of laxity. The same goes for Qian Duoduo and Lang Rushuan. According to the news, this time they will face the power of the evil god. This is also a level that cannot be avoided, and they must get through it. Only Lang Rushuan in the team had a very exciting expression, with a spear in his hand ready to go. Now, except for a few of them, anyone who dares to approach Lang Rushuan will be swept away with a single shot in the next second. With an excuse, Lang Rushuan can't tolerate anyone now. Gone. Mou pulled Lang Rushuan from behind, which finally calmed down his fierce expression. After everyone entered, the spacecraft briefly stagnated for a moment. Boom! The huge sound accompanied by the strong air current swept through the entire banquet. This made some old guys at the banquet shake their heads. This boy from the Long family would avenge his revenge on the spot. Looking at the fleeting island behind, it changed in an instant, making Lang Rushuan's face instantly filled with joy. Ha ha ha, let these guys repay kindness with hatred and plot against me. Lang Rushuan felt relieved at this time. Maybe it was too much to say this, but in fact it did mean this. Looking back at Ziye, he had finished losing his temper and it was time to talk about business. Ziye, what's the situation? Uncle Hun sent us a mission. Halfway through, a virtual image appeared in front of him, which was the earth. Ziye skillfully scratched it twice, and then clicked on a place. This place instantly zoomed in until you could see the small fish swimming in the sea. This is the center of the sea. It's also their goal. Go here and kill someone. As Ziye spoke, he thought of the battle over Qing Shui City. If I had the strength I have now at that time, I would be able to help my senior brother, or at least be able to do something. He said this in his heart, but in fact Ziye knew that his senior brother's condition had already reached the limit at that time. That's what the master said, the erosion of the evil god's power. Under the king's realm, except for special provisions from the military, there is no way to offset it. But the senior brother has been eroded so deeply that even the military's special supply is useless. At that time, 2 people died in front of his eyes, Tian Xiangju and Chen Feng. They all fight until the last moment before death. Faced with Yezi's sudden dull expression, no one bothered him. After Ziye reacted, he didn't say anything in particular. The mission information given to them by the Soul King was very concise, and it also had several requirements. This time, no one will help them with their mission. They can only do it themselves, and they are prohibited from using their trump cards, except in life and death crises. Finally, they were asked to enjoy this mission. They all felt the different meaning of this sentence, but no one could explain it clearly. As the spacecraft flew at extremely high speed, a long wave was left on the sea. Now we have penetrated deep into the sea, and there is no route here. Because they were still some distance away from their destination, a few people acted quite relaxed. Mou, who was lying on the table, said, "Let's go." He urged with all his mental strength. This moment, 7 artistic conceptions show their power at the same time. Ziye directly used 2 secret techniques at the same time, wanting to deal with the danger that he had not discovered yet. A space in front of the spacecraft fluctuated, and then headless chains rushed out with the aura of the evil god and broke into the middle of the spacecraft in an instant. Boom! Mou took Qian Duoduo and Lang Rushuan to escape first, and the explosion behind them led to a ball of light. Only half of the spaceship fell into the sea, revealing 2 people fighting against the chains. Lang Rushuan assisted, and Ziye punched one after another. All the attacks hit a chain, but only some stone powder was shot out. "Help me!" After Ziye said this, the reincarnation of the 5 elements in his body reversed. The 5 elements are extinct. On the fist, the 5 energies consume each other. In the preparation stage alone, several cracks appeared on the arm. It's not that he's injured, it's that his body is collapsing. The impact of a single punch cannot turn the sea into countless towering waves, and there is no sound that can shatter ordinary people's eardrums. The chains were like the walls of a house that had been uninhabited for many years, and countless stone powder was scattered into the air. Ziye stared at everything until a gun and a sword stood in front of him. Lang Rushuan was full of fighting spirit, Mou was holding a strange giant sword. All secret skills are fully activated. For a moment, the 2 of them seemed to have almost the same strength. Ziye was dodged by Qian Duoduo and brought far away. The reason for its speed and weirdness was revealed with the 2 talismans made of blood in Qian Duoduo's hands. Lang Rushuan immediately released a ball of ice flames. Ice crystals condensed in the air all around, and the sea surface was frozen for hundreds of miles in an instant. Ziye saw the cracks on his arms wrapped in ice flames, and then they were actually healing. With his level as a mid-level alchemist, he knew how difficult it was to treat such cracks. This is the way Lang Rushuan walked out. Ziye was silent for a moment. All of them are hidden very deep. However, this is good. A smile appeared on his face, and Ziye realized that he seemed to have become a lot more arrogant during this time. "I thought I had left everyone behind, but now it seems none of his companions are simple." Chapter 202 means? After the leaves were treated, the ice inflammation was significantly reduced. "Next time, I'll provide this kind of thing to you first." Ziye stepped forward, and the 2 people behind him were protected by spiritual talismans. They can fight with confidence. All of a sudden, the power of the true martial realm continued to explode in the sea, and the stone powder floated far away. After the stone powder on these chains was cleaned, it lost its power. Ziye fought the craziest, the god of fighting's true intention was added to his body, and his physical and mental skills were unleashed. Directly ignore the erosion of the evil god's aura. Abnormal. Mou felt the consumption in his body and looked at the 2 monsters again. Can't compare. At this moment, Ziye noticed a change in the space. He had experienced this feeling several times. Space. With just 2 words, the chain took the space and they disappeared. After a while, the Death King walked out of the space and released the chains to wipe out all the evil spirit here. At the same time, they looked at the 5 continents respectively. Every bit of Ziye's strength can be traced, which can show that the secret in him is not powerful to a certain extent. At the same time, because of his identity as a time traveler, almost all human civilization has no chance of him. Things like the Black God Sword Box, the Alchemy Palace, etc., according to Hun, were not originally his. That was snatched from others by virtue of strength and performance. Now the luck of the world belongs to Long Wushuan. Opportunity. The Death King's eyes flashed with light, indicating that he was using his rigid mind to think hard. He knows that these old guys have good things in their hands. The qualifications of the Tiger King, his death core, the Mo family's hidden sky coffin, the Ice King's extremely cold blood, the Dragon Marshal's chalcedony core, etc. In the channel, the clothes on Ziye were constantly damaged and repaired by the Wind of Void. This piece of clothing of his is not primarily for defense, but for versatility. Even this kind of storm blowing in the space can still withstand part of it. Ziye knows that this is the evil god's method that they will face now and in the future. So I dare not relax even a little bit and analyze all this with all my strength. Behind him, Long Wushuan and the 4 others did the same. They tried using their own methods, but most of them were ineffective, and even made themselves embarrassed. Ziye tried it a little and found that these skills that hurt him could still heal him. Now he was no longer afraid, and he could even stop these storms for Wushuan and the others. But there is no point in doing so. They stayed in this passage for more than half an hour until they came out. Except for Ziye and Long Wushuan, the other 3 were almost as dressed as beggars. When they stepped onto the ground, before they even made a single move, their souls were instantly attacked. Only Mou, the soul in his body reacted instantly, and only after paying a considerable price did he wake up. Before he could recover from the side effects, soul fragments suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Normally, this is the result of a broken soul, and it must be of fairly high quality. His eyes moved, and sure enough, the source of these debris is the leaves. Faced with this method, Ziye directly exploded a split soul. There is no force for him in any strange means, simple and crude methods are the mainstream. Are you too weak? Ziye noticed something, and there was some disbelief in his words. There are 4 levels of mental control: subtle, extreme, subtle, and subtle. Corresponding to the 4 realms from Qi and blood to heaven and human, the same realm has corresponding control levels, and the strength in all aspects can 100% suppress ordinary warriors. Mou shook his head. No, there's still half a step left. Ziye thought about this and thought that he still had minimal control. The secret method still needs to be changed. But I have to wait for a while. If I change it immediately now, let's not talk about the difficulty. Even if he succeeds, his current mental skill level is a bit too low to save his life. The next person to wake up was Wushuan, and the shadow of a spiritual plant whose name was unknown appeared in his body. But as a child of luck, nothing is surprising. Qian Duoduo and Lang Rushuan were much slower than the 3 of them, but this is normal. The 3 of them are just tricks, and others can't learn from them. At present, I can handle all 3 situations regardless of the difference in strength level. However, we still have to focus on reality. The evil god is a level above the king. Even an ordinary swing can explode with transcendent power. Ziye's heart wiped away the looseness that had just arisen. Just now, they confirmed their current situation. It was an underground palace that was unknown how deep underground it was. The surrounding soil was protected by energy and they couldn't move. It's like playing a game. Long Wushuan's voice was full of interest. Let's go. Ziye is at the forefront. If there is any danger, he will not be able to resist it, and the others will be in vain. When a door appeared in front of them, a few people opened it and walked in after a little preparation. Ziye looked at the scene inside and said, "Be careful." He recognized the puppet-like figures. Each one is in the realm of unity, but it is not enough for them now. There were dozens of them in total, and there was no chance of resistance in the hands of Ziye and others. However, after the last one was eliminated, there was no more mutation for a long time. Did I guess wrong? Ziye looked at the corpse at his feet in confusion. He originally thought that there would be something hidden in the darkness. Helpless, a few people could only continue to go deeper, opening door after door. Some of the methods behind the door were indeed beyond their knowledge. It was like an evil light shining on them. Their souls suddenly aged a little, and their lifespan was directly cut off. There is also an imbalance of energy in the body, which has a great impact on several people except Ziye, etc. Along the way, these means give the leafs what it feels like. A sharpshooter hit them with 100% blank bullets. Especially him, Ziye felt that even if he was hiding at the end, those methods will definitely use him as the core of the attack. There is some personal vendetta involved. After everyone passed through more than a dozen levels, they finally came to the door of a room that looked like the final boss. The portal is several times larger than the previous one, and there are some unclear patterns on it. Ziye pushed away directly. He wanted to see what this black feather wanted to do. A huge friction sound sounded from behind the door. It is a much larger space than imagined. A figure was blocked by a chair, and his face could not be seen. Only the black feathers exposed on both sides can be seen, as well as the faint smell of decay. "You are finally here, how are you? My arrangements are okay." An arm stretched out from the side and picked up a bottle of wine made of rubies with a shark pattern on the side, followed by the sound of drinking. As for Ziye, his eyes were looking at the stone where the red wine was originally placed. The stone is very irregular, not like furniture, but more like it. The heads of the stone statues in those strongholds. Okay, now, it's the last step of the transaction. The wine bottle was smashed, and the figure under the black feather coat stood up. The extremely terrifying rotting body was revealed. Chapter 203 Doheiyu. Everything you do has a price to pay. Time, energy, money, loyalty, faith, life. And he, the believer of the Holy Spirit, chose to betray. Rot. It becomes the punishment he deserves. The eyes in the flesh were still bright. It's begun. The tone was relaxed. The black feather coat was left on the stone base, and in the hand of the rotting body, a chain suddenly appeared. The next second, the chain swept across, causing physical abnormalities and mental shock. Before Ziye could react, he was pinned to the wall by a tyrannical force. There is still an energy in his body that hinders his movement, and his soul is also affected. Others were in a similar situation and were hit hard in an instant. Is this reasonable? They have seen these three methods before, but the gap between them and now is too big. They had no chance to resist. Especially the last two, Ziye decisively exploded a soul. At the same time, the five elements are extinguished and the control is forcibly released. Several wounds appeared on Ziye's body, and the energy in his body was directly suppressed. He needs to vent. Using both legs, he punched directly. At this time, a metallic figure with a body attached stood in front of him. Bang! The metal puppet had an expressionless face and slapped it with one palm. Damn it! It is also a method I have seen before, but the physical strength of this puppet is definitely above the third level of the true martial realm. Ziye retreated directly, and at the same time, the black god's flying knife turned into a black line and rushed away. Just like the storm left hundreds of wounds on the puppet, but it was not enough to kill him. Black Feather looked at Ziye's attack and said slowly, "This is just the beginning." As soon as he raised his hand, there were 10 puppets that were the same as before, one of which was obviously an enhanced version. Looking at these 12 puppets, it's hard to deal with ordinary physical strength, but there is another stronger one. Leave. Wushuan moved his body and walked over. Mou still had a little ice flame on his body. How to fight? Catch the thief first and capture the king first. Good. Mou walked out first, activated his secret technique, and swung out the strange giant sword in his hand. 12 puppets, let him stop them. You will definitely not be able to beat it, but it is just a puppet, so there is no problem if you stop it for a while. Behind them, Tianyu threw out his magic talisman to protect them, and the ice flames on his body were burning the wounds. Lang Rushuan had already treated herself and Mou regardless of consumption, which obviously consumed a lot. Ziye and Long Wushuan looked at each other for a moment and rushed out at the same time. Boom! Mou used a strange giant sword and fought with the puppets in mid-air. Long Wushuan and Ziye attacked from the left and right together. Black Feather watched their movements calmly, and the tattered clothes on his body had turned into ashes. Inside, there is the body that has no longer human form, rotten flesh and black bones, dirty blood and dirty souls. Come! The voice was wild, and the chain in his hand was waving, as if he had finally let go of the heavy burden on his shoulders. The spear was pointed out, and Boom was instantly entangled. Long Wushuan stepped hard to steady his body. Come on! He is full of fighting spirit, wrestling with the former gods. He's never had one. Black Feather felt the strength in his hand, and he couldn't break free for a moment. Ziye has already rushed forward to face this enemy. There is no slightest contempt, the 2 secret techniques plus the 5 elements of annihilation. When he was about to strike out, 2 rays of light suddenly shot out. In an instant, his longevity, soul, energy and blood were all cut off. Boom! Black Feather's head was hit and swept upward with 2 rays of light. Mou, who was fighting fiercely above, pounced directly on a puppet. After blocking it with the giant sword, light swept across. Mou watched with his own eyes as the puppet lost power and fell directly after letting go of the giant sword. Halfway through, I accidentally flipped over and found that the entire back was dead. Something. Mou cursed secretly and then fought with the puppet. Under. Ziye was directly pinned to the wall with a kick, and with a few talismans, he refused Lang Rushuan's treatment. In front, Long Wushuan, with the assistance of Tianyu and the Black God Flying Knife, withstood several of the opponent's tricks. But some souls have already left the body. Without the illusory spiritual plant, the situation would be even worse. I'll do it! A voice shouted. Substitute. Ziye took over the position and fought head-on with Black Feather. It was also at this moment that several methods were used directly towards him. For Long Wushuan, use them one by one, with a buffer in between. It took him less than 3 minutes to complete the combo without pause. The leaves were not noticed for a moment and were entangled in chains. Black Feather ignored Tianyu's attack and danced crazily in his hands. He smashed the leaves down again and again, as if to vent his anger. It was Long Wushuan who killed again, and Heyu let go of the leaf after hitting it again. When Lang Rushuan saw this, she immediately came for treatment. But Ziye didn't give this chance and stood up in the dust. Okay, okay. That's all right, then come. Double 5 elements Nirvana. Both fists carried the power to destroy everything, and the 49 black lines formed a tornado. Fire and poison filled the tornado, killing the leaves together. Tianyu turned around to help Mou. He was no longer needed here. The battle also reached its climax at this moment. The long spear pierced the air and screamed continuously, the fist shadows intertwined with each other, and the flying knives were filled with white fire and purple poison. The rotten body of the chains will not fall. Ziye is no longer afraid of life and death, and his body is still close to collapse. Full power fire and poison. Ice crystals flew into the bodies of Ziye and others, restoring their physical strength, healing their scars, and stabilizing their souls. Long Washuan and Ziye retreated at the same time, and the black god flying knife was also withdrawn. Those eyes were finally fully revealed, with no hatred, only hatred. Long Washuan became more and more courageous as he fought, and both sides of the gun battle made breakthroughs at the same time. They can just go all out to take advantage of the situation. If it flies into the puppet and the space is filled with ice crystals, as cold as frost with a gentle blow. His mouth moved slightly and he spoke a word that Ziye couldn't distinguish. Bang! The 5 elements collapsed, and the dirty blood scattered in the void disappeared. Black Feather, who was attacking crazily, suddenly froze. War! Lang Rushuan was under the protection of the 4 of them. The next moment, everyone will name the person who once sat in his position. He fell down in front of his seat. The 3-party offensive was launched without delay, with the help of ice crystals. Buzz! The sharp blade cut off the soul, and the dirty soul glowed purple in the pure white flames. He smiled self-deprecatingly and ignored Ziye and the others. Boom! The spear was pointed, and the rotten flesh and black bones exploded. Pity! Finally fell down. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. In the end, I still lost because of luck. An inexplicable saying, that is the genius of the past. Then walked to the next chair, one after another. A piece of rotten flesh fell on Heiyu's face. In the pure white flame, the body of corruption. In the air, Mou and Qian Duo also fell behind them, and several puppets had been dismantled. The 5 elements are extinct. Standing behind a chair, I stretched out my hand to touch something, but in vain. Turn around and walk towards the still intact round table and 13 chairs. Finally, there is the place where the black feather coat is placed. Seeing this, there was no intention of fighting in his eyes. The corrupt body finally loosened its chains. Chapter 204 The Reason for the Past. No! With a shout, the young figure was thrown out directly. The underdeveloped body was directly injured by the fall. Ziye lay on the ground, regardless of the pain in his body, and tried to stand up. He staggered and fell down again. A lot of people have gathered around. What's going on? You still don't know that the head of the house's daughter is terminally ill. Now, the young man has come to beg the head of the house again. Oh, how pitiful! Don't talk nonsense, be careful to cause trouble. The young man stood up again and looked at the relatives walking out of the hall. Dad, please, my sister is really dying. The people who walked out were very similar to him, but their personalities were completely different. That's enough. Don't you think it's embarrassing enough? Who is taking care of you today? Father. He looked at his father and heard several names without caring. Penalty, 3 years of resources and leaving the master's house. After that, he walked back to the main hall without caring what he was talking about. In a deserted courtyard, Ziye walked in. Ahem. Hearing this weak voice, the young man immediately walked quickly and opened a door. Among the waiting girls was a pale-faced and extremely weak girl. Elder brother. Brother is here, it's okay, it must be okay. The young man came closer and gently held the cold palm. Yeah. The girl responded weakly. Brother, the black-feathered bird is here again today. It's nice to see. The sound sounded like a knife or an axe, and the boy lowered his head to prevent the girl from seeing the tears in his eyes. Does your sister like it? No, I know those birds will make my brother worried. Ziye was arrested again because he wanted to steal medicine. Why? There is obviously a medicine that can cure my sister. Those are the resources for the family to rise and make friends with special people. One sentence destroyed the last hope in my heart. He was also locked up and couldn't even see his sister. Everything seems to be a foregone conclusion. But become my believer and I will give you strength. The voice suddenly entered his mind, and the young man thought of the most unforgivable crime among human beings. Cultists. I do. With power entering his body, the boy quickly broke through. In just 1 hour, the state of unity was achieved. Immediately, he broke out of the cage and killed everyone he saw. The action points directly at the family treasure trove. The traitor. There was an angry sound, but the young man laughed. Dad, since you won't give it to me, I will take it myself. A young man with an unstable foundation in the first level of the Unity realm, with not a single treasure on his body, and the skills he knew were only 2 spiritual levels. But one united realm is at the 7th level, 8 at the 4th level to the 6th level, and 20 at the 3rd level and below. They were all defeated by his hands, and their feet trampled them into pieces, just like evil spirits. After getting the things, he casually put a black feather coat on his body. His original clothes had been ruined in the battle. Sister, sister, I brought the things. Flying outside the yard, he landed on the ground and ran into the room. I saw that the alchemist in the family was also a responsible doctor. Even if this happens now and everyone else has escaped, they still have to stay here. Before the boy could say anything, the doctor shook his head. He stood up and walked past the young man. Brother, is that you? Yes, it's me. The elixir in his hand was thrown directly to the ground, and he could hardly control his words. Brother, you look good. The girl looked hard, as if she was afraid that she would never see her again. It's okay, you must see more of my brother. He was almost going crazy in his heart. Holy Spirit, save my sister. No reply. Brother, hug me. Yeshua used the gentlest movements, which were extremely clear from the blood all over his body. He held his sister in his arms and protected her with his body and the black feather coat. I want to warm up my gradually cold body, but... Elder brother. I am here. You, never be alone again. Good. To have a family. Yes, there will be. It will definitely happen. Just let me hang around, I'll help you get revenge. Don't call me boss, you are my family. From now on, you can be called Fish. Just call me Hey You. Today I would like to introduce to you a new family member, Bear. You. No, I just think it's a bit similar. Nothing, just pick a name for yourself. Sanchi, okay, my name is Hey You. Happy New Year, everyone. New Year's Day, around the stone table. 13 figures spent the most wonderful moment in laughter. The Holy Spirit has given his will. Don't be so stubborn, your safety is the most important thing. With some breakthroughs, I'm just a celestial being. Everyone, our family, Sanchi has left us forever. Don't be sad, he fulfilled his wish. Another family member. I don't want anyone else standing in my way. Damn it, another person who is destined to be the one. Why? I have become a celestial being, can't I even protect my family? He still hasn't reached a higher level, whether it's his technique, his body, or his soul. The few of them did not touch any place here before leaving. The Soul King's eyes seemed to be able to see through thousands of miles and see the swaying black feather. It sways gently with the last breeze as the door closes. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. His eyes turned and stopped at one direction. The Soul King muttered to himself. No wonder, there's always one missing. So, the person who showed up ahead of time is here. No wonder that idiot Tianyu is so annoying to this group of people. Ziye looked at the fallen He Yu, he didn't know. They also lost power one after another and fell into silence. Inside, the black feather robe was quietly placed on the stone seat. That is exactly the direction of the Wang family. What will be the result? What kind of story is this? But he has no choice. Sometimes, a stance is more important than a choice. But it has never been found. I even suspected the one with the ridiculous age difference, King San. At last. But when it comes to the youngest celestial being, it's only Yezhiwa. That's why he had the confidence to betray the evil god. Even without the power of the evil god, he is still the strongest among his peers. Can't human power defeat nature? Ziye closed the door gently and left. There are so many geniuses in human civilization. Right or wrong, the cause or the truth is no longer important. It turned out that the man who was destined to be the one to take refuge with the evil god had already surrendered. 1 generation younger than Tianyu. City of Three Kings. No wonder, the evil god had enough luck before, he arranged things in Qingfeng Mountain and even took action himself. Some of the puzzles they once had have answers, and they once tried hard to find them. This is another ambitious person. The remaining puppets, after Heiyu's death. Chapter 205, Aiming to be above the king. Wang's residence. Ordinary tribesmen have already evacuated, at the core. An old man walked out slowly, followed by the head of the Wang family. How is the Lang family? The voice was filled with memories, it has fallen into silence. Once this disaster is over, we will regain our glory. The head of the Wang family seemed to be sighing, that guy Lang Xingbing was dead. It turned out to be a good move. If only I could, if I died, the situation would be over, that would be great. The old man looked at a formation, which was the most important secret of their Wang family. Remember, any one of us humans can be the supreme being in the world, but only evil gods must be eliminated. The old man's figure ascended into the sky, and the king's power overwhelmed the earth. The head of the Wang family only bowed once to send off the ancestors of the Wang family. The heavenly spirit becomes a body, the holy soul transforms into a soul, and the general situation forms. The three of them work together to conquer the sky and defy the gods, and ascend to the stars. The king is a sacrifice, all parties acquiesce, and there is no way to stop it. The fortune changes greatly, and the single gift of emptiness can lead to success or failure. Looking at that figure again, he showed an unyielding spirit. The stars are unreachable? I have to give it a try. The way of heaven is dead, the evil gods are powerless, and all parties are silent. My child, do you think you can stop me? A man walked into Wang's house. Banish an immortal? No. Yes. Wang Bufan, the number one genius of the Wang family, the void spirit body, and the third among all the students of the Tianyu University, walked out of the trough and walked out of his own way. Father, the two of us will no longer talk about justice. Wang Bufan took out a mask and said, I have been in hell for so long, and I only understand one truth. Don't think that you are, let alone think that you are, a good person. The mask was thrown up, and bang! Split from the middle. Ziye and the others just came out of the stronghold and saw the sky full of stars. After they killed Black Feather, a mouth appeared behind them. Phew, this beating was really good. Long Washuan felt that his heart, which had been destroyed because of the woman, came back to life. Turning back, he saw Ziye being wrapped in ice flames. Ha ha ha, Ziye, you look like you are going to be cremated. Ziye smiled bitterly, indeed, it's a bit too much. On one side was Lang Rushuan, with cold eyes, next time, don't do this again. The normal-sized voice was filled with worry and complaint. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ziye and Long Washuan laughed at the same time, because such Lang Rushuan was too rare. Mou walked over and said, Ziye, will you die now? Won't. Then, he patted Lang Rushuan gently and said, don't worry about him, Ziye can recover on his own. Ziye looked at the two people and walked aside together, ignoring himself. Although he can recover on his own, it doesn't feel good to be left alone. Behind a few people, Qian Duoduo came out immediately. He got busy and they all found out. But considering Qian Duoduo's current status, it's normal to suddenly have some urgent matters to deal with. But everyone, we have been inside all day. Qian Duoduo said something that no one had thought of. Mou looked up, and with his understanding of the starry sky and his level of mental control close to Huawei, he quickly came to a conclusion. How's the Wang family? He asked for Ziye and Long Wushuan. The current situation is obviously that the top human beings don't know what means they are using. Let them spend a whole day without knowing it. At least, based on his original feeling, this time it would not take more than 3 hours. The situation is a bit complicated. Qian Duoduo was also shocked. The head of the Wang family wants to break through to become a king. To this end, the Wang family used a king as a sacrifice, the heavenly spirit body and the holy soul as materials, and then used the general trend to achieve the realm. Finally, achieve the stars. Shock. Ziye hasn't been so surprised for a long time. Using the king as a sacrifice? It's too generous. Ziye knew that the heavenly spirit body should have been obtained by the Wang family from Wang Bufan. The holy soul reminded him of Wang Xia, and it was the gift of the holy soul. General trend, the last time I heard such a mysterious thing, it was still luck. Where is Wang Bufan? Ziye asked quickly. He now knew what the Wang family wanted to do. This kind of skill is unheard of, but since Ban Xian chose to stand on the opposite side, there must be a possibility of victory. Wang Bufan, in his current state, he has succeeded, but he has failed. Qian Duoduo wanted to say something else, but suddenly the sound of chains sounded again. Several people were on alert for a moment, and did not relax until they saw the Death King walking out of the space. All saluted, the Death King nodded slightly, and then grabbed Ziye. Hun, I want to see you. Ziye thought about the relationship with the Wang family, said goodbye to a few people, and then walked into the space. Within a few minutes afterwards, the military, the Mo family, and the Qian family came and took away the 4 people. In the space channel, Ziye glanced at the Death King from behind. He had some problems now. It's just that Uncle Shi's condition seems to be a little worse. He was struggling to even speak before. Let's wait a little longer. The Death King in front moved his mouth slightly and only uttered one word, nothing. The two were very fast and landed in the air in a short while. After the Soul King finished eating the snacks in his hand, let me think about it, let's talk about the king first. Ziye sits upright and never misses a word. Xing Chen, you should have heard of this title. Ziye nodded. That is the goal of all kings, and it is also the horizon that is difficult to reach. Even the King of Death seems to be more dead, just because. He tried to touch it, but couldn't. Failed. There are roughly 3 reasons. The idiot Tianyu is crazy. He does not allow this kind of existence beyond the limit. I don't know the details of the evil god's methods. Also, luck is not with you. The Soul King looked at Ziye. This one can also be attributed to the pot of heaven. If Tianyu hadn't taken care of anything, he would have died 800 times ago. What happened before was just an opportunity. It is also connected to a certain decision made under the pull of all parties. However, everything has a chance. To ascend to the stars, the body, soul, and mind must go beyond the limits to have any chance of success. And now, the heavens and the evil gods are powerless to hinder luck. There is another one of the 9. The Soul King paused for a moment, seeming to think that one of the 9 was a better title. The body has a heavenly spirit, the soul has a holy soul, and there is a chance to make up for the lack of mind. Therefore, that guy does have a chance to succeed. However, we don't want him to succeed. Remember banishing immortal, he is a chess piece assigned by us. And now, with the sudden appearance of final luck, things have deviated to the point of being unpredictable. The Soul King's tone changed. Now, there are 2 choices. First, we old guys will go directly to clean up everything, including someone who may have set foot in that realm. The second thing is, luck, of course, must be solved by the person who is lucky. Chapter 206 Scenery of the Wang Family. Ziye fell into thinking. He was brave in some aspects, so he thought about it now. It's not like I'm considering two options. The Soul King didn't care about Ziye's state. Xiao Ye, actually, you are different from us, although I still don't understand the nature of you and the evil god. But, if you were put into the same state as when you first came here, it would be possible to escape. There was a bit of hesitation in his words, but that's normal. Among thousands of records, one person was sent out of a disaster with no possibility of escape. This man is still a man from hell. No matter how you think about it, it's a bit crazy. If people outside find out, a big mess will be the least severe. Human existence represents chaos. He can provide the most important energy for the Wang family, and he can also be ready to kill the Wang family at any time. People both hope that a strong person will appear, but they are also afraid of a strong person. For the sake of the scene after that small victory, someone can be forced to death. Ziye, there is no need to bear any burden. The three of us have done enough for mankind, and there are no good people in hell. Ziye shook his head. Uncle Soul, I want to kill the evil god. This is an easily demonstrable, but almost impossible, goal. Okay, it seems that your state of mind is no longer a weakness. Soul King said with a smile, but his previous words were not half false. Their past, present and future achievements are really enough. Don't let anyone down. Uncle Hun, I choose the second one. Ziye said the choice he had already made. Okay, take a look at the information above. The leaf took over the jade, and on it were the treasures of human civilization one after another. He even saw the marks of the arena, as well as towering trees, wine fountains, and chalcedony cores. Sensing Ziye's surprise, the Soul King said, "The things above are all the king's treasures. Are you interested in it?" After reading it carefully, Ziye pointed at one. "I have an idea, but I have to wait until Jinyu." The Death King spoke this time and said, "No question. Long family." Butler Shi also explained the choice, "Wushuan, it's yours." Of course the second one. Long Wushuan made the choice without any surprise. The king? He really wanted to see it. Mahist family. Mou didn't give the nominal father any good looks at all. "I just thought of my identity as the captain of my team and those two fighting madmen. I'll go," he said coldly. Sure enough, troubles came one after another. In his heart, Mou confirmed once again what he said when he first met Jian Duoduo. Behind him, the corner of his clothes was pulled. "Don't worry." A completely different emotion, like a different person. Jian family. After knowing the cause of the matter, Jian Duoduo couldn't help but press his eyebrows. It's this kind of thing again. He has really seen enough. I really hope to die before dawn. But the premise is that I ensure that the dawn will appear. Jian Duoduo showed a side that even Long Wushuan didn't know about. There is only one reason leading to this. Thinking too clearly. Wang's residence. This was originally a treasure land with beautiful mountains and clear waters. It can be said to be an area with the best feng shui on the entire planet. He was also directly wrapped up by the Wang family. But now, this place is being targeted by various weapons of mass extermination. If you press the button, half a minute later, there will be a gap in this continent. The air shook, and a coffin flew from the air. However, compared to this flying coffin, the two people standing on the coffin are eye-catching. Mou stepped lightly and the coffin fell instantly. "Juniors, is this where you made an appointment?" A voice that sounded a bit like an old naughty boy's, was just a simple response. Then he and Lang Rushuan jumped down and looked at the core area of the Wang family. Sure enough, I can't see through it, I still have to wait for Ziye and Wushuan. The core area of the Wang family is shrouded in unknown things. When the spaceship arrived, Qian Duo wore a standard smile. Long Huashuan looked at this place curiously. When a gap appeared in the space, Ziye walked out amid the sound of chains. The five of them arrived together again. 2 missions at once. By the way, when was the last time we went on a mission? Long Huashuan asked with laughter. Training camp. Mou said. Indeed. Ziye also nodded. The mission at that time was just to eliminate some ferocious beasts, but there was no chance after that. This resulted in the second mission jumping directly to the level of the true martial realm. It was a joke that wasn't funny, and the expression on Qian Duo's face changed. Although Long Huashuan looked careless, he was extremely attentive. If you think about it, you will understand that a warrior can guess the enemy's next move in a split second during a battle. How could I not see that subtle change? Okay, let's go. After Mou saw that Qian Duo was doing better, he gave an order and everyone moved forward immediately. There was nothing unusual around the Wang family. Apart from the absence of anyone, let's just say everything is fine. Several people continued to go deeper until they waited for a while in front of the thing that blocked the observation. Just now they walked in one by one. The sound of chains began to ring. The people inside the coffin began to feel uneasy. Why is this boy getting more and more terrifying? What if something happens to the boy inside? Can the arrangement of the ancestral land withstand it? The scene in front of Ziye suddenly changed, just one step away. But it's like entering a fairyland from the mortal world. The fantastic and beautiful colors appear in the clouds in the sky, the pure energy in your breath, and the inexplicable feelings in your heart. This energy? He saw the breathing experience pounding across the panel. Everyone, be careful. Mou looked at their destination, which was in a towering formation. There is definitely something or something beyond human civilization. Huashuan. With a soft cry, Mou noticed something strange about Long Huashuan just now. Long Huashuan seemed to be waking up for the first time, taking a step back and covering his head. Brother Long. It's okay, Ziye, it's up to you this time. The voice was a little regretful, and Huashuan continued to tell the reason. This place is helping me improve. I was almost attracted to it just now. Seeing that Huashuan was not in good condition, Ziye explained it to him. Just tell the story about the Long family, Huashuan, you are now the son of fate, it is normal for you to come across all kinds of opportunities. Qian Duo's eyes lit up, he didn't know this. Huashuan, you can practice here. Mou felt that opportunities were rare, and they could just deal with other matters. It's okay, let's take a walk first. Long Huashuan mobilized his fighting spirit and let his consciousness gradually clear up. Now that he is here, how can he do nothing? Knowing that Long Huashuan could not be persuaded, the team members said nothing more. The 5 people moved towards the goal. Mou was planning in his mind. Ziye was so seriously injured before, even he has definitely not recovered now. It's not enough to use frosty ice flames. It's not convenient for Long Huashuan now, and he hopes there will be less accidents. A body of light stood in front of them. Mou sighed lightly, as expected. Trouble abounds. Chapter 207 Memory. The 3 leaves prepared instantly, but it was different from the last time. Everyone has prepared backup plans. It's enough to kill the backhand of the heavenly realm. There are not many things of this level in the entire human civilization. But they are the ones who have it. The person made up of light seemed to be very confused by their appearance. The whole person began to become clearer at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally turned into the appearance of a very young boy. Mou and Qian Duo's expressions changed, especially Qian Duo's. Master Wang, you succeeded. Yes, this person is exactly one of their targets, the head of the Wang family. Is it successful? No, I am just a memory now. After a short pause, the head of the Wang family understood his current state. Looking at them, he suddenly said, "Sure enough, luck is not something humans can control." The voice suddenly insisted, and the palms of the hands clenched into fists, "But, I still fought for a chance." At this moment, it seemed like he had put in all his efforts and finally opened a door to victory. Ziye looked at the head of the Wang family and told the truth. These high-level human beings were much different from what he had always imagined. It's like, every one of them is like half a saint. What is the opportunity you are talking about? The head of the Wang family glanced at a few people and said, "My arrangement did not fail, it's just that I failed. That child only needs one last thing to succeed." Everyone has guessed what the thing refers to. Transport. The heavenly spirit becomes the body and the holy soul transforms into the soul. These two are very clear. But in the final worst field, this kind of intangible thing, if you want to obtain it through unconventional means, you can only transport. There is only a glimmer of possibility. As it happens, they are the ones with the most luck in human civilization. However, as the head of the Wang family said, luck is not something humans can control. But, Ziye slowly raised his head. If anyone had a precedent of transferring luck, it was only him. The two looked at each other and said, "I didn't expect that. I had read some novels earlier." The words of the head of the Wang family are incomprehensible, and this is what the other three think. "I'm just an ordinary person, and I only have this little strength now." Ziye responded. "Things are not strong either. I added in my mind that although the panel is powerful, it is based on the path he has taken. Otherwise, there is no desperate attempt. It will take at least 3 to 5 years for him to become the number one of this generation." The head of the Wang family was silent for a while and looked at Ziye. There seems to be a new understanding of this. That child is still waiting inside. Go find him when you are ready. I hope you can add fuel to the flames of human civilization. After saying that, it was like relief and gradually dissipated in place. If you try to reach that realm, you must be determined to give everything. Recall, a loser who almost died. He is not dead, and only he can save his life after failure. But not myself. He can remain in this state for some time. But that doesn't make sense. Besides, he didn't know how to face his 2 children. There are also descendants and ancestors of the family who have done so many things. It's cold, it's really cold. We are all willing victims. They are the most miserable generation. Everything has been planned since they were born. Is everything? Every step, every thought, and even every accident is predestined. Otherwise, how could a complex species like human beings be united as one? The previous generation was the one who laid out all the backup plans. The next generation is like the rising sun of hope. And they are pathetic people who must act according to the plan. Is it just that simple? Of course not. How can people not have free will? The head of the Lang family is a warrior. If not, Lang Rushuan should be responsible for the disaster in the Lang family. So does he. Having snatched his son's physique earlier, and later being satisfied with his daughter's achievements, he should have allowed his daughter to have the physique. But he was unwilling to do so. He doesn't want to be a puppet anymore, the silence of the evil god and the death of heaven. Let him see hope, hope. Now it can be regarded as a rebellion against the fate that has been decided for a long time. Also, Martial Long, dragon. Halfway through, he disappeared from this world. Ziye also had something he wanted to ask, but he didn't ask. Because that kind of relief made him unable to disturb a person's only moment of relaxation. Ziye was silent. It was best not to disturb him at this time, as children could see it. Unless the person who disturbed him has always been straightforward enough. Ziye, could you please tell me? Ziye's consciousness returned. It's not a big deal. During the Long family incident, Wushuan became the son of fate, and I was exposed as a time traveler. MOU 6. Now that there are time travelers, it seems that the old guy is really hiding something. MOU glanced outside. Because, since the head of the Wang family knows about this, it is impossible for the old man and his family not to know about it. Meng Meng, do you know? Lang Rushuan asked. She and Ye Meng Meng have a very good relationship. I don't know, it won't have any impact. Lang Rushuan seemed to agree with Yezi's statement and said nothing more. And Yezi didn't have time to care about her, because Yezi, what was the world like before you traveled through time? Were there evil gods? There were also. Isn't Jian Duo always very calm? Yezi thought and pushed him away. Too close. After pushing away, Yezi said what he had said to Long Wushuan before. I'll go first. Banished Immortal should be waiting for me. In fact, Yezi didn't know if he could do it. Hope it can happen. After Long Wushuan saw Yezi set off, he greeted a few people and started practicing. After a while, the thoughts in my body began to change. Epiphany. If the head of the Wang family could have such an opportunity, he would be at least 30% sure of reaching the realm. MOU looked at it. Monster. Yezi quickly walked outside the formation. Along the way, he saw a lot of light dissipating. Among them was a picture that completely disappeared with the light. This made Yezi feel that the death of the head of the Wang family was different from ordinary deaths. More thorough and more absolute. Exiled Immortal. Yezi shouted, and the formation reacted instantly. After a few seconds, the formation in front of him opened a gap just enough for him to pass through. Walking into the gap, the formation instantly recovered. Yezi saw the banished Immortal, but it was so different from the one he remembered. He is already an old and corrupt man, surrounded by pure energy. But it couldn't absorb even half of it. Under the powerful force, there was a weak vitality like a fire. Yezi lowered his head and saw the mask he once had. Only half of it is left diagonally. Chapter 208 Stars. Leave. The voice is powerless if it is not the facts before our eyes. Yezi could not have imagined that the source of the sound was the banished Immortal. I'm here to help you, although I don't know if I can help you. Picked up half of the mask on the ground, gently knocked the dust off it, and then handed it out. The banished Immortal also stretched out his arm with only old skin left and took it. Looking at the mask, it was something he used to escape reality. Looking up and looking to the side, it was Long Wushuan's figure through the formation. Isn't it true that people who are not lucky are doomed to fail? Ha ha ha, luck, it's so boring. After banishing the Immortal, his eyes became firm again. Yezi, can you help me one more time? This is what I'm here for, what should I do? Taking one breath, the banished Immortal exhaled quietly, as if he had made a decision. One body, one soul, one destiny. Use his blood to reshape your body, transform his soul into a holy soul, and use his luck to ascend to the stars. This formation can still function, and everything still has a chance. The first failure made Bangxian understand a lot, and he wanted to use the power of luck to complete this last step. That person must be completely replaced, which is currently impossible for humans. But Yezi is special, and his status as a time traveler always excludes luck. If it weren't for the identity of the lucky person, even if Yezi became the king, his luck may be less than that of ordinary heavenly beings. After hearing the explanation, Yezi's face remained unchanged. Let's get started. At this moment, Ban Xian hesitated. How deep is his relationship with Yezi? It seems not. Is his request easy? Of course not. Even though he knows the terrible aspects of Yezi, what he wants is the foundation of a person. Yezi saw his hesitation. You are worth it for humanity, and the price I paid is far less than you think. The banished Immortal was stunned for a moment, then smiled calmly. For humanity. The body dies quickly the next moment. Ziye raised his hand, and a black god flying knife appeared in his hand. Stab it! A large amount of blood spurted out, suddenly experiencing an inexplicable suction force in the air. Turned into a small stream of blood. Rising to the sky, the seemingly ordinary blood suddenly changed. The pure white fireball exploded directly, turning into muted purple blood, and the 5 elements of energy reincarnated with each other. This kind of sentiment can be matched by no one except Ziye. His physique is a top-grade mutated 5-element body. That is the limit of the entire human civilization. Next, is the soul. Ziye directly pulled out a split soul, after temporarily transferring the mark on it. The split soul flew straight towards the burning fireball in the air and disappeared in an instant. Under the constant supply of blood from the leaves, a body gradually took shape. The consciousness of the banished immortal was also revived under the influence of the divided soul. Suddenly, I felt something that I had never felt before. Is this luck? He felt that those luck left Ziye without any hesitation. Coiled around him, but unable to completely integrate. Still missing something. Unwilling to banish the immortal, he wanted to break through. To prove that luck is just a means. Don't believe in fate, everything must be based on people. As long as people work hard, they can conquer the sky. The banished immortal was about to start sprinting towards the realm of stars, when something floated in along the blood stream. Suddenly, the luck around him had a tendency to merge with him. Wait a moment. Ziye's voice came. Ban Xian then felt one thing after another integrating into his body. When these things are in the body, they automatically move to the corresponding positions. Only then did he clearly understand what these were. A large amount of luck flew directly into his body, and his 5 internal organs were fresh. Drives the energy of the 5 elements to circulate. Leaves, thank you. Inner silence. Under the pure white fireball, Ziye's hands were covered with blood and fell to the ground weakly. He looked up at the changing fireball and smiled. This time, you have to be me if you are not me. He compressed all the 5 energies of his 5 elements body into the 5 internal organs, and more. After killing Tianyu, a large amount of energy was hidden in his body. Just now, he also put them together and finally threw them in. It is equivalent to giving the banished immortal a temporary 5-element body, plus the energy of heaven. This move ranks at the forefront even among Ziye's madness. The front panel appeared, but the physique did not disappear. Look at this golden finger of mine. It seems to be okay. Ziye lay weakly on the ground, with an empty chest. A divine crystal was constantly releasing energy, hanging on to his life. Everyone in the entire human civilization has an inexplicable feeling in their hearts. The higher the realm, the stronger the feeling in the heart. Everywhere on the planet, the auras of heavenly beings and even kings are released. Don't wait for these strong men to take action. Nothing. A voice rang in their ears. When most of the heavenly beings heard this voice, they immediately took back their breath and became silent again. And a small number of heavenly beings, as well as all the kings. All looked in one direction. 3 Kings City. The Soul King ate his snacks calmly and felt the gazes. Fight. A long spear pierced the sky, and the space was turbulent wherever it went. Roll. This time, not only the strong ones heard it, but everyone on the entire planet can hear the angry voice. Under the glacier. Although Bing Wang immediately withdrew his gaze, he still felt nervous when he heard Do Wang's voice. I shouldn't have offended those 3 guys. When the evil god of Qing Shui City took action, she rushed over immediately. Do Wang took his apprentice to practice, and he also took the initiative to give things away. Once upon a time, Do Wang's second apprentice, who was already dead, came to him to investigate the traces of a group of cultists. I also have the green light all the way. After thinking about it, she didn't have any reason to enmity with the 3 kings. But don't know why. My heart just couldn't calm down, as if something bad was going to happen. It can't be possible. One of the three kings has taken a liking to me? Facts showed after some time. Ice King's premonition was right, but his guess was wrong. The King of Death stood in the air with his shaking coffin. It worked. It really worked. Stars, ha ha ha, the realm of stars. The voice coming from the coffin was extremely exciting, a real star. This is the first of its kind in human history. From now on, stars are no longer impossible. Human civilization will enter a new era. And the Death King on the side. At this moment, he is becoming more and more silent, facing this kind of witnessing history. Logically speaking, even he should be a little happy. But in the eyes of the Death King, the essence of the so-called stars was clearly seen. Stars? It just adds a trump card to mankind that may have miraculous effects. Chapter 209 The Use of Divine Crystal. The pure white fireball dispersed. The figure inside was not the figure in Ziye's memory. Still so decrepit. The banished immortal was also confused for a moment, and then a smile appeared on the old man's face. I succeeded, so there is nothing to regret. After the figure fell from the sky, he sat directly next to Ziye. Success. Successful. Then this is you. It's nothing. It's me, my father, and all humans who think the evil god's methods are too simple. When Ziye heard this, he felt empty for a while. Forward. No, he has no heart now. Ziye, I now feel that you may be the real child of destiny. The words of the banished immortal lost the previous free and easy words, and were more emotional. Who knows? Ziye smiled bitterly, if this is really the case. Then he, a child of luck, is really miserable. Bang! The formation suddenly collapsed and a gap appeared, and the banished immortal saw this. Ziye, according to the characteristics of luck, there should be something I can do to help you. Exiled immortal was right, Ziye also became energetic. They are a bunch of people who are lucky enough to come here, how can there be no opportunities here? Long Washuan is an example. Ziye immediately dragged his empty body and stood up. With one breath, a lot of energy enters the body. Why? He froze for a moment and took several deep breaths. He had not felt much of this energy before, but it was exactly the same as when he absorbed the energy of the divine crystal with all his strength just now. I don't even know how much more efficient it is. Ziye has always been used to absorbing divine crystals. That's why I never reacted. As for other people, they have never used the divine crystal at all, so it is naturally impossible to discover it. Exiled immortal, this energy. Ah, you are talking about this. It seems that it is a divine crystal given by the Soul King. It has so much energy that it was not used up in 2 rounds of breakthrough. How is the efficiency? Ziye asked the most critical question. The energy in the divine crystal was definitely excessive, he knew this from the moment he obtained it, but Ku now couldn't absorb it quickly. If this formation is efficient enough, Ziye may even be able to sprint to the heaven level with his breath. Seeing Ziye's reaction, the banished immortal immediately controlled the formation. The next moment, a large amount of energy even formed a wave of waves rushing towards the leaves. Before Ziye's eyes, the experience on the panel grew wildly. Exiled immortal asked, is it useful? Yes, can this formation hold up? As he spoke, another fragment of the formation collapsed. Okay, it's just the energy of this divine crystal. Before he finished speaking, he froze. Exiled immortal. He reached out and grabbed a divine crystal from his chest, which was almost integrated with flesh and blood. He threw it to him along with the 3 in the ring. You prepare first, I'll go tell them. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Ziye then walked out of the formation and flew directly towards Mou and the others with his mental power. Leave. Mou flew up directly and caught him in the air. After frowning, he frowned. Lang Rushuan controlled the ice flames to wrap Ziye, without giving Ziye a chance to explain. It wasn't until the ice flames were exhausted that Lang Rushuan weakly took a few steps back. Ziye, what's going on? Lang Rushuan also woke up at this time. Listen to me, this is what happened. Halfway through the explanation, Ziye also showed the tragic situation inside his chest. Madman. 6. Horrible. Psychotherapy cannot stop. Ziye was also helpless about this. What he did seemed to be a bit too much. After informing Uncle Death who was guarding outside, the 5 people entered the formation. Exiled Immortal has prepared everything. The next moment, they are washed away by a wave of energy. Outside. After the Death King had a few words of conversation with the Soul King, he stood outside again without saying a word. Hey, Death King, did you see something? The guy in the coffin kept asking questions, and now he knew that things would not be that simple. The Death King's reaction alone was wrong. The Death King didn't reply. A few hours passed in the blink of an eye, and everyone in the coffin gave up. The Death King made another move and glanced into the distance. In that direction, the person in the coffin thought of the king under the glacier. Keep here. After struggling to say 3 words, he walked into the space. Other side. The Ice King's territory. There was a hint of anger on that cold face that had never changed over the years. Everything is just because of the Soul King standing in the sky over there. Everything can be discussed. Let's sit down and have a good talk. Soul King was still so indifferent. Nothing to talk about. Bing Wang said coldly, now she just feels why she is so unlucky. Even though I didn't do anything, I got caught up in this kind of thing. When the sound of chains sounded all around, the expression on Ice King's face was a little wonderful for a moment. Even the King of Death is here, do you two know what you are doing? The Soul King waved his hand, now that you are of this status, there is no need to talk nonsense. You also know that as long as we don't think about killing you, no one will come to help you. Bing Wang secretly bit his lip, she belonged to the newly promoted king, and so did the forces behind her. So she wasn't familiar with most of the kings, and besides, she didn't talk to many people at all except when necessary. The relationship with the kings can only be described as cold. Moreover, now focus on him. Or the 3 kings of hell. Change. She wanted to try again. The Soul King smiled and said, don't be so naive. Watching a planet emerge from behind the Soul King, just the suppression of his mental power confirmed that this was a losing battle. Countless chains have cut off any chance of escape at this moment. Hand over, come over. The Ice King looked at the Death King walking out of the space. She could not forget that time when one person fought against the evil god. Don't even think about it. The glacier begins to grow, and this is her home court. The polar ice continent is in a few minutes. There was a blizzard covering the entire continent. This day, from time to time, people saw huge glaciers flying towards the sky, and then suddenly breaking apart. The family forces that once lived in seclusion in the central area of the mainland fled overnight. And the source of all this happening? Ziye is just indulging in the energy now, looking at the crazy growth of experience on the panel. Completely unaware of the outside world. Already, because of an idea he once had, a war between kings had occurred that had not happened in 100 years. Time passes. Half a year. He was the only one left in the formation. Lang Rushuan suddenly felt something after practicing for a month or 2. So I left directly. Qianduoduo also didn't come back around this time because he had to deal with certain things. Mou and Lang Rushuan are because of the road. The path they take is different from that of leaves. Leaves are based on panels, and as long as you get a lot of experience, nothing else is that important. Banished Immortal had also walked out of the formation long ago, but his condition looked very bad. So, in the end, only the leaves were left here. Chapter 210 Library Pavilion. Almost. The front panel of leaves appears. Name, Ziye. Age, 21. Qualifications, the best of the Earth level, the mutated 5 elements body, the best of the Earth level. Realm, 8th level of Unity Realm, 5th level of 3 stars. Equipment, wolf-shaped mask, low-grade spiritual level, Black God Sword Box, high-grade Earth level, capable of growth, night clothes, low-grade Earth level, energy fiber clothing, high-grade Earth level. Kung Fu, 5th level of Fighting God Technique, high-grade Heaven, beginner Star Soul Vast Technique, high-grade Heaven, small accomplishment of Immortality, high-grade Heaven. Skills, Breathing, Earth level top 98.82 billion/100 billion, Boxing, Earth level middle level 515 million/10 billion, Body skills, Earth level middle level 480 million/10 billion, Fighting, Earth level middle level 408 million/10 billion, level 1.954 billion/10 billion, Physique, mid-level Earth level 1.01 billion/10 billion, Spirit, mid-level Earth level 700 million/10 billion, Alchemy, low-level Earth level 200 million/1 billion. This is what he achieved in half a year. The martial arts realm will soon be broken through again, and the true martial arts realm will soon be reached. The spiritual realm lags behind a lot. The Black God Sword Box was also trained by him and reached the top level of the Earth rank. Then there are skills. Breathing is about to break through from the top grade to the top grade. This will be an important step for Ziye to complete his plan. The rest is mainly due to the arena, which has greatly improved the 3 skills of combat, boxing, and body skills. He has already achieved a breakthrough in boxing and body skills, and all the benefits gained were thrown into the God of Fighting technique. But still didn't break through to the 6th level. What's left here is for others. That's right, even if Ziye is provided with hundreds of billions of experience, the 5 divine crystals still have energy left. There is probably another 10 to 20 billion experience points left. However, if your idea is successful, let alone 10 to 20 billion. It is not impossible to break through to the heavenly level with breathing. After walking out of the formation, Ziye met the banished immortal who had adapted to old age, and Lu Qi. In other words, the success of banishing immortals is largely due to Lu Qi. In the first month of their cultivation, Long Wushuan said it. At first, Lu Qi met Long Wushuan. That time, both of them aimed at a special relic. Originally with Long Wushuan's strength and his identity as the Son of Fate, Lu Qi has no chance of getting it. However, after Long Wushuan learned a lot about Lu Qi, he voluntarily gave up the relic. Their original chat was indeed correct. 2 people, neither one can hide. Get on the departing spaceship. Ziye took out his mobile phone. Xiao, Qian Duo, I have something to ask you. Rich 2nd generation, what's the matter? Xiao, are there any powerful fire-based exercises? Xiao, breathing method is best, but other methods are also acceptable. Rich 2nd generation, I need to investigate this. Xiao, well, there's one more thing. Rich 2nd generation, what? Xiao, about the Shenmue Grand Library. Shenmue Day. Principal's office. Ziye met the principal again. Ziye, do you want the authority of the library? The principal looked up at the junior. The last time we met was when the other party just entered school. These past few years have brought me a lot of surprises. Yes. May I know why? I need a lot of fire attribute skills, and there is no one more comprehensive than here. This is exactly the goal of Ziye, if we only look at the number of skills in the entire human civilization. Shenmue University said it was second, but no one dared to say it was first. And the level is not low. According to legend, there are even traces of heaven-level skills. The principal thought for a moment and said, is this possible? Yes, but I have a condition. Ziye was not surprised, he even thought about the possibility of being rejected. You can stay here, and after graduation, you can continue your studies or become a teacher. Ziye was stunned for a moment. This condition seemed a bit too simple. He originally had no good place to go after graduation. The only thing is to join Hell, but the identity of Hell does not conflict with the academy. Moreover, without regard for losses, the law, and some human nature, those ordinary cultists have almost disappeared. Now he has lost his identity as a lucky person. Even if he concentrates on staying in Hell, there is nothing for him to do. Okay, give me your permission card. Ziye handed over the level 6 permission card. After watching the principal perform some operations that he couldn't understand, a brand new 8th level authority card returned to his hand. Go ahead. Ziye put away the permission card and bowed under the gaze of the principal. This ceremony did not bring the principal back to his senses until the sound of the door closing. He smiled bitterly and said, "What a hope for mankind. King Do, where did you find these 3 geniuses?" Thinking of the word go half a year ago, he just felt that the admissions department of Tianyu University needed to be sorted out. Walk out of the principal's office. Ziye glanced back and left in a hurry. Thanks to hanging out with Meng Meng, he, a cultivator, still knew the location of the library. Along the way, looking at Tianyu Aoki, there is another group of young boys and girls full of youth. These are the new freshman class. While Ziye was walking, he passed by the martial arts department and heard something interesting. Do you know that legend? I know, monsters have many ways to practice. Ah, isn't that Yayan? A boy thought about the information on the school forum and thought naively. The so-called monster training method is just a rumor. Furthermore, I don't know whether the titles like 9 men and 2.5 monsters are true or false. The man then recounted the deeds he had heard from the seniors of the previous generation. Isn't that right? Isn't Senior Tianyu known as the 9th person? You don't understand this. Ziye suddenly felt better after hearing the conversations of these new students. This is because their message was too outrageous, so some people thought it was false. He shook his head helplessly. At the same time, it also changes direction. My lovely juniors and juniors, it's time for you to experience the pressure from your seniors. Trial Tower. This was a normal day. Because of the new students, this place is extremely popular. It's my turn. A very ordinary-looking figure walked over. The guard in charge here was shocked when he saw the person clearly. You are a monster. Keep your voice down, I'm here to open the eyes of the juniors. Patting the guard on the shoulder, Ziye walked directly into the trial tower. The guard felt pity for this new generation and did not escape after all. A few hours later, on the leaderboard beside the tower, the first place, Leaf, has a maximum of 90 floors. The second place, Tianxiang Bamboo, has the highest 65 floors. The third place, Lin Xiaoyu, has the highest level of 62 floors. Fourth place, Wang Bufan, has the highest level of 57 floors. Chapter 211 Preparation before Graduation. School Forum. That day, people once again remembered the fear of being dominated by monsters. What the hell, the 90th floor? He opened it. Hey, I would like to call this class of seniors the strongest. What Ziye didn't know was that the impact of his action was far greater than he thought. Because, think about it. When they were sophomores, they used a welcome party to teach the freshmen a lesson. When they were in their junior year, the battle between Ziye and Long Wushuan shattered the faith of countless people. Now they are in their senior year, and just when everyone thought their era of dominance was over, Ziye took another drastic measure. Genius Society. Qianduoduo is handling some affairs. He has now taken over many businesses within the family. Correspondingly, There are more and more affairs that need to be taken care of, but he is just an heir now, and there are people above him to support him. The time it takes up will not cause him to neglect his cultivation. And now what he has to do is about Tianyu University. That's almost it. He put down the pen and looked at the result of his hard work for several hours. The follow-up development plan for the Genius Club. The club cannot be terminated just because of the brilliance of their generation. After all, there is a difference in foundation between a new club and other clubs. In addition, due to the special status of their generation, it will be impossible for them to spare the time to manage this club in the future. Maybe some people will choose to continue their studies here, but they are very few. Besides, even if you continue your studies, it will only add some brilliant time. Qing Han, Qin Yu, Wu Tianming, Han Yu. These are all familiar names. In the end, no one knows how many people will survive. Department of Culture. Scientific Research Team. MOU was working alone in the laboratory, holding a document in his hand. The essence of oneness. The other one, the sky. Since Tianling's death, his temperament has changed drastically. At this time, he meditated in his room for a long time and then came out. An application for enlistment was submitted. Medicine Series. Lang Rushuan was in the alchemy room, controlling Binjian while reading books about warriors. There are also a lot of medicinal herbs on the side. From time to time, he would take one out and throw it into the ice flame. Martial Arts Department. Su Chongkong is the steadfast gem here. Because Ziye and Long Wushuan came here last time. Forward. I can't remember clearly. Ziye has already walked into the library. The layout here is very traditional, with 9 floors from bottom to top. Each level is protected by multiple technologies, formations, and talismans. The collection of books inside is as many as tens of thousands, and it is one of the popular facilities in Tianyu University. Ordinary people have to put in a lot of effort to get one. And with the authority, he can call up the skills at will. By the way, this authority was given to him by the principal individually, not from the 8th level authority card. In addition, most of the exercises here are preserved in the form of books. Because these are the originals of the exercises. According to legend, practicing with the original method can help one better understand the artistic conception of the ancestors. Immediately, more than a dozen fire-attributed skills appeared before his eyes. The grades are all above the earth level. After writing them down one by one, the 5 souls entered the arena with 1 copy each. Inside the arena, the figure of Ziye appeared, and the expression began stiffly. A figure appeared on the opposite side. In silence, the battle began. At this time, each of Ziye's opponents is strong. The 2 secret techniques are already required. Whenever a skill is introduced, the corresponding soul will return. The dozen or so books in front of me are just the beginning. Half a month later, Ziye has collected the earth level exercises that are suitable for you, although they are only entry level. Next is the spiritual level. You can memorize dozens of spiritual skills at once, and you can get started very quickly. Stand in the air on this level. With a wave of his hand, dozens of books of exercises flew out, and then returned to their original positions with the sound of pages turning. Sometimes, 2 souls come back at the same time. For the sake of speed, a soul will fly out of the body. Judging from the purpose of the leaves, this makes perfect sense. But for those innocent students who came to choose exercises, it was a bit scary. Ghosts appear from time to time, as well as bodies that remain unresponsive in the air for more than 10 days. Of course, with the acceptance and vision of these geniuses, there won't be any problems because of these 2 things. But what if Ziye's identity is added to it? When Ziye single-handedly raised the trial tower to the 90th floor. On that day, monster training methods once again set off a wave of waves. And if we say that the previous cultivation methods were just rumors, Then the wave that Ziye is doing now can be said to give the juniors and juniors unlimited room for imagination. The principal began to worry again. Still the same sentence. Never underestimate a genius' ability to do things and overestimate his abilities. Ziye, who is obsessed with martial arts and the arena, doesn't know that it's because of himself. A series of aftermath activities were carried out in the school. The people in Tianyu University are all geniuses of human civilization, and there can be no mistakes. 1 month later, Ziye walked out of the library with satisfaction. After walking back, stand in front of the door. You can smell the soothing fragrance. After entering with the permission card, Meng, who was watering the flowers in the yard, turned her head and saw the person at the door. Ziye, are you hungry? There are no touching scenes, just that reassuring question. Human love goes through several stages. This is something Ziye once saw by chance, but he can't remember the details. He just knew that no matter how much luck he and Meng met, fell in love with, and got along with each other, they were destined to be lucky. The love between them is real and unadulterated. Hungry? Okay, then you help me water the flowers and I'll cook. Ziye took the kettle that was handed to him, smiled and was about to water one flower in order. It was a flower of starlight that was specially cared for. A gift from my late senior brother. Dozens of tiny water lines fall, making this starry flower sway. Ziye, it's time to eat. Oh, here it comes. Before I knew it, 20 minutes had passed, and all the flowers in the yard had been watered with leaves. After hearing that he was eating, he put down the kettle and entered the house. On the dinner table, Ziye eats meals that suit his own taste. Meng, what are your plans next? I want to stay and further my education. Meng already had a plan. She wanted to become strong enough to help Ziye. However, this goal is getting further and further away from her. I will also stay for further studies, but I probably won't stay in school for a long time. Ziye looked at the beautiful woman opposite and said what he had wanted to say for a long time. Choose a time and let's have a wedding. Their relationship has long surpassed that of an ordinary couple, and they have done everything they should and should not do. Meng shook her head unexpectedly. Wait until everything is over. Well, it's up to you. Chapter 212 Human High Levels and Geniuses. Ziye experienced the most relaxing days since the end of his journey to hell. When he woke up from bed in the morning, he felt for the first time. Sleeping was such a foreign thing. In the morning, cook a delicious meal for your lover who is not awake next to you. In the past, he would prepare it before leaving late at night. Noon. Duo specially takes time out so that they can have a perfect personal life for a day. On this day, wherever leaves will arrive. Long Washuan, Mou, Yu, and various celebrities attracted firepower for them. Therefore, Meng would approach Ziye from time to time. Night. A few days later. Tianxian Continent. Shanghai College. An ordinary man stopped in front of the gate and said, "Let's start from here." Several students who happened to be passing by noticed him. "Hey, look at him, why does he look familiar to me? Is there any?" "It's pretty ordinary. When you say that, it seems like the freshman period has passed. Normally, no outsiders would come to the school, and they would be alone. If it was a big shot, they wouldn't know it at all, or there would be no one to greet him." Ziye walked slowly to the guard at the door. "Please tell me that the vice principal of Tianyu University is here." The surface is like a flowing sun pattern, which represents the 8th level authority card of the noonday sun. Like the scorching sun, it shines on mankind. The young guard was stunned for a moment, then froze when he recognized that the permission card was genuine. "Any questions?" No, I'll do it right away." Behind him, there was chaos. After a few minutes, Ziye met the principal of Shanghai College, and the word seriousness turned into a human being. I already understand the purpose of your coming here. It will start in 3 days. Okay. Ziye said respectfully that he came here because of Uncle Hun's wishes. There are good things in the 5 colleges, so he must try them. For the sake of himself who had no chance, Uncle Hun said that he had indeed put in some effort. At the same time, it was also explained the real situation at the top of humanity right now. There are both gains and losses. In order to deal with the evil god, Marshal Long took the lead and divided various responsibilities and interests. For example, the Lang family exchanged more than 99% of their clan members and countless infamy for the opportunity to reach the top of mankind. The Wang family exchanged their family heritage for the possibility of being able to ascend to the stars. Each of the 5 major colleges is assigned a special relic. As a result of guarding and nurturing it, their descendants will have a lighter test. In hell, the Fighting King guards the moon, the Soul King cleans out the cult, and the Death King opens the way forward. He has control over the largest force in mankind and the confidence to ignore everything. The Long family dominates the source of everything. I followed the people to my residence for the past 3 days, but I haven't entered yet. Leave. Turning around, he saw 5 people wearing uniforms from the 5 major colleges. You are Kang Yunhai. Yes, I'm very sorry to disturb you now, we want to see the gap between ourselves and the top. Kang Yunhai showed all the good characteristics that a captain should have. Ziye looked at his team, no problem. The perfect captain, the militant flame, the smooth wood, the smart bird, and the princess of flowers. There were 5 people in total, all ordinary people. But they can stand shoulder to shoulder with those who are lucky. Apart from cheaters like myself, these are the only ones. Please. Kang Yunhai gave up his position, which was a sign of respect for the strong. But the fighting spirit in their eyes has not weakened even a little bit, all 5 people have it. Tournament ring. Monster Leaf vs 5 Chiefs. Listening to the tsunami of support from the other party, it was obviously less than half an hour. Ziye looked at the crowd in the auditorium, I haven't played in this scene for a long time. On the opposite side, please don't hold back, let us see the gap between us and the top. Are you sure? Sure. Good. Ziye took a deep breath. In the clear sky, a strong wind fell from the sky, and the whirlwind began to condense over the entire college. Principal Kang Hai looked at the sky, humanity is prosperous. Amidst the sudden change in the sky, Ziye took a step forward and released his fist in tension, as if he had the power of heaven. The stone slabs surrounding the arena made an overwhelming sound. Kang Yunhai was bent down, but when he heard 4 clear sounds behind him, he gritted his teeth and blood burst out from his eyes. Fire Linhu put one hand on the ground and raised his head with difficulty to look at the monster who had clearly done nothing but just took a step. Orange flames ignited on his body, and he stood up hard. This is using your trump card. Not just him, but the other 3 as well. Ziye was not in a hurry, just waiting for them to be ready. Another step forward. Like the world's most cruel, poisonous beast that controls the energy of the 5 elements. The blood and energy floating around his body even caused the barrier at the edge of the arena to flash. Ziye's chi and blood, with the evolution of his physique and the superposition of his skills, have completely reached an inhuman level. With itself as the center, the sea of blue clouds is as vast as the ocean, and its peaceful and terrifying meaning spreads to all sides. The 5 members of the team worked together and finally withstood another wave. One more step. The 5 people who struggled to support themselves saw a scene that would ruin most people's outlook on life. Behind Ziye are 5 illusory figures. Monster. Kang Yunhai's voice was filled with a hint of horror, even though he already knew it. But after countless preparations, you can only know whether you are deceiving yourself or others only when you actually face it. Fortunately, they never deceive themselves. The 5 people's spirits actually began to merge, and this fusion only stopped at the most superficial level. This is the best scale. If you advance 1 point, you will have to pay a huge price if you want to separate. If you retreat even 1 point, you won't be able to withstand the mental power that exceeds too much. Fist intention, chi, and blood, spirit. They survived the triple difficulties. Kang Yunhai smiled bitterly and managed to survive. Working together, they are only qualified to meet the top. And they are also happy because they have this qualification. But Ziye took 2 steps in a row and said, Da. Since he wanted to see the difference, of course he had to show his level in normal combat. Burning blood. Burn the soul. The devil and the gods are together. This is the only idea. Kang Yunhai looked at them and all their methods were unable to withstand the power of a moment. The sky returned to calm. The sound of footsteps came. Kang Yunhai raised his head and saw the stretched out hand. You are very good. 5 of you together is almost equivalent to the level of 9 people. After the voice paused for a moment, Kang Yunhai smiled and held the extended hand. Thank you. Compared with you, we are still far behind. Behind him, his teammates stood up one after another. They saw no change, even though they saw monsters that could negate all past achievements and glory. I still have the belief and motivation to continue moving towards the top. No. Ziye shook his head and said under the gaze of the 5 members of his team, you are the real geniuses of mankind. Chapter 213 5 Relics. 3 days flew by in a blink of an eye. Ziye often communicated with Kang Yunhai during these 3 days, or asked for advice. To be honest, he always felt that the person in front of him was just a lucky person who was missed by the idiot. Let's stop here. Ziye looked outside and saw that someone was already waiting for him. Thank you. I have benefited a lot. I am. Kang Yunhai watched Ziye leave with a teacher. Human beings have this kind of genius, good things happen and bad things happen. I think of my companions who have begun to practice hard. A knowing smile. Ziye followed the teacher into the forbidden area of Kanghai College. The principal and representatives of several families have been waiting for him here for a long time. What you see is an illusory lake filled with spiritual power. Blue Lake. Carefully feel the spiritual power in it, Ziye knows. This entire lake is his goal, a special relic. You can go in. When we activate the formation, the trial will begin. Ziye jumped to stand in the center of the lake. The next second, a formation was raised around the lake, driven by it. All the lake water began to change, as if a sleeping giant was about to wake up. For a time, waves of several meters continued to hit the leaves, but the leaves just clenched their fists and said boom. Silence. The scene of sudden changes was directly shattered by this punch, and all the sounds were attributed to Zize's exhalation. Phew, below, my schedule is a bit full, please hurry up. Roar. The roar sounded for a long time. A tiger made of water jumped out and stood on the water like a leaf. As the controller here, it could have fought in a better way. But because of the previous punch, he had to use his absolute strength to deal with this human being. 1 level higher is enough. After all, he is also a human genius. There is no aura of that family about him, which is just right. If you dare to blow me up with a bomb, see how I deal with you. Having just woken up, it had no idea that what just happened was not a bomb, but just a simple punch from Ziye. Ziye didn't care at all about the fake tiger in front of him. The 9th level of unity? Think of yourself as Long Wushuan. The moment before the other person feels ignored and angry. The leaves stepped back slightly. Half of the lake seemed to be overturned, and with the sudden change behind him, he punched out. The sky exploded with water splashes. A few drops of water fell on him, and the leaves standing there quietly didn't care. Instead, there was a flash of excitement. Because after defeating the fake tiger, a spiritual force separated from it and was easily absorbed by him. His mental state is lagging behind now. Come again. Boy, don't be too arrogant. There was a sound coming from the lake. Several figures broke out of the water, and they were ferocious beasts of various shapes. Ziye simply moved his body, doing nothing, leaving 30% for Wushuan. It will take a few years for the others to come. There will always be a way to recover some energy after such a long time, so he doesn't have to worry about it. That's not enough. After exercising your body, burning blood, burn the soul. True martial realm? From the first to the third floor, 1 punch breaks, 2 punches kill, and 3 punches destroy. Levels 4 to 6 are just toys that can resist a few moves. Levels 7 to 9 are somewhat interesting, but not enough. The fight between Ziye and hundreds of water beasts was shocking. The destructive power of the Unity Realm has been able to destroy mountains and islands. Now, even if there is a formation to block it, students of Kanghai Academy can also feel bang from time to time. 3 days later. Just listen to a dragon roar. A 1,000-meter-long water dragon rushed out of the formation. Human, take the move. The entire dragon's body suddenly turned into a sharp arrow and swooped down. Below, a half-exposed figure raised his head and laughed. I haven't had such a good fight in a long time. Facing a strong enemy, he must of course fight with all his strength. 5 elements, Nirvana. Faced with an attack that was close to that of a celestial being, Ziye, who had been fighting for 3 consecutive days, showed no fear at all. Boom! With one blow, all the students in the academy felt the vibration. In the air, the water dragon transformed into a sharp arrow and was shattered. On the other hand, half of Ziye's body had cracks showing signs of collapse. Readily. The arena can indeed help you gain combat experience and level, but it is ultimately no match for reality. At least, in this world he can use all 5 souls at the same time. Feel the spiritual realm. 3 stars, 8. This is because Ziye was hit on the head and did not absorb the spiritual power gained. Once all is absorbed, 4 stars will be easy. After falling from the sky, monster, aren't you tired? And where are the people from the King family? Didn't you care about the obviously suicidal move just now? Routine operation. Ziye's clothes automatically changed to their usual style. He was now very interested in the remaining 4 places. After saying goodbye to the principal and his entourage, he left. Hey, Lao King, are you really not going to care about it? The voice from the lake never stopped. Principal Kanghai only said, for him, it is indeed just a routine operation. Hey? Are humans evolving so fast? Ancient continent. Flame Beast Academy. What surprised Ziye was that the relic here was a stone. It can polish the human body. Feeling the energy contained in the stone, Ziye was not polite either. 7 days later. The stone, with only 30% of its energy left, fell into deep thought. Because his energy actually had little effect on the leaves. But that's normal, a relic that can continue to play a role. Ziye was already very satisfied that the physical condition of the Earth-grade elite was improved. Jianchen Continent. Suanyao College. The relic here is a divine bird made of gems. Just bathe in the light radiated by the divine bird. The soul will be purified and the mind will be purer. Useful, but not much. Ziye's soul had undergone some changes when it was in the Dan Palace. Although it is far from achieving qualitative change, it is fundamentally ahead of others. As for the soul, sorry. He has been crazy and stable. Therefore, this relic leaf retains 90% of its energy. I hope Long Wushuan can use it. Polar Ice Continent. Zhenhua College. Deep in the glacier is a paradise with countless flowers and green plants. But Ziye didn't know if it was her illusion. The people here seemed to respect him very much. Ziye walked to a crystal flower, which shook gently and a drop of pure and crystal icy tear flew out. It is the condensation of 70% of the energy of the crystal flower. It is also a treasure for improving martial arts skills. It is extremely difficult to refine, and one must be extremely cold or extremely hot to refine it. Ziye tried it and successfully broke through the realm that had already reached its limit. The 9th level of the state of unity. I left after the breakthrough because refining on my own was too slow. It would be better to deal with the last one first. Ziye continent. Lesson College. The continent where the academy is located alone is enough to make Ziye put it last. The relics here did not disappoint Ziye. It is a strange space that can help people understand the meaning. Let's just stay here, Jinyu realm, this has dragged on long enough. What Ziye didn't notice was, there are always some unusual movements in the starry sky at night. Chapter 214 True Martial Arts. Above Ziye continent. What a fool, old man! I don't know how long it will take for Ziye to break through. Long Wushuan thought to himself, Ziye has only reached the 9th level of the Unity realm, and he doesn't even have any accumulation. He should be. No, that guy is cheating. As he was thinking, the spaceship he was riding left a series of spatial fluctuations in the air. The speed is so fast that only the king can catch up. When he knew this, Long Wushuan immediately felt that this could rank among the top 5 among his things. Turning my head, I saw the mountains and forests gradually becoming clearer. You're calling me back so urgently, could it be that things have come to that point? Wushuan knew since he was a child what his old man was planning, but every time he wanted to find out. The result will only be that you will have to stay in the hospital for 2 more months. In a blink of an eye, we were back at the Long family. After saying hello to Uncle Shi, he walked directly to where the old man often stayed and pushed open the bamboo door. Old man, hey! Long Wushuan's eyes were originally looking straight ahead, but now they turned to one side. There was a person sitting there, the sky. When Marshal Long saw Wushuan coming, he waved his hand and closed the door. More than 10 kinds of formations of varying sizes were activated, isolating the inside and outside. Wushuan, do you want to be Wushu? A conversation that will never be known to outsiders has begun. In a small space. With each breath, a large amount of energy is inhaled into the mouth. Hundreds of energy stones of different grades on the ground around him had been sucked dry and turned into experience to make up the last billion. Breathe, Earth rank, top grade, 100 billion/100 billion, breathe, Earth rank, top grade, 0/1 trillion. This moment, Ziye felt that mysterious feeling reappear and wash over her body. Fire attribute technique. In addition to the harvest from the library, these days, Hell also sent 1 or 2 books from time to time, and each book was of Earth grade or had special effects. If you think about it, you will understand that except for this particularly precious technique, the ordinary ones have long been collected in the library. Whether it will succeed in the future depends on this wave. Without any hesitation, all the benefits brought by the upgrade were put into the fire-breathing method. Entry-level True Yang Red Breath Method, Upper Earth Rank, Minor Success True Yang Red Breath Method, Upper Earth Rank. Perfect True Yang Red Breath Method, Upper Earth Rank, integrated into breathing. Entering the Yang Guyu Overlord Technique, Upper Grade, Earth Rank, Minor Accomplishment of the Yang Guyu Overlord Technique, Upper Grade, Earth Rank. Perfect Yang Guyu Overlord Technique, Upper Grade, Earth Rank, integrated into breathing. Getting started with the 9 Yang Returning Body Method, Upper Earth Rank, Minor Success with the 9 Yang Returning Body Method, Upper Earth Rank. Perfect 9 Yang Returning Body Method, Upper Earth Rank, integrated into breathing. In a moment, the 3 local level superior skills reached the realm of transformation. The body, which was already undergoing a transformation, suddenly ignited with white flames. 3 high-quality skills were integrated into his physique, all of which were fire-related. The fire of the 5 elements far surpasses the others for a moment, but this is not a bad thing. Ziye felt that instead of having any problems with his 5 elements body, it began to strengthen rapidly. Fire produces earth, earth produces metal, metal produces water, water produces wood, wood produces fire. The cycle of the 5 elements never ends. Continue. Seeing this, Ziye began to improve his skills again. The 3 previous exercises only consumed a small part of the benefits. 7 local level mid-grade skills. 32 local level lower grade skills. 419 top grade spiritual skills. 2,950 top grade spiritual skills. Outside space. The sky was full of red clouds, and the sun shone through, raising the temperature by several degrees. Throughout Senlu Academy, students who had already made some progress in martial arts were filled with misery when faced with this improvement of only a few degrees. I'm dying of heat, air conditioner save me. I'll tell you a joke. I'm going to be killed by sunshine in the Unity realm. Guess why I don't laugh? You're not born to laugh. Because I am in the Qi blood realm, senior, please save me. A token flew into the air, emitting cyan divine light and consuming the sunlight from the red clouds. But it's far from over. The red clouds continue to accumulate, like the last moment of calm before a heavy rain. Long Washuan, who had already come over, raised his head and looked at everything. No way. He swallowed. Among the thick red clouds, a drop of pure white rain fell. Bang! It exploded directly after contact with the green light. A small piece of green light was scattered, and then restored again in an instant. The cyan divine light is still guarding the top, but it can no longer provide enough security for the students below. The rainstorm is coming. Countless amounts of pure white water fell, and every drop was extremely strong. At least, the students looked at each other. To kill them, those in the Unity and Qi blood realm, there is no need for the second drop. Long Washuan looked at the suppressed divine light, and some of his original worries disappeared. Ziye, no one in heaven can beat you now. In space. Ziye has reached the final step, and the flames igniting on his body quickly digest the ice tears in his body. The 5 souls have also absorbed enough spiritual power to just watch. The waves of meaning of fire are getting stronger and stronger, which is exactly what Ziye has newly realized here. Fist intention, Do Shen true intention, fire intention. The heavy rain outside is getting heavier and heavier, and the tokens in the blue light have become dim. Suddenly, some people who were still willing to look up noticed. The water droplets no longer fall, but form burning rivers in the sky. The river of fire flowed like this and flowed into a forbidden area of the academy. The green divine light did not stop him this time. When the red clouds and white water in the sky disappeared. True martial realm, accomplished. A mountain top. Coming here to avoid the crowd, Ziye and Long Washuan sat opposite each other. Ziye, you are famous this time. Vision, I've only had it when I was born. As soon as Long Washuan said it, it was something that ordinary people could not imagine. Ziye was not too happy about the vision he had caused. It's nothing. I didn't expect it. I did go too far and almost had an accident. This is true. If it weren't for the senior management of Lu Sen College who took action and condensed the flame into water. It's scary to think about. Ziye, what are your plans next? Ziye pointed to the sky. That's right, you wait for me, I feel like I'm just missing the last thing recently, and all the opportunities on this planet are gone. Long Washuan naturally thought that Ziye was referring to the front line, but Ziye shook his head. You can't go where I want to go. Ah! Long Washuan looked at Ziye's finger, and then raised his head in the direction pointed. Because of the previous vision, the sky is now truly cloudless. His eyes passed through the blank spaces, and finally stopped on a fireball. Ziye saw that Long Washuan was so surprised that he couldn't speak. He still nodded in the eyes of the other party who doubted his life. His ascension requires energy. Now, the greatest source of energy that human civilization can find lies above their heads. Chapter 215 Ice Phoenix Mark. Long Wushuan was unexpectedly calm. He took out his phone and clicked twice. Long Aotian, Ziye is going crazy again, psychology teachers and students, hurry up. Well. Ziye looked at Long Wushuan's unabashed behavior, actually, I'm sure of it. Long Aotian, hurry up, Ziye is about to cause trouble. No, Wushuan, listen to me. Ziye told Long Wushuan that he had practiced a lot of fire attribute skills and that he had reserved a treasure from the Soul King before letting Long Wushuan take back his phone. Hey, Ziye, you have the power you have now, I'm not jealous at all. But I've always been a little awkward, after all. It's nothing, after all, it's just an opportunity. If I give it to others, I guess they'll all be beaten by me now. The two of them left a long shadow under the sun. As their strength grows, their shoulders begin to take the initiative to assume responsibility. Neither of them were people who would hide their feelings. They could see the pressure in each other's hearts, which was like a huge boulder. Clearwater City. Ziye thought about it and decided to come back first. Thanks to his identity, all the reconstruction work, his friends, teachers, and family. There is no problem at all. Watching the city and home return to what it was like in memory. He was just like a passerby, passing by one. Until Tianyu High School. Teacher Du had suffered some injuries before while protecting his students. Now he has recovered and is leading the new class of high school students. Everything is the same as before, Teacher Du's status is actually higher than that of the city lord now. But he chose to remain an ordinary teacher. It's perfect, really perfect. Ziye kept repeating in his heart, this is the Pure Land in his madness. If it hadn't been so perfect before, I might really choose to be like Brother Duanmu. He was lucky. Fortunately, when he was weak, no disaster struck him. But he knew it was really just luck. There are more unfortunate people in the world. Brother Duanmu, Mu, and the family members who were traveling with him were the victims. I'm not a good person. Ziye recited silently, this is the common sense of hell. Robbers, you are all robbers. Ziye's eyes were a little dazed, just because. An incredibly beautiful iceberg goddess with an icy temperament. At this moment, while being hung up by countless chains, he is still using a vocabulary inferior to that of an elementary school student to curse people? After the Soul King finished the snack in his hand, he said, this is the Ice King. What you want is fused with her. Ziye held his head with one hand, his head was a little messy now. He originally thought that Uncle Hun was using relatively peaceful methods such as transactions, Hell version, and negotiations, Hell version. Unexpectedly. Selectively ignoring the Ice Queen, Uncle Soul, isn't this a little bad? No, now I'm asking about your plans. Soul King's eyes became sharp. Ziye, there are still two choices now. 1. I let death forcefully peel off the mark. 2. I will let him come with you, but the premise is that you should explain what you want to do. You too. The Soul King, like Ziye, ignored the Ice King who was angry because of the two choices. Only now did Ziye want to understand why Uncle Hun said before that it took some effort. He originally thought it was those skills, but the reality was far beyond his imagination. Uncle Hun, you should have guessed about my situation. The Soul King nodded and took out another bag of snacks. Ziye then said calmly, it takes too much energy for me to break through again, so. When Bing Wang saw that both of them ignored her, he stopped cursing and listened carefully instead. And, when Ziye paused in speaking and pointed to the sky, they looked together. Ice King. Soul King. Ziye, ahem. The Soul King was silent for a moment, and then his eyes moved back and forth between Ziye and Bing Wang. The Ice King suddenly felt that something was wrong, what do you want to do? I tell you, the mark has been fused with me. If you push me, no one can get it. While speaking, she felt the ice phoenix mark in her body, which she had obtained at a ruins before. There was a fierce battle at that time, but since it was obtained, let alone showing it to outsiders, it has not been told to others. How does hell know? If the Soul King knew the Ice King's doubts, he would just laugh that the other party was too young at the time. He didn't realize that there was someone hiding in the dark, but he knew he was no match for the Ice King at that time, so he didn't take action. He is the only survivor and is now in hell. It's not just this one, there are people from other family forces, survivors of various ruins incidents, and sinners, etc. These are all precious sources of information from hell. Several of Ziye's exercises were also provided by them. Ice King, the mark has always been yours. Now, on behalf of hell, I will negotiate a business with you. Soul King first untied the chains and asked Ice King to sit down. Ice King originally wanted to leave directly, but considering the strength of Soul King, what kind of business is this? Follow Ziye to the sun. Anyway, with the Ice Phoenix mark there, your life will not be in danger. You say it's easy, that's not the same sun as before. Who knows if there might be some sun essence inside me? Bing Wang almost left directly, but the faint sound of chains in her ears made her think it would be better to listen again. Don't worry. The Soul King waved and a thick document appeared on the table. He tore 2 pages casually and said, "Look at this first. This is how dare these guys." The Ice King's tone was cold and murderous. Looking at the documents that the Soul King held under his hand, he thought of the price. Still not seeing the situation clearly, Soul King thought in his mind, he was too naive after all. After transmitting the message to Ziye, Ice King, who was about to refuse, only felt the leaves being released. The true meaning of fighting God. The snacks in the Soul King's hand were empty again, so he pressed them into a ball with his spiritual power in front of her, making bursts of noise. It's never an equal transaction. She suddenly felt that if she refused, something bad would definitely happen. I agree, give me the stuff. The Soul King pushed the thing into her hand. Isn't that enough? Do you need hell to help you clean it up? No, I'll handle it myself. She no longer wanted to have any unnecessary contact with hell. Handle it yourself? The Soul King shook his head in his heart. Those guys were safe and sound until now. Even when the Lang family was cleaning, it didn't move. How could it be so simple? Now in the entire human civilization, except hell and the military, no one can complete the cleanup under pressure. 10 minutes later, Ziye said goodbye to Uncle Hun and headed to the moon with Ice King. After leaving, a space crack suddenly appeared. The King of Death came out. At this moment, even his spirit smelled of death. Chapter 216 Hug the Sun? Devour the Sun. Ziye looked at the Ice King who was flying with him in front of him. Boy, this is just a deal. I will only guarantee that you will not die. I advise you to give up as soon as possible. This way you will suffer less. Bing Wang said coldly. There was no answer, just a salute. Senior, do you know what the situation is like now? Ziye asked respectfully, after all, this is also a king. When Bing Wang heard this, he looked back at him. You'll see for yourself when the time comes. Speed up, the moon is close at hand. As long as a warrior reaches the true martial realm, he can survive in outer space for a long time. But just survive. It was also the first time that Ziye walked out of the planet and looked at the vast and deep starry sky. Compared with these, the power of the true martial realm is still too weak. Even if he has extraordinary combat power, it is not enough to be close to the gods. When you enter the far side of the moon, you will see a brutal battlefield. Pieces of flesh and blood, remnants of the evil god's minions, are scattered across thousands of miles. The surface of the earth was almost turned over. There are teams of people above, constantly eroding the flesh and blood. When they saw the Ice King, they all stopped and worshipped. There was only one who was different. His body was much stronger than ordinary people and was covered with scars. Little junior brother. The voice was not fierce, and there was a hint of happiness mixed in the gentleness. Ziye felt the true meaning of the god of war, Big Brother. He knew that this was the rumored Big Brother. Upon seeing this, Ice King dispersed the energy, grabbing the leaves. I'm at the base, you go find me when you're ready. After that, he left. Ziye didn't pay attention, focusing entirely on his senior brother. Elder brother. Another salute, no need for these. The elder brother stretched out his hand to straighten Ziye and patted Ziye on the back. Yes, little junior brother, you are truly the greatest genius in mankind. A smile appeared. Junior brother, you are here now. You are only here to guard. Or do you have anything to see, master? No. Ziye shook his head. I want to practice, but before that, I want to pay a visit to my senior brother and master. When they first met, they both had a good impression of each other. This is normal. After all, Do Wang does not accept disciples based on their qualifications. He will accept them as long as he thinks they can do it. However, the 3 apprentices he randomly accepted were too impressive. 1. The most powerful genius of mankind in contemporary times, and has already surpassed the 2nd place. 1. The top graduate of Tianyu University, slashed with a bloody sword and became a legend. 1. A relic in the palm of one's hand, the strongest among heavenly beings and invincible under kings. It's just a pain for the admissions department of Tianyu University. Admissions department, give me a way to survive. I can't compare. I really can't. Moon base. Ziye saw Do Wang and saw that the master was still the same as before, and felt relieved. On the way to the base, he also met an acquaintance. Chief Instructor, Li Lu. Next, under the leadership of senior brother, we visited most of the base. I also have a simple understanding of the strength of human civilization. With the accumulation of tens of billions of people in the 5 continents from generation to generation, although there are few in the true martial realm, there are still some left. Only those in the heaven-human realm can truly play a role, including battles with weaker minions of the evil god. Midway, the senior brother also explained some situations. The battle against the evil god is divided into several stages. The first stage is about lucky people and cults. As long as civilizations work together and help each other, it is very possible to get through this stage. Such as them. But it was also the most dangerous. Previously, Tianling, who was at the back of the 9, had an accident. It can make the evil god take action, and it will be difficult for the digital kings to resist. The second stage is the enemy in the starry sky. There will be a steady stream of evil minions coming, and the attack on the back of the moon is earth-shattering. It's just an appetizer. There is a third stage, but right now the second stage has not officially started. Elder brother, how much time does humanity have? Ziye asked the most important question. 10 years. Senior brother said. If the law of heaven is still there, this time will be extended for another 7 or 8 years. The 10 years are determined by humans through the information obtained from the ruins. If there is nothing here that attracts the evil gods, humans will have a buffer period of at least 10 years. Knowing what he wanted to know, Ziye felt more urgent. After bidding farewell to senior brother, I found the Ice King. 10 years, maybe less than 10 years. I still need stronger strength. So, embrace the sun. Ziye looked at the sun in front of him, and an ice phoenix mark gradually formed on the surface of his body. This is only a temporary mark, but it is enough. The mark can only protect the soul. If the body is destroyed, forget it. The Ice King originally thought that he could not compete with children, so he wanted to explain. But halfway through, I thought of Ziye's monster-like physique. The ice crystals were released to wrap the two of them, and they rushed towards the sun in an instant. The Ice King stopped after he had just penetrated a certain distance. The temperature here is already enough. If you go deeper, special flames will appear. Yes, Senior. As soon as Ziye finished speaking, he stepped out like an arrow from a string. The whole person is completely exposed to the sun. Raging flames and violent energy poured directly into his body like a flood that burst a dam. At this moment, it was no longer through the conventional channels such as mouth and nose, but penetrated pervasively from every inch of skin and every pore of his body. In an instant, Ziye's body underwent an astonishing change, and his skin became extremely charred like burnt charcoal. In terms of fire resistance, it has even surpassed some leaves of Tianyu. I once again had the thought of being burned. All the previous preparations came into play at this moment. A large number of fire attribute exercises, combined with the 5 elements. Let the leaves stand firm in the flames of the sun. The fire began to be released. In addition to hard work and a sudden flash of inspiration, the only thing left to improve one's mind is enlightenment. You can understand natural landscapes, other people's thoughts, ferocious beasts, etc. But now, what he realizes is sun. Its flames even began to burn the soul at this time. The Ice Phoenix mark will appear, and under the control of Ziye, only the main soul will be protected, while the other 4 souls will be burned in the blazing sun. This madman! Ice King looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't calm down even if he had anticipated it in advance. Watching Ziye's body gradually lose its vitality, but the next moment, it started to recover again, but she couldn't understand the reason. Staring at the leaves, he asked, "Am I dazzled?" The reality was so outrageous that a king even had this ridiculous idea. The leaves are gradually dividing into several, just as the rumors say. The secret method that belongs to him alone, the secret method of dividing souls. There are still quite a few people among the top human beings who believe that this secret method does not exist, or they are exaggerating the propaganda. The look in Ice King's eyes changed from calm at the beginning, to surprise, to shock, and finally to confusion. Another secret method of Ziye is rumored to be the devouring secret technique. It's even eating the sun now. Chapter 217 Graduation. During Ziye's practice, his senior brother would often fly around the sun. Perhaps it was because of the death of the young man in his memory, the second junior brother. It made him care more about this little junior brother. Plus, Ice King is really weak. If it were a desperate fight, the ranking of human king level combat power would be like this: Ice King, Sand King. Except for the Sand King, whose upper and lower limits of combat power were outrageous, everyone knew how weak the Ice King was. If necessary, he can stage a counterattack against the king. Time passed day by day, and nothing major happened. Time passes. A year later. It's still the same alchemy room as before, and it's still the 1000-year-old ice. Ziye held a large piece in his hand and ate it in 2 mouthfuls. You are really crazy. Old Chen took the silver needle in his hand and treated Ziye. Old Chen, I'm really fine. Ziye said helplessly. Besides, I made an appointment with Wushuan and the others, so I won't be making the trip soon. It has been almost a year since he practiced in Taiyang, that is to say. My senior year was gone without any sense of existence. He came back to graduate and get together with his friends. From now on, we won't be able to get together as easily as we can now. Graduation is about to take place, and of course Ziye has to pay a special visit to Mr. Chen, who has helped him a lot. He also learned some of the sense of ritual from Qianduoduo. It's just that his cultivation method is a bit, ahem. Boy, what are your plans after graduation? Chen Lao asked while treating him. If you continue to stay at Chenyu University, you should become a part-time teacher. That's it, Ziao. Chen Lao's voice paused. With you here, human civilization will definitely be able to survive the evil god crisis. Yet, Ziye was eating ice in his mouth and his speech was a little unclear. Chen Lao sighed secretly and hid it very well without letting Ziye discover it. Okay, that's it for now, aren't you still anxious? Ziye swallowed the ice cube in his mouth and said, yes, Mr. Chen, I'm leaving then. Wait, take this. A book was handed to Ziye, this is some of my experience and understanding. Take a look at it when you have time. I will. Ziye took it solemnly. This was a summary of the experience of an alchemy master, and it was also of great help to him. Goodbye. Chen Lao looked at Ziye waving away and felt it was a pity. It would be great if we gave these juniors more time. The largest restaurant in Tianyu University has now been booked by the Genius Club. The lights are bright and dazzling, illuminating everyone's carefully chosen clothing and hairstyle. The tables were filled with delicious food and fine wine, and several friends were toasting with each other. The waiters walked back and forth, handling all matters, just to give everyone in the Genius Club a perfect experience. At some point, bang bang bang, the lights suddenly went out. Bang! Under a beam of light, Mou's figure attracted the attention of everyone present. A wine glass was raised high, here's to us. It was loud and calm, with a trace of majesty and the last trace of youthful nature. Countless wine glasses were raised together. Tianyu knew that this was not the end, just the beginning. Han Yu understood that his road to fame was completely bankrupt. Wu Tianming knew that he had transformed and that his path to martial arts should be his own. King Han understands that from now on, they will begin to take responsibility. There are many more. The 4 years at Tianyu University have transformed them. The dragon entered the deep sea and grew crazily in the vast sea area. Some people have changed their lives against the odds, some are committed to reaching the top, some have become mature and powerful, and some are still young and passionate. On the stage, Mou looked at the people closest to him. Long Washuan was holding back his laughter so as not to ruin the atmosphere of the scene. Qian Duoduo no longer had a standard smile, but showed bitterness. The leaves are very calm, except for the ears, nose, etc., which have a bit of black air from time to time. Next to him is Yameng Meng, who is leaning on him. She has matured and is no longer the young girl she was before. Finally, yes. One exudes a cold temperament, but also holds the wine glass high, with a feeling that makes his heart warm, as cold as frost. Respect. We. X. The time of joy will not speed up, but it will make people feel regretful after it passes. When everyone is having fun and sadness here. The cries of several drunk people are the best accompaniment to the ending song composed of laughter. Night falls at the right time, neither late for happiness nor early for sorrow. I don't know who it was, but the first one walked outside. Then the second, the third, and so on. Outside, someone noticed them, but they all chose not to disturb them. In the darkness of the sky are the twinkling stars. In the darkness of the world is the new star that is about to rise. Su Chongkong, who was mixed in the crowd, was stunned for a moment. In his hand was a long sword made of sword intent. He didn't even know when it appeared. He only knows that there should be beautiful scenery now. Sing dang. The long sword was silent, but there was a vision of light flowing toward the sky around everyone. Mixed in the colorful stream of light are their 4 years of memories. Click. A photo is preserved forever. In this photo, no one is the protagonist, because everyone is their own protagonist. Another early morning. The gate of Tianyu. Mou, Long Washuan, Ziye, Qian Duoduo, Lang Rushuan, Yameng Meng, Su Chongkong. All 7 people stood here. Goodbye everyone, I'll let you know if I need anything. That's right, goodbye. Long Washuan was still generous, but Qian Duoduo became arrogant at this time. Mou yawned, let's go. I'm going back to be the head of the family. You can come to me when you have time. Well, everyone is welcome. Lang Rushuan can no longer see the appearance of social fear, but only for certain groups of people. I'm going to travel to Li next. When I perfect my swordsmanship, I can fight you two monsters again. Su Chongkong looked at the two monsters, Ziye and Long Wushuan, and the monsters were also looking at him. If you encounter any problems, I'm always on call. Well, goodbye everyone. Goodbye. The 7 people gradually left. Ziye and Yamengmeng also plan to go back to Qingshui City. When he comes back, Ziye will be a teacher. So far, all 9 people and 2.5 monsters in Chenyu University are no longer students. Perhaps, Tianyu is the new 9th person who chooses to further his studies. Will continue their legend. Admissions Department. The minister held the freshman information in his hand. Ha ha ha, there are so many Qi and Blood realms, and there are also quite a few Qi and Blood realms that have been tempered 7 times. Except for the previous batch of monsters, this has exceeded any previous record. He was able to give an explanation to the principal, and his smile didn't even have time to go away as soon as it appeared. Minister, the principal said that these Qi and Blood realms are only available because of the elixir created by the monster Ziye, so this is the new enrollment indicator. Poof! He vomited blood and cried out. Chapter 218 The Revenge of the Beast. Starry Sky. One after another, the evil god's minions are hidden on each of them. They all have a little bit of luck from different civilizations. It's extremely chaotic, but it's the only one without human civilization. Moreover, these lucks are still gradually dissipating, just like the price they can stay here stably. Whenever the luck of a minion of the evil god is about to disappear, he will take the initiative to head towards the planet whose main body is blue. And on the little silver ball next to the target, fight one native after another. It must be the fate of this civilization. Several more minions left, and the leader among them looked at their situation. Too few. It has been so long and only this small amount of troops have been gathered. Not even a single void star whale. A lot of troops were wasted pointlessly. This is a world that the Holy God has paid special attention to, and I want to offer sacrifices to the Holy God as quickly as possible. He cast his gaze on the target planet and began to recite words praising the Holy God. Holy God, please send a miracle for your loyal believers, so that the barbaric and ignorant creatures can return to us. As the last word fell, all the evil god's minions lowered their heads. The leader was even more excited. He felt the gaze of the Holy God. The evil god swept over these subordinates, especially the leader, who paused for a while. There is no emotion, just blank inspection. Subordinates are just a means for him to reduce trouble. If he successfully conquers one civilization after another, he will indeed not be stingy with blessings. But this civilization is so weak that it only has one star that can only take action once. But there is that outsider, which is far beyond what these minions can solve. He withdrew his gaze, used his last remaining luck of human civilization, and used his means. This is no longer important to him, just waiting for a fluctuation in the Void River. He will send out several ethnic groups to kill everything with the airspace planet. This is a force that no civilization can resist. At least, not one of the thousands of civilizations he has targeted can survive. Even if he had a talent that surprised him, and he realized that he had created several techniques, he could not overcome his absolute power. Look towards the deepest part of the blue part of the planet. There is darkness there, a darkness that scares humans. It is also the territory of the last powerful beast on this planet. In the deep darkness, one eye opened. Strange red light shone on dozens of moving tentacles, and new flesh began to grow in the joints of the tentacles. Waves of animal language began to echo, and every word caused the thousands of miles of sea surface thousands of meters above to tremble. Tiger, you, the king of the land who betrayed the beast, killed Yawu, the king of the sky, and yet you will have your feathers ripped off and made into a black feather coat. Humans, prepare to face the revenge of billions of ferocious beasts. Centered on him, the evil god's power began to infect the surrounding sea beasts one after another. This is his last subordinate and the beast's last hope. Clearwater City. Ziye was practicing kung fu in the square with a few uncles at this time. With his popular appearance and old-fashioned clothes, he successfully avoided unnecessary trouble and became familiar with the elders. By the way, Ziye was once rated as someone with memory disorder on the internet. Because he had the highest score in the college entrance examination, it left a deep impression on people, but because he had no characteristics, it was difficult for people to remember him clearly. This caused the image of Ziye to begin to spread on the internet in hundreds of different forms. Young man, how old are you this year? The uncle was doing a set of Tai Chi, and his opponent was also responding with Tai Chi. It's almost 22. The two of them moved very slowly, one would attack and the other would defend, and after 2 hits, those who defend will turn from defense to offense. Have you graduated from college? The uncle asked after hearing his age. Well, I just graduated, why don't I go home first? That's right, no matter how you mix, family is the most important thing. Ziye could hear the meaning of comfort in the uncle's tone. Although, the clothes on my body are indeed of no quality. In terms of achievements, he ranks high in human civilization. Uncle, I'm actually doing pretty well. The uncle looked like someone who had been through it before. Young man, I understand everything. Isn't there something new that has appeared recently, Qi and blood powder, which can help people break through to Qi and blood? Listen to me, I have to buy it no matter what. It doesn't matter now. In 2 years, you will see that the world will be in the Qi and blood realm. Ziye nodded and agreed with this statement, but uncle, I have already reached the Qi and blood realm. Ha ha ha, yes, you must already know what I know. The old man still thinks that the young man in front of him made a breakthrough because he knew about the dispersion of Qi and blood in advance. He didn't think in the direction that Ziye had made the breakthrough on his own. However, this is normal. In the Qi and blood realm, the age of 22 is really beyond the old man's imagination. Just when Ziye didn't know how to explain, the next second, he exited the Tai Chi state without changing his expression. Uncle, I suddenly remembered something, so I'm going to leave first. After walking some distance, a blood card was taken out from his clothes. Blood card, reacting. Ziye knew that this meant that the evil god was going to cause trouble. Not just him, not just Qingshui City. The entire human civilization, as long as the Hell members are still on the planet. It was at this moment that he took out a blood card that was constantly reacting. Human high-level meeting. Different from the previous ones, this time it was hosted by the Soul King located in Three Kings City, and was held through spiritual connection. Everyone, the scope of the evil god's power this time is the entire planet. And, according to the fluctuations, a large number of the evil god's minions have also taken the initiative to expose their positions. The previous article illustrates the criticality and difficulty of handling the situation. The latter one makes an already troublesome matter even worse. The evil god's minions take the initiative to reveal their location, so it's not difficult to guess the next move. The Soul King jumped over the others and looked at Marshal Long. Marshal Long shook his head in response. It was not yet time. Although the current situation happens to correspond to a method that was once deployed. But in order to avoid all accidents, even though countless people will die as a result, another path must be chosen. Moreover, this is also what other forces want to see. An order was issued to all members of Hell. Unblock all secret arts, forbidden arts, weapons of mass extermination, illegal febrile diseases, and no experiments are allowed. Regardless of all laws, rules, and humanity. Cleaning out all infected people with the evil god's power is the secondary goal, and the main goal is in advance, those who will die from the power of the evil god. Kill. Permission to massacre ordinary people. Permission to massacre ordinary people. Permission to massacre ordinary people. Chapter 219 People from Hell. Seaside. On a mountain wall high above the sea, I have finally waited for this moment. The man in black robe stared at the message on the micro-seal. The black robe is ripped off, and the rotten and large body is an image that fits perfectly in weird novels and animations. The hands turned into claws, and bang! The flesh and blood exploded. A bottle fell out, which made the man in black robe laugh one after another. This is his creation, the seventh version of a virus. It was also the root of the decay of this heavenly being. And now, the entire ocean will become his experiment. Boom! The bottle exploded, and the virus inside disappeared into the ocean in an instant. Another moment. He knew that all the creatures in the sea below were infected and began to spread further. The whole group also followed and began to sweep. Wherever he goes, countless white bones rise up. These are all failures, he is going to the deep sea. On the real-time maps of the major forces, a white spot began to expand rapidly. A believer is praying to his God. Great God, in the 100 years since I joined Hell, I have never wanted to offer more servants to you. Now, it can finally come true, and I will praise you forever. Let the heavenly kingdom of God be extremely prosperous. Zoom out. The city has long been in chaos, and the warriors and spiritual masters here have begun to mobilize under the orders of the city lord. All the weapons on the city wall began to activate, as a coastal city. Before General Shi completely defeated the sea beasts decades ago, they would often fight against the sea beasts. There are also many rich old people in the city defense team here. And in the depths of the sea, a giant turtle is coming with countless sea beasts. It is a false state of being in a wrong state. This gives them confidence to hold on until support arrives. However, there will be no support at all. Ignorant mortals, I will guide you to the kingdom of God. He picked up the gorgeous sword on one side with both hands. He can fight against the giant turtle, but many people in the city will die in the meantime. Therefore, he has to kill people first. Kill them cleanly. After a few minutes, on the ruins of the city, another prayer was said. Picking up the sword again, this time, he will kill the evil god for mankind. And at the last moment before exhaustion, he committed suicide. In the sea. Under unreasonable radiation. Sea beasts have filled this sea area, just to kill the figure in the center with a giant handle in its hand. That is the source of highly intense radiation. Every time a group of sea beasts rushes to kill, the figure will swing a giant hammer. Let the ocean see the real art. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud rose. That's right, it was before the age of warriors. Known as restart, nuclear. It is also the art that he pursues wholeheartedly. Boom! But with the rise of warriors, nuclear is no longer enough. But it still has research value. To this end, he has been studying diligently for decades. Finally, it worked. Even after its success, it attracted the attention of the military. But nothing matters anymore. Boom! 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 There are more and more sea beasts, and high-level ones are beginning to appear. But he will not escape, he will give everything he has here. A city, a huge formation gradually formed. Everyone in the city began to wither and die within the formation. A walker walks among them, and all flesh and blood turns into energy and merges into his body. And he is the #1 person in the entire human civilization. However, I have never constructed anything except the blood sacrifice formation. Raising his hand, a small flag appeared in his hand. With a slight movement, the bloody wind blew towards a sea beast that was attacking and killing. The wind blows. A complete white skeleton fell. After the order is given, dozens of sects began to spread in human civilization, and countless prohibitions were ignored. Things that were enough for the 9 clans to be eliminated were taken out one by one. One city after another was slaughtered by them. And this is the true face of hell. When the virus reached the bones, they began to form a huge island. When the sea becomes a paradise for forbidden martial arts. When the sect began to spread. When tens of millions of people were massacred. Only then did the upper echelons of mankind realize why hell has been unwilling to let go of its restrictions. Because the crimes these people can commit are too great. However, no one raised objections. This is the default. Whether it's inhumane experiments, strange sects, or all kinds of methods that can be criticized and smashed into pieces. After all, the subject is human. That's enough. But not that evil God, he will destroy everything. Compared to this, as long as human civilization can be passed on, it surpasses everything. And this consensus is the handiwork of Martial Long and the previous head of the various powerful families. Inheritance is greater than anything else. If now, a certain existence comes. With the promise of inheritance, human civilization will fall apart in the next second. Not even a hell where anyone can interfere. If there was such a being, the Soul King really wouldn't mind having a conversation with him. This is the true state of human civilization. Only when one is in absolute danger and has been laid out for several generations can one be above death. Hell. Ziye considers himself to be very receptive, and while his knowledge has improved, his state of mind has also become more stable. But when I saw someone from hell starting a live broadcast, I curiously clicked in and took a look. Only then did he understand. I am still too young for such a comparison. The only thing he could do seemed to be 2 secret techniques. Maybe, if you have the opportunity, you can try to spread it. Just in case someone is talented and suddenly has an idea to improve it. It would be good to be able to provide some help more or less when fighting against the evil god. At this time, a call was connected to the spacecraft. After Ziye agreed, there was an extremely serious voice. Whoever you are, stop it. The person who appeared in front of him, according to the logo on his clothes, Ziye recognized that this person should be the city lord. While he was thinking, the city lord's eyes focused on the micro seal with the live broadcast in Ziye's hand. Forward. The scene on the live broadcast was exactly the same as the destruction of the city. The atmosphere on both sides was frozen. I think I can explain. Of course, I have plenty of time. Well, those city defense weapons aren't aiming at me now, are they? Ziye's suspicious tone was not concealed at all. How could it be? The city lord responded with a smile. But somewhere where Ziye couldn't see, a group of people were already busy flying around. Just because he is a man from hell. What about the person in charge of hell in this city? Ziye asked a question again, but this time there was no response. You don't have to do this, because if there was really a need for cleaning, I wouldn't be sent here. Uncle Hun still paid attention to him, and even the tasks were specially arranged. Just seeing the look of the city lord, Ziye knew that no matter what he said, there was no way he could enter the city. Forget it, I will stop that water snake. Be careful and don't come out. The spaceship bypassed the city and pointed directly at Ziye's opponent this time. A water snake in the realm of gods and humans. Chapter 220 The ferocious beast's will to die. The sea suddenly broke open, and there was a tsunami of tens of meters. A giant flowing black snake poked out and looked coldly at the people flying out of the spaceship in the distance. Human! Anger poured out. Ziye stood in the air and looked at the giant snake that was several hundred meters long. Strange, something is obviously wrong with this sea beast. He is at the 9th level of Jianyu at most, but now he has reached the realm of heaven and man. It's very much like using secret techniques. Ziye thought about the ferocious beasts in the live broadcast again, and they seemed to be similar to the ones in front of him. The evil god's method. He secretly said. Come and fight. The black snake rushed straight towards him. Ziye's face showed no fear. Burning blood! Burn the soul! Boom! The giant snake and Ziye flew upside down at the same time. On the way, Ziye summoned the black god flying knife to chop them off, and the giant snake also turned around forcibly and sprayed out a column of water. Boom! The water column was scattered, and the leaves turned into streams of light and approached the black snake. Facing the huge swinging snake tail, boom, boom, boom. The waves produced by the punches even set off hundreds of meters high waves, and waves hit the walls of the distant city. The people on the city wall were speechless, because some of them had already recognized Ziye's identity. Is this a recent graduate? Didn't they talk about crunchy sharks a few years ago? A person wearing the clothes of a certain martial arts school can hardly believe it even when he looks at the waves that are constantly crashing. The secretary next to the city lord suddenly approached the city lord. City lord, those people from hell. Let's keep it closed for now. Jing Jing said, the city lord can no longer believe in hell, even if they have the upper hand now. Battlefield. In a short time, one person and one snake had fought each other more than 1,000 times. The giant snake already knew that it could not deal with Ziye, so it attacked the queen again. Children, come on! The ocean seemed to be dyed with black ink, and countless snakes appeared from behind and headed towards the city. What a beautiful thought! Large swaths of poisonous mist and white flames seemed to come from the sky, stretching as far as the eye could see. Ziye pressed his palm down and heard countless beast roars. However, Black Snake stiffened and suddenly shouted. No, don't, wait! Before he finished speaking, Ziye's eyes looked surprised. Snakes measuring tens to hundreds of meters rushed out of the sea, and the power on their bodies had already exceeded their due weight. The sea serpent comes in front of the leaf and goes boom. It exploded. Not just this one, anyone who can withstand the dual difficulties of poisonous mist and white flame will choose to sacrifice everything and self-destruct. Yes, sacrifice everything. Ziye can see clearly that these sea snakes have sacrificed everything, flesh and blood, soul and longevity. What often rushes out is like a snakeskin supported by skeletons. And there are still many who cannot overcome the two difficulties at all. However, they still rushed out brazenly, just to consume a little bit of the power of the difficulty and give others of the same kind a little more possibility. But the most painful thing was the giant black snake. Lord, we are only willing to provide you with even the smallest help. Lord, those with shells, long fish, and many claws have been defeated. The shells were chopped off offshore, the fish turned into bones, and the claws died in the explosion. We will also be defeated, but we must bite off a piece of human flesh before we die. Lord, we will use everything we have to attack and kill. Lord, the sea is dying, and we do not want to be that man's livestock. Host. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. At this moment, the giant snake actually showed emotional changes that a cold-blooded creature should not have. At this moment, the sorrow of the sea turned into reality. He felt the death of millions of his kind, humans. The snake's body began to wither, and the evil god's power continued to increase. He also offered sacrifices. Maybe it was because of his strong strength, he clearly noticed it. Something had left him forever because of his sacrifice. It doesn't matter anymore. Snake pupil sees through everything and overcomes two difficulties. It is a person who is besieged by countless snakes, and the method of attack is self-destruction. The giant snake came out again, and countless snakes rushed out at the same time, just to consume more power from the difficult situation. The besieging snakes also seemed to feel something and exploded at the same time. This time, although Ziye's physique is abnormal, he has the blessing of panel skills. He was indeed injured by the bomb. Before he could recover, the giant snake attacked. To this, the five elements are nirvana. Boom! The center of the sea. The center of the battlefield between humans and sea beasts. An island rises. The eyes as huge as mountains opened and looked at the 4 people and 1 coffin in the sky. Where's the tiger? Why doesn't he come? It's just a question with no possibility of getting an answer. The King of Death, the King of Mo, the twin kings of the Tian family, and the Ice King. The 5 kings came in person just to kill the source of the disaster. Why did this disaster happen so quickly and violently? Why can the evil god's power spread so quickly? Is the evil god too powerful? This is just one aspect. The evil god's methods are far superior to theirs, but they also have limitations. Without the luck of human civilization, even thousands of means cannot be used. The real reason is that the last king of the ferocious beast, the existence that bears all the fate of the ferocious beast group, directly sacrificed everything. This is something that even the evil god could not expect. The sea began to stir, and tentacles began to move. Human beings, the laws of nature, the victor and the defeated, I have no real hatred for you. But, so what? After this battle, the sea beasts like us will be completely reduced to humans just like the land and air creatures. So, any planet without sea monsters should be destroyed. The 5 kings still didn't speak, and there was a frightening aura in the air. It seemed that he was silently agreeing with the words of the king of ferocious beasts. But, so what? The tentacles pounced and the sea water exploded. A sea beast that temporarily touched the king's territory rushed up the mountain without fear of death. The sound of chains sounded, the coffin was smashed down heavily, the ice was frozen for thousands of miles, and the power of the 2 kings merged. The war begins. This is a battle that affects the planet. Every time they attack and defend, the waves generated can even spread to every continent. If you look at it from outer space, you can also see the blue main body undulating. The first ones to be unable to hold on were those sea beasts who were originally just celestial beings and were qualified to participate in the battle through sacrifice. When they knew they could no longer fight, they rushed directly to the enemy. Self-destruct. But, it's useless. The gap between ordinary heavenly beings and kings is too big, not to mention that the few present are not simple. Even the Ice King has special means to restrain sea beasts. The fighting continued. The kings also had to use several trump cards to finalize the battle. When the tentacles were interrupted and less than 1/10 of the body was left, the Beast King knew that he was unable to fight anymore. Ha ha ha, humans, I will wait for you on the road of the dead. I just hate that I can't be like my people. Having said that, his last trace of vitality burned out. It's like a beginning. The sea beasts fighting fiercely in various places began to die one after another. In front of Ziye, the incomplete giant snake fell down. This is the last one. Others are already dead. Chapter 221 Secret Method. Cleaning his fist, Ziye watched the broken snake body sink into the ocean. He is lucky. Fortunately, humans have triumphed over the beasts here. Moon base. Ziye came alone and what she saw was a group of people carrying out restoration work. Not the repair base, but the entire moon. While they were clearing out the sea monsters, a battle was also taking place in outer space. The battle was so high level that they had to repair a celestial body to prevent a planetary event. Jinyu climbed mountains and filled the sea to become a soldier, Tianren shook the sky and split the earth to become a general, only Wang Xingkong fought alone against all the minions. After just a few glances, a white light appeared beside me. Senior. Let's go. The Ice King didn't say much and rushed into the sun again with Leaf. Amidst the countless flames, Ziye walked out calmly. This time, the Leaf's body lasted a few seconds longer than before it was almost carbonized. 4 souls separated, and dots of golden light began to shine brighter and brighter in the sun flames. It's not enough. A panel appeared in front of Ziye's eyes. Name, Leaf. Age, 21. Qualifications, Earth grade top grade, mutated 5-element body, Earth grade top grade. Realm, Jinyu Realm 3rd level, 4-star 3rd level. Equipment, wolf-shaped mask, lower spiritual grade, black god knife box, upper earth grade, can grow, night clothes, lower earth grade, energy fiber clothing, upper earth grade. Skills, the 5th level of fighting god technique, superior heavenly grade, entry-level star soul vast skill, superior heavenly grade, minor success of immortality and indestructibility skill, superior heavenly grade. Skills, breathing, earth grade 30.56 billion/1 trillion, boxing, earth grade 3 billion/10 billion, body movement, earth grade 2.899 billion/10 billion, combat, earth grade 2.899 billion/10 billion. 5 billion/10 billion, constitution, earth rank middle grade 9.51 billion/10 billion, spirit, earth rank middle grade 9.1 billion/10 billion, alchemy, earth rank lower grade 320 million/1 billion. This was wrong before, I have corrected it. Refined the ice crystals and mental power. In just 1 year, he broke through 2 small realms. His breathing experience suddenly increased by 30 billion, and his physical and mental fitness also broke through immediately. Is this enough? Not enough. The evil god's minions will attack within a few years, and I am just qualified to take part now. The lowest level required is to reach the level of a heavenly being. He knew that his secret attracted the evil god. Those minions will take action sooner rather than later. Leaf, which no longer had a human form, turned his neck and looked at the Ice King. The spiritual force transmitted the message, "Sorry for the trouble, Senior." He was starting to go crazy. "What do you want to do?" After the Ice King finished speaking, the charcoal took a firm step forward. The periphery can no longer satisfy him. The leaves ignored the burning pain and continued to fly deeper into the depths. As each row passed by, bits of shapeless body fragments floated out and then disappeared in an instant. Inexplicable feelings began to emerge all over my body. Madman! The Ice King saw that Ziye was not in a good state and couldn't tell whether it was good or bad. But it is absolutely important not to disturb. Hasn't this kid already lost his status as the man of destiny? He secretly thought that the Ice King still believed that this was all luck's fault. But in fact, it is a compliment to say that Ziye's luck often short-circuits. In the blazing sun, a body of charred coal kept walking. You know, since the advent of the warrior era, everything they knew had changed, and every scene from the myth had taken shape. For example, some forbidden areas and treasure lands are also naturally nurtured. In this way, even the king was reluctant to go deep into the sun filled with countless myths and legends. Like Ice King said before, who knows if something will suddenly appear and the sun is really hot. The leaf-devouring secret method opens independently and deepens as it goes deeper. Neither the 5 elements nor the skills could keep up with the speed of destruction until the white flames ignited. It automatically filled up the body's incompleteness, and at the same time began to swallow the sun's flames at a faster speed. Time passes. Physique, middle grade Earth level 10 billion/10 billion, physique, high grade Earth level 0/100 billion. His own qualifications and physique have been enhanced again, and his immortality power has once again taken a step forward. Spirit, Earth level middle grade 10 billion/10 billion, spirit, Earth level high grade 0/100 billion. The soul that was struggling to support itself in the flames suddenly burst into light. In each soul, a little golden light began to gather towards the core soul bead. Star Soul's vast technique, which was almost ignored by Ziye because of its slow progress, finally made a breakthrough. Introductory Star Soul Vast Technique, Tian Tier High Level, Complete Star Soul Vast Technique, Tian Tier Upper Tier. When the soul bead blends with the golden light, there are some afterimages reflected inside, and there are more light spots. Ziye looked inside and saw the blurry picture inside the soul bead. When the picture in the soul bead is clear, it will be Dacheng. He didn't think about it because there was something more important now. Kill the soul again. The main soul took the initiative to fly out of the body, and the four souls approached but did not melt. The physical body suddenly moved at full strength to swallow the secret method, and the pressure around him suddenly increased sharply. He wanted to use the pressure of the sun to help him recreate the stressful environment in the alchemy palace. In the sun's flames that can burn heavenly beings to death, the five souls have begun to lose their shape. Like ice, it melts into liquid under high temperature and pressure. Pure white flames exploded, and the soul beads in the soul liquid began to move. There was only a mark protecting the leaves, allowing him to keep his spiritual knowledge. Gradually, the soul beads turned into dust and merged into the liquid under high pressure. Five souls unite. The upper limit of Ziye's mental power suddenly reached a level that was previously unreachable. Moreover, his current upper limit is after success. The upper limit of each soul split. The panel will solve all the troubles for him. The Ice King on the side had been dumbfounded, if it hadn't been for Ziye's extra voice transmission to him earlier. She had already been desperate to stop Ziye. After swallowing, a secret method of splitting souls that was bold and suitable for the situation appeared in his mind. One slash after another accurately divided the soul into 7 parts. Although these 7 parts looked at each other, they could no longer be seen as a human soul. But as time passes, the soul began to be completed after more than 10 days. The main soul of Ziye returned, leaving 6 separate souls outside. Feel the physical body. The 5 elements body has made great progress, but it is still far from the limit. The fire intention has been greatly improved. Perceiving it carefully gave Ziye an idea on how to improve the 5 elements body. Qi Wui, waiting for the breath to upgrade. A field appears in the heap. Spiritually and physically, I have 2 heaven-level high-grade skills. Thinking about it this way, I was prepared for the breakthrough of the immortal. You can completely reproduce it yourself, even better. But there is another problem, I am improving too slowly. A crazy idea came to mind. An idea that is enough to scare heavenly beings to death. Chapter 222 Buried in the 5 Elements. Human thinking can never be limited to one place. The leaves themselves are like this. Only by making full use of your own advantages and means can you unleash 1000% of your energy. The eyes in the sun's fire looked into the deepest part. Raising his hand, bang! The charred chest was smashed by his own hands, and a heart condensed with fire was taken out. A thought. A split soul flew up and merged into the heart, the next second. After a violent throw, there were waves of fluctuations. The heart and soul were completely submerged in the sun. Ziye stood here quietly, counting the time. A person's resistance is not the same everywhere. For example, his heart is far more resistant to fire than flesh and blood. This also means, if only the heart. In fact, it can go deep into places with denser energy, and the effect of a soul can be regarded as a hole in the panel. The panel will automatically heal everything, naturally including such trivial matters as losing a heart that condenses the original power. However, it is different when there is a soul. It has flesh and blood and a soul, clearly and completely. After waiting in place for an hour, I had an estimate in my mind. 3 days, the heart alone can support 3 days. This is already very scary. You must know that it is a separated soul. If it is separated from the heart, it will never survive for an hour. At the same time, the panel beats wildly. Sure enough, it's a bit difficult for an honest person like me to develop such a rigid thing. Ziye laughed at himself. If he were the protagonist of Lao Liu's novel in his previous life, he would probably have messed up the screen by now. He shook his head and said, "Senior, let's go back." Ice King asked instead, "What should I do with your original power?" The Ice King, who had already seen Ziye's methods, didn't care at all about the other party's behavior of losing his heart. But the original power is different, almost equivalent to the existence of heart blood and essence blood. Don't worry, it will happen many times in the future. In the end, Ice King didn't ask any more questions and returned to the moon base with Ziye. The first time he came back, Ziye found his senior brother who was patrolling outside. Senior brother, is there a place on the moon that is extremely icy and cold, or has a lot of water energy? After listening to this, the elder brother pointed down. Finally they found Do Wang again, because the mystery of the moon is the reason why the base was built here. It turns out that it works. Although humans currently only have one king of the same attribute, and he is the bottom ice king, it is impossible to figure out what is going on. But it's useful. So it's so important that they don't have the authority to do it. Simple. King Do threw his spear directly to them. I'll just attack whatever I like, and I'll kill anyone who stops me. Also, call the Ice King. She should be able to help with this kind of thing. Other people's opinions? Joke. My own disciples have made such decisions for the sake of mankind. Who dares to have an opinion? Even Martial Long has to be calm when facing the three rising kings from the bottom. They were not chosen by Martial Long and the previous generation of human beings. But it was brought up. So, the Ice King just came back and prepared to practice. He was pulled out again, and after seeing Do Wang's spear, he cooperated 100% with all Zizi's actions. It took 3 days to find the place with the richest water content on the moon. Watching Ziye take out the organs again, and throw in the soul along with it. After doing this, he took out a heart again and the same soul without stopping. Senior, please throw this into the Sunday. In the eyes of Bing Wang who doubted his life, Ziye bowed and left. 3 Kings City. The Soul King looked at the leaves in front of him and didn't even eat snacks. I understand what you are thinking. You just want to find a place with strong attributes of gold, wood, and earth, right? Ziye nodded. He originally wanted to go to several major planets. But I learned from my senior brother that those planets change very little and it is difficult to find a suitable place. The Soul King thought in his heart and had no intention of persuading him. This is Zizi's own path. He can't guide him, he can only provide all the support behind him. For metal properties, the Sui family's Sword Mountain should be able to do it. If it's soil, let me choose a suitable place in the stratum. Mew, if you have a towering tree, it's no problem. In just a few words, the place was chosen for Ziye. And each one is of inhuman difficulty. Sword Mountain is a forbidden area of the Sui family of Kendo. Even if ordinary people come close to it, they will be killed with a sword, let alone borrowing it. As for the formation, if it weren't for Death King's spatial ability, it would have taken too much time to find the right one. Towering tree, this leaf has been seen in the selection of treasures in the hands of kings. I'll help you handle the matter. Just wait for the news. The Soul King directly took everything on himself, except because of Zizi's identity. And there is. He now has an astonishing amount of debts of gratitude. Given the nature and magnitude of hell, it is the best and only choice to do certain things. Now that the decisive battle is approaching, there is no need to keep these favors for anything. Ziye. Soul King felt that he should make a suggestion. Uncle Hun, tell me. You must be familiar with the 5 Elements treasure land in Tianyu University. It is your best nourishment. Ziye nodded. Uncle Hun, isn't there a trump card there? Yes, Soul King nodded and admitted, that is a trump card, but it is only one trump card. I only used 2 when fighting the Beast King. The meaning of the words is very obvious, don't look down on human civilization. It's just a trump card, not important enough yet. Moreover, Ziye, there is another point. No one in human civilization will use that place except you, so it is better to let it maximize its value. Ziye nodded, there was indeed something wrong with his previous gaze. We only think about the rare and precious treasures that can be found but forget about the situation of human civilization. The next few hours. Ziye watched from the side as Uncle Hun started to get busy, and after some operations that he couldn't figure out. Everything is taken care of. The leaves handed out the organs that gathered the original power of the three attributes and attached the soul. The only weird thing is, the Death King did not show up, but opened a gap in the space and took away the organs with chains. After the Soul King gave Ziye the contact information of 5 more people and indicated that they could be responsible for replacing the organs. Ziye returned to Tianyu University without stopping. Stepping into the 5 Elements treasure land again, you can easily reach the core place. The leaves directly left the body behind, put on night clothes to prevent exposure, and buried it deep in the ground. Leave a trace of soul behind again. Ziye looked at the place where he was buried. At this point, all the 7 souls except this one have been arranged. After walking out of the 5 Elements treasure land, Ziye was suddenly stunned. Because, several people were chatting with the guards. It turned out that, unknowingly, Tianyu University welcomed a new group of people. Chapter 223 The New Top Pick. Uncle, is there any way to practice monsters here? The guard shook his head first and then nodded. No, that's not right. The guard remembered the person who had just entered. Ye Kongxiao, as if he had found the only chance in the darkness, gritted his teeth and said, "Can you tell me more about it?" A card was about to be sent to the guard. Ahem, the guard did not take it. After taking a closer look at Ye Kongxiao, he suddenly remembered this person's identity. Although you are the top pick in this class, it's better not to think about it. Really, it's of no use to you. His eyes swept over the rest of the people, all following the first one, thinking of the one they wanted. The boys and girls who practice the legendary cultivation method. Ye Kongxiao wanted to say something else, "Please help me handle it." He followed the guard's gaze and saw an ordinary-looking man holding out a high-level permission card. At least level 6. He confirmed in his heart, because he had seen people below level 6 in the forum. What about you? The guard hesitated for a moment, but still quickly completed the matter. Ziye, who had changed his appearance, got back the permission card and left directly. He still had something to do. He had to deal with the teacher position that he had agreed with the principal before. As for why he changed his face, it's because now he only has one soul body left. Walking out directly, Ziye thought it would cause some trouble. So, he used the function of his energy fiber clothing to look like an ordinary person. This piece of clothing doesn't have much defensive power, but its versatility is really good. Hey! Ziye found someone following him. This person, the guard is talking about, is the top pick in this year's draft. But it was impossible to see through the disguise, so he quickened his pace slightly. Wait a minute, me. Ye Kongxiao said halfway. Seeing that Ziye's speed was not slowing down, he could only speed up. This made Ziye become interested. Whenever Ye Kongxiao wanted to speed up to catch up, he would speed up as well. Keep the distance between the two of them consistent. Inside the Tianyu Palace, 2 figures, one in front and one behind, kept accelerating. Martial Arts Department, Spiritual Department, Cultural Department, Elixir Department. Ye Kongxiao originally thought that their behavior would be stopped midway. He just had to hold on. But the reality is, no one cares at all. The school rules are confusing, right? He said helplessly. Ziye just smiled faintly. Of course the school rules are not confusing. But with his vice principal level authority, he can modify school rules. After almost turning Tianyu around, Ziye finally stopped under a building. Just walk right into it. When Ye Kongxiao saw the other party walking in, he still refused to give up and followed closely. Ziye calmly climbed to the top floor and walked to the door with the sign of the principal's office. Turning around, he saw Ye Kongxiao chasing after him, opened the door and walked in. When the principal heard the door knock, he looked up and was stunned. Just as he was about to ask a question, he saw that the door that Ziye had not closed was opened again. He also knew the person who walked in, having met him before. "What are you doing? Let's discuss becoming a teacher." "It's not this, it's your state." "Oh." Because he was in a good mood, Ziye with a smile on his face immediately removed the simulation. Ye Kongxiao, who was standing behind, pointed at the figure sitting on the chair with his back to him. Because, a living person turned into a soul in front of him. With his 2-star and 1-level mental strength, it was impossible to misread it. Seeing this, the principal breathed a sigh of relief. "Have you developed another secret method?" "No, it's just a little trick." Ziye made a gesture with 2 fingers. The principal instantly lost interest in asking questions, and only heard Ziye say again. "I want to use the 5 elements treasure land." "Okay, I'll seal it later." Based on his understanding of Ziye, this is definitely the meaning of one of the 3 kings. After all, a person who is unwilling to consume too much energy from the treasure land cannot possibly ask for the entire 5 elements treasure land without instructions from others. Ye Kongxiao suddenly felt a lot of pressure now. He seemed to be involved in something involving a big shot. The principal also looked at him. "What's going on?" "I suddenly became interested in playing with my juniors. After all, they are all powerful in Tianyu." "You monster, have you forgotten how many new Taoist hearts were broken in the last trial level?" Ziye coughed twice and looked back at Ye Kongxiao. "So, what's wrong with you?" Ye Kongxiao was stunned. The principal's words struck like a thunder, and the face that turned around was something he could never forget. Forced himself to calm down. "I want to learn, senior yet." "No, it's your cultivation method, teacher yet." "No." Bitterness welled up in my heart, but I was still unwilling to give up. He really had no choice but to think that becoming the top scorer in the college entrance examination would solve everything. "But, teacher yet, please, I swear I will never leak it to anyone, and as long as I succeed, my life will be yours." The figure has become extremely humble. "No." A flash of bright red appeared in Ye Kongxiao's hand, which was caused by the nails piercing into the flesh. "Please." He was about to kneel down, but a hand grabbed his shoulder, preventing him from kneeling down. Looking along the arm, it was Ziye who was already standing in front of him. "Why am I in such a bad mood like I was before?" "Hey, wake up, principal! Isn't this how Tianyu University treats the #1 scholar now?" Ziye complained one after another, and the principal, who was shot inexplicably, was helpless. "This matter is a bit troublesome." "Trouble? Who else is targeting this kid?" Ziye couldn't think of anything that would make the principal of Tianyu University helpless. Ye Kongxiao, who was caught by him, answered Zizi's question. "No, it's a matter in my family. I want to become stronger, stronger." This time, Ziye didn't respond for a long time. He seemed to know why he was interested in this kid. Because he is very much like himself. One person runs in front and the other person chases behind them, still controlling the distance. Without even realizing it, Ziye regarded the other person as himself. He became Brother Duanmu. And now, the same thing. "Boy, are you willing to follow me?" Ye Kongxiao replied instantly, "I am willing, as long as I can become stronger." "You will become stronger. Have you joined the club now?" "Not yet." Ziye nodded, "Then go to the Genius Club, and I'll go there and be a consultant. By the way, the teacher's matter is just as I said, just a casual job." "No." The principal watched Ziye grabbing Ye Kongxiao and leaving. "It saves me some trouble. Pull out one file from the stack and discard it directly." As the decisive battle gets closer, the various human forces control the situation more strictly. In contrast, even a very outstanding genius has become less important. Because there is not enough time, the most it can do is a true martial realm. This led to the fact that even if he wanted to deal with a force that was not considered a big family, he had to do it secretly. However, if it is a leaf night home? What night home? There is no Yejia at all. Chapter 224 5 White Rats. In the corridor. Ziye has a plan for his next time. The first is the panel, which is already growing experience according to maximum efficiency. Unless the strength is greatly improved, this is the upper limit. So, he plans to work hard in other areas. State of mind, secret skills, and luck. Genius Society. Because it wasn't time to recruit people yet, when two strangers entered the place, they immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. Ye Kongxiao just followed Ye Ziye, all the way straight to the president's room. Ye Ziye knocked on the door and said, "Come in." Opening the door, it was Tianyu who had become much more mature. "Who are you?" The next second, his steady demeanor almost collapsed. Ye Ziye took off his disguise and sat directly on the sofa in the room. "Don't be like this, calm down." Calm? A living person directly turns into a soul body. If it were anyone else, it would be called a ghost. Tianyu said in his heart, but he quickly accepted Ye Ziye's condition. "Are you coming?" "Oh, I want to be named as a consultant in the Genius Club, and the teacher status should be available soon." "No problem." Tianyu agreed immediately. "Also, recruit him in." Ye Ziye pointed at Ye Kongxiao, who had been silent. 2 minutes later, the application written by the president of the Genius Club was approved. "Finally, I plan to teach a few people, him, Tianlin, Gan Chuan, and you can arrange 2 more." Ye Ziye said 2 names. Tianlin and Gan Chuan can both be said to be lucky people. Even if there is no personal relationship, there must be 2 of them. "Su Xiaolong and I," Tianyu said decisively. "I think that since the training camp, he has been working hard with the leaves as his goal. Now that he has this opportunity, he must have himself. Su Xiaolong is not the #1 genius of their generation. It's just a pity that we are in the same era as them. In terms of fame, it can only be said to be higher than Han Yu." A message was sent on the phone, and soon the 3 of them arrived. After listening to Tianyu's words, Tianlin and Gan Chuan had no problem. "Okay, but I want to fight you first." Su Xiaolong's eyes ignited with the flames of fighting. Ye Ziye hesitated, "Are you sure?" He remembered that Su Chongkong was defeated by Long Wushuan. But now, the girl in his eyes gradually overlaps with the former Su Chongkong. "Sure. I think so. I'm sure." Ye Ziye looked at Su Xiaolong, who was at the 2nd level of the Unity Realm. If there was no accident, she will probably break through to Jinyu when she is about 30 years old, and then successfully become a heavenly being, and begin to spend her life searching for the King Realm. This is also the level of top human geniuses. But it's just genius. Then let's start, right here. Su Xiaolong first looked at Tianyu. After all, this is the president's room. It would be bad if things were broken. Tianyu made a casual gesture. The next second, Su Xiaolong thrust out his sword, and his speed was so fast that he would be killed instantly. Clamping the sword's edge up and down with 2 fingers, Ye Ziye lifted one of them at will, and then knocked it down gently. Buzz! The power from the sword hilt directly broke away from Su Xiaolong's hand. The outcome has been decided. None of the leaves stood up. He is invincible to the gods, and it is not impossible to defeat the gods from the 1st to the 3rd level. Ye Kongxiao stirred up waves in his heart. This was exactly the power he wanted. A few days later, for convenience, Tianyu directly rented a training ground. He now has no shortage of time to use the facility. Ye Ziye walked in here with a book in his hand. Tianyu and the other 5 had been waiting for him for a long time. "You guys learn from each other first." After saying this casually, Ye Ziye sat aside and read the alchemy notes in his hand. The 5 people looked at each other, but still started to discuss according to Ziye's words. However, the strength gap between them is a bit big. The strongest Tianyu is now at the 6th level of the Unity Realm, and his strength is at the True Martial Realm. The weakest one is Ye Kongxiao, who is currently only at the 3rd level of Qi and Blood Realm. It was like this for several days. Until another day, Ye Kongxiao was still the first to arrive. But when they saw the cauldron set up in the training ground, and the leaves who told them to leave first yesterday. Teacher Ye, what is this? He came closer and smelled the strong smell of medicinal materials. My improved secret recipe can improve your foundation. Ziye put away the tools in his hand, and now he is just missing the last ingredient. A small bottle suddenly appeared in his hand, which continuously exuded the power of the 5 elements. A ray of red poured out from it, which was the blood he drew from his own body. The moment the bottle appeared, Ye Kongxiao felt an irresistible pressure. Could that blood be that of heavenly beings and ferocious beasts? Ziye did not explain his plan when everyone arrived. 5 identical techniques were summoned by him. This is a simplified version that I combined based on the 5 elements body tempering technique. It's about the same level as a lower grade one. I have eliminated the side effects of practice, and the difficulty has also been reduced, and I have combined it with special medicinal baths. Tianyu looked at the large iron pot roasted by pure white fire and swallowed his saliva. He felt that facing white fire would not be much better than ordinary people being burned by fire. Ziye did not give them a chance to object, after confirming that he had written down the exercises. He threw them all in with each hand, only pausing when throwing Su Xiaolong. Don't worry, this medicinal bath will not damage your clothes. Bang! Another figure crashed into the water. After Ziye finished all this, he sat quietly and read a book. This is an alchemy book found through hell. He plans to try to improve the destiny of human civilization in the next few years. This is difficult for others, because no matter what aspect, there must be a considerable breakthrough. But he is different, he has the blessing of a panel. As long as he is below the corresponding level, he is omnipotent. Just like medicinal baths, it's just waiting for him to research low-cost alternative materials. The lower limit for ordinary people will increase again. There are also weapon refining, formations, talismans, the improved basic breathing method that I had thought of before, etc. By the way, you can also brush up on swordsmanship and so on. Just create a spiritual level and an earth level, and then use all the benefits of upgrading to things like basic swordsmanship. Human lower limit +1. Luck +1. Human lower limit +1. Human lower limit +1. Luck +1. And these 5 people he brought can be regarded as the guinea pigs for his experimental results. However, even though it is a guinea pig, it has a lot of benefits. For example, the luck that comes after one's success will most likely be shared among the 5 of them. Subconsciously, they looked up at the cauldron. Tianlin, Gan Chuan, and Ye Kongxiao had problems with their strength. He has jumped out and is refining the energy in his body outside. His eyes stayed on Gang Huan. If we say who among these 5 people he has a better relationship with, it must be Gam Chuan. Not only because of the orphanage, Ziye also had some apologies to him. The arm he was missing could not be restored due to the power of the evil god. We can only wait until the time comes to see if luck can work out. It has been a month in a blink of an eye. Chapter 225 Ye Family. The energy and blood in Ye Kongxiao's body were surging, and he was in a medicinal bath. Even if his body had reached its limit, it would not stop. The 3rd level of Qi and Blood Realm. In just 1 month, he made a breakthrough. And the real strength is far superior to those in the same realm. A feeling of joy arose in my heart, but I suppressed it immediately until today's medicinal bath was over. Practical combat session. Ziye will suppress the strength to the same level as them and guide their fighting level. Facing Ziye who was holding a book in his hand, he bowed solemnly and said, Teacher yet, I'm on board. Ziye did not raise his head, but turned slightly to avoid the sword. The sword's edge immediately became a sweep, and in response to this, he just took a step back and failed again. The two of them attacked and hid, leaving a trail of afterimages in between. Ziye now had an extra pen in his hand compared to before, and the pen in his hand seemed to be filled with energy as he wrote out various materials. Even if he suppresses his mental strength and physical fitness to the same level, he will not be able to take a look at the sword blades that come at him. When the last kind is written. Simplified version 5 elements medicinal bath. It's done. The next moment, he sensed an inexplicable existence. Take one step forward and punch with one punch. Just in time to cut off all means of survival for Ye Kongxiao, he stopped a few centimeters in front of his eyes. This. Ye Kongxiao still maintained his sword-drawing posture, and even though he had seen him many times, he still couldn't understand it. Regardless of the other party's reaction, Ziye began to talk about the mistakes the other party had made in just 10 minutes. I said hundreds of things. It should have been corrected slowly in small steps. After all, he understood that going too far is not enough. But this time it was different, Ziye could feel it. The destiny that was originally directed toward you is shifting. The transfer object is Ye Kongxiao. Xiao Cheng's vast star soul method has already made him aware of it. Have you made so many mistakes? Ye Kongxiao originally thought that there would only be a few things to correct this time, but things did not develop as he thought. Okay, next one. Gan Chuan walked out, holding a giant sword in his only remaining arm. Since arriving at Tianyu University, it took him a long time to finally find his own way. Overwhelm everything. Ye Kongxiao gave up his position and walked to a corner of the training ground alone. Just as I was about to start training, Diddy. The phone rang. After taking it out and taking a look, he hung up and muted the phone, but the next message made him unable to escape. Leave alone and quietly. Ziye, who was playing with Gan Chuan, gave Tianlin a look during the gap. Outside the training ground. The night sky Xiao who came out has stopped, not far away. Isn't this my good brother? Why doesn't he even answer his brother's call? It's his good brother, Ye Kongchen. He walked over and put his hand on him, Pa. Ye Kongxiao directly knocked the outstretched hand aside. What's wrong, brother, don't you know how to respect your brother? There was a chill in the smile on his face. If this thing hadn't gotten in touch with those big shots, why would I have wasted so many words with him? Originally, due to matters in the department, I never had time to deal with this younger brother. In the end, I finally had no problem solving the problem, so I just wanted to come here to train, but suddenly I heard about my younger brother. I don't have a brother. Frankly speaking, he could hardly maintain the malicious smile on his face. You've really grown up, but you don't think that just being on the line with a big shot will be useful. The malicious voice made Ye Kongxiao lower his head. He thought he had the status of the top pick. You can use this to get rid of the family and even clear your mother's name. However, he, the top pick, is extremely cheap. All illusions were shattered after talking to the principal. It was also because of this that he set his sights on the training methods of legendary monsters. Seeing that his brother had returned to his former self, Ye Kongchen stretched out his hand again. Don't you see that he is in a bad mood now? Tianlin grabbed the hand reaching for Kongxiao, glanced at the second generation coldly, and then shook it off vigorously. You? What? Not convinced? Tianlin saw that Ye Kongchen was still not leaving, and a blood card suddenly appeared in his palm. Above is a blood general with the corresponding authority. Realm of Heaven and Man. On the other hand, in the Ye family, the strongest person in the family is only a true martial artist. Naturally, Ye Kongchen could only shut up and leave. Tianlin looked at Ye Kongxiao at this time. I'll rest today. Do you mind going with me for a drink? Ye Kongxiao responded. Later, Tianlin took Kong Xiao into a luxurious private room. He poured 2 glasses of his favorite wine and said, "Just tell me anything you have to say. As a senior, I can also give you some advice." Ye Kongxiao's face showed the bitterness in his heart, and he began to talk about his original thoughts. "Senior Tian, why am I, the number 1 scholar, useless at this? It's not that the number 1 pick is useless, it's that you were in the wrong era." Tianlin sighed. There was nothing wrong with his junior's ideas in any aspect. The family is no bigger than a Jinyu family. If the original intention is sincere enough, someone will come to help solve the problem. The only change is this era. External disasters are coming, and internal strife will never be allowed. Even those things committed by people in hell before. With the joint efforts of high-level officials and the cooperation of various plans, the situation was quelled. "Senior brother Yat, do you know the evil god?" In the next few hours, Tianlin will tell the evil god, the lucky person, the high-level officials, etc. All told, because he and the Soul King have reached a consensus, his authority in hell is quite high. There are only 5 people taller than him. So what I know is far beyond what others imagine. At the same time, a mysterious fate began to envelope this place. Ye Kongxiao first went from puzzlement to shock, and finally to relief. It turns out that mankind is facing this kind of crisis. In this case, I am really insignificant. That's not necessarily the case. Tianlin's words shocked Ye Kongxiao's heart again. "I have a hunch that you are also the lucky one." A beam of light shone on him, and Ye Kongxiao felt that it was unreal, but my age is obviously not it. "You think my age is right?" Ye Kongxiao also realized that he was a few years older, but Tianlin seemed to be even more different. "This has something to do with Mr. Yat. He gave us his luck and made us the lucky ones." There was absolute respect in Tianlin's voice. If Ziye hadn't been so determined, he would have called him master even in public. "Yat, teacher." Ye Kongxiao didn't know what to say at this time, and Tianlin asked further. "Don't get excited yet. Apart from the benefits I mentioned, the identity of the lucky person will make him the first to face any evil means, and that's not all. Even among the 9 people, 1 died at the hands of the evil god, and another died in the high-level plan." Tianlin said, "Everything has a price." Now, only 3 people know about Ye Kongxiao's identity change. I, Tianlin, Ye Ziye. All the decisions fell into the hands of Ye Kongxiao, if he didn't want to accept this identity. Show your attitude and shut up. No matter the leaves or the forest, they won't say much. I need this identity. The words of decision fell, and this was just the beginning. I want to make those people pay, and I will do whatever it takes to do that. Senior, it's just like what you just said. In this era, there are always sacrifices. Maybe I can make one more sacrifice. Chapter 226 Basics. Okay, do you want my help? Tianlin once again filled their empty wine glasses. No, I want to try it myself. Ye Kongxiao said. If he could take revenge with his own hands, he would have no regrets. In the next few days, training continued as usual. Ye Kongxiao works the hardest, but Gang Huan is very lazy. Whether it's fighting or anything else, his performance is very ordinary. Compared with the others, this ordinary one is still a crusher in all aspects against ordinary geniuses. Ye Ziye didn't say anything about this. It wasn't a big deal if he didn't want to be in the limelight. As long as it's not real food. Today, a person walked into this training ground, and Su Xiaolong, who was training, noticed. He rushed over and said, "Brother." Su Chongkong also greeted him with a smile, his gratitude to Jianduoduo deepening in his heart. The relationship he and his sister have now depends entirely on Jianduoduo's help. After all, you can't expect a guy who doesn't understand women at all to be able to perfectly handle the relationship with his rebellious sister. Brother is busy now. I'll treat you to a cake tonight. Su Chongkong looked at his sister who was going back to training. She was the little princess of the entire Su family. It wasn't until Ziye came closer that he realized, Ziye, why did you come to me? It's not a big deal. Ziye moved his palms, I just want to learn swordsmanship. Two ordinary long swords appeared, and their grades were impressively middle-grade mortals. Su Chongkong. In the center of the training ground. The two stood opposite each other, and Ziye taught Su Chongkong many techniques and keys. Recite the basic sword moves silently in your mind. In one breath. Bang! The figure had already flashed in front of Su Chongkong, and the two long swords were already clashing. Swordsmanship, 1/1 without entering the level, swordsmanship, low-level mortal level 10/10, swordsmanship, top-level ordinary level 2000/10,000. After being promoted to the best mortal level in one move, Ziye decisively threw all the benefits into the basic sword move. The whole person's momentum suddenly changed, and he struck out with another sword. Su Chongkong easily solved it again, but he had doubts in his heart. Has Ziye practiced swordsmanship before? What he doesn't know is that in the arena of geniuses in the universe, the fists of the five figures were entangled with a trace of sword energy. The two of them passed each other in a few more moves. Swordsmanship, 2000/100,000 for the best mortal level, swordsmanship, 0/100,000 for the lowest spiritual level. There was a hint of sword intent in Ziye's sword. Hey! Su Chongkong was stunned for a moment, but he still broke Ziye's offensive with a single pick. In the next few hours, Ziye's swordsmanship has improved by leaps and bounds, and the progress has been so fast that Su Chongkong is no longer confident. And this is just the beginning. One thing to know. The qualifications on the panel are not just cultivation qualifications, but everything. That is to say, the leaf that represents the top-level qualifications. No matter in any aspect, he is close to the level of the first genius of human civilization. This is close because Long Wushuan is there. As for Su Chongkong, he was even worse than himself. Just 10 days later. Skill, swordsmanship, low-level earth level 0/1 billion. Su Chongkong, who is still in the Unity realm, has a swordsmanship level that is only at the middle level of the Earth rank. With the nature of the panel, Ziye has been able to claim to be the best swordsman of the younger generation. As for Su Chongkong, he completed the experience of not being completely tortured by one of the two monsters, Ziye. When Ziye threw the modified basic sword moves to him, monster, he left with these words. 2 days later, Long Wushuan came full of joy. Half a month later, he left with a basic marksmanship book and a look of doubt on his face. A certain heavenly being who was famous for his swordsmanship came to Tianyu University in an extremely eye-catching way. When I saw Ziye, I could tell at a glance that this was a person who had no experience with swordsmanship. I felt disdain in my heart. The opponent is indeed the number one genius in mankind, but it would be wrong to think that his sword skills are that simple. 10 days later, Ziye looked at the basic knife skills in his hand with satisfaction. The other party is really capable, and it would be better if he could restore his previous attitude. This is the young master's order from the Tianyu Martial Arts School. If you don't accept it today, I won't leave. Leave. 18 kinds of weapons, palms, legs, etc. Winter and spring are like empty traces of air, gone in the blink of an eye. A basic encyclopedia was written by hand, and it is extremely exquisite. If someone can understand half of the true meaning, it is enough to understand the meaning. With a smile on his face, Ziye felt that a stream of luck was tied to him. Teleport to 5 people. His eyes moved and stopped on Su Xiaolong. Unknowingly, it has been a year and she is about to graduate. Secretly activate the vast magic of the star soul and sense it. Now the opponent's luck is already at the first level among the 9 people. With his help this year, his strength has improved even more horribly. His own realm has reached the 5th level of unity. 3 times a year, it has surpassed Su Chong Kong. And now, because of some resource division issues, on the eve of graduation, I will have a battle with a former genius. It is said that it is because of the division of resources, but in fact Ziye understands that it is luck that is causing trouble. Therefore, I came with great interest. I plan to see what kind of extravagant activities Lun will do. It was still the same arena, still crowded with people. Su Xiaolong jumped onto the ring from below, his beauty like a fairy descending to earth instantly ignited the atmosphere of the scene. His eyes scanned the crowd, only stopping slightly when he saw certain people. Ziye smiled and waved slightly, responding to her. Su Xiaolong's opponent was a strong man at the 9th level of the Unity realm, who had stayed in this realm for a long time. A breakthrough could occur at any time. As for Su Xiaolong, everyone's understanding of him was still only a year ago. So most people don't think highly of her, but Ziye is very relieved. The battle begins. The 2 of them burst out at the same time with strength close to the true martial arts realm. Su Xiaolong kept swinging the sword. After practicing the improved version of the basic sword moves, she was in the state of transformation with every move. The opponent you kill is hard to resist. She also practiced the simplified version of the 5 elements body tempering method. Their physical fitness is not much worse than that of their opponents, and they are even better in terms of resilience. The weapons were parried together, and the sword intent reached the sky. There is no possibility of turning over in another way. The corresponding crowd burst into exclamations. Initially, they were just amazed at Su Xiaolong's appearance. But now, this abnormal strength has seduced the fear in their hearts that they were once dominated by monsters. The battle on the ring did not last long, followed by another sword cry. Conquer the 4 realms and win. Su Xiaolong's name will have a place in Tianyu University's graduation rankings. Amid the various exclamations from people, Su Xiaolong did not show any excitement. He just found the correct position and bowed to someone in the audience. In an instant, everyone's eyes focused on a very ordinary person. Leave. Damn it, luck is coming to me. Chapter 227. If you don't agree, you'll be beaten to death. Who is this person? A question arises in the minds of thousands of people at the same time. The ordinary man just sighed. He could not have expected that he was the one being tricked by Yun. What's the meaning? Ziye couldn't figure it out, but she still removed her disguise. The next moment, everyone was stunned for a moment. Hiss. Trouble. Ziye stood up. He didn't know what Yun was planning. But, as long as it is beneficial to human civilization, it's fine. That's enough. Monster. These 2 words directly dominated the school forum, and the more you refreshed it, the more related information appeared. Everyone, pay attention and control the wind direction. Tianyu ordered his men. I watched more than a dozen people quickly deal with everything on the forum, blocking and deleting what needed to be blocked. Tianyu suddenly felt a little emotional. A few years ago, he was a man who was ordered around, and now he was ordering others around. But it's still a long way off. The image of Duo emerged in his mind. The other party's methods were far beyond his. It was just that when he first took over the position of president, Duo had said a few words to him, and he still hadn't understood them until now. Another place. Ye Kongchen was in his residence, looking at the information in the forum. Why, that guy is so lucky. Why? The phone in his hand was crushed. After being forced back by Tianlin, he specifically asked someone to investigate the identities of those people. As a result, Tianyu and Su Xiaolong didn't say anything. The power behind him can crush the Ye family with just one finger. The remaining 2 could not be found either, especially Tianlin. This ordinary person actually has the authority of the Hell realm. Ye Kongchen was powerless and furious. What he didn't know was, if Tianlin had not specifically told Hell, his Ye family would have been destroyed by someone in the Heaven realm long ago. Ranked 6th. Just a joke? Monster, monster. Ye Kongchen suddenly thought of the legendary cultivation method. Then think about Su Xialong's unreasonable strength. Yes, it must be this. Are all the intelligence personnel in the family useless? What's with the devouring flame? It's definitely a trick. He suddenly figured it out. It must be like this because the facts are here. He only knows that facts are above all else. But they don't know that vision determines facts. Training ground. There were only 4 of them this time. After graduation, Su Xiaolong followed his brother's example and went traveling. Teacher Ye Ziye, who was reading a book, raised her head and asked, Kong Xiao, what's wrong? Ye Kong Xiao first lowered his body in silence, I want your cultivation method. No. Ye Ziye closed the book in her hand and said, why are you talking about this again? With a distressed look. Didn't this kid give up? It is really not convenient to let others know his cultivation method, especially the person who is destined to be in trouble. You know, death is death, and luck is just a means, not omnipotent. Ye Kongxiao felt full of guilt. He felt extremely lucky to have the guidance of Teacher Ye. Teacher Ye never owes himself anything. What's going on? Family matters. Ye Kongxiao nodded heavily, Teacher Ye. Stop. Ye Ziye had no interest in listening to what was going on. A Jinwu family wouldn't be worthy of appearing in front of him if they didn't look at Xiao Shenyan in the night sky. The cultivation methods can't be given to you, and you can't use them, but there can be simpler solutions to things. Either you go find Tianlin, or you wait a few years and go by yourself. Ye Ziye's words were very straightforward and true. The family that is destroyed by hell can have one more Ye family. Ye Kongxiao wanted to choose the latter, otherwise he would not have thought about the cultivation method again. But there's not enough time. Home is his only weakness, and he doesn't have much time. If you choose the latter, I will protect you for 3 years, and the Ye family will not disturb you for 3 years. 3 years? Is it enough? Enough. Even if it's not enough, it must be enough. I choose to go by myself. Ye Ziye took out his phone and found one of the 5 contacts at the bottom. Go to Yi's house and tell Ye Kongxiao that I will guarantee him for the next 3 years. Yes. Ye Ziye thought for a while and added, if you dare to make any small moves, you will be destroyed directly. The matter was settled. This is the benefit of strength, and all the twists and turns are useless. Just one sentence. Do you agree or not? If you don't agree, you'll be beaten to death. Ye Kongxiao began training far more arduously than before. Ye Ziye also found the guy who is known as the first formation master of mankind from hell. Xiao, as a senior, it's okay for me to call you that. No, let's start quickly. Ye Ziye has no objection. Regardless of his age or his current status as a student and teacher, there is no problem with calling him this. In such a hurry, I have to explain in advance that my formation is not a good thing. Looking at Ye Ziye's temperament like a little white rabbit, he didn't know why Ye Ziye was called a madman. Although he usually studies formations and doesn't care about worldly affairs, he is still very accurate in seeing people, even some special techniques can be seen through. As everyone knows, Ye Ziye has now learned all the special skills of the entire human civilization. Fast forward 1 month later. There is one more human formation master. Ye Ziye waved his hand and scattered 81 formation flags. In an instant, the blood refining formation was completed. The whole training ground is in it. The few people who were still cultivating all felt powerless. Being in the formation, only Tianyu had a chance to resist among the 4 of them, while the other 3 turned into lambs to be slaughtered. Several phantom seals were produced in Yezi's hand, and the formation began to shrink. Throwing out a handful of bloodstones again, the core of the formation changed from the formation flag to the bloodstone. It's done. Ziye looked happy. The shrunken formation began to use the bloodstone as energy, bursting out new power. Where are you going to use this formation? The formation teacher asked. In just 1 month, he can master his best blood refining formation and make improvements. Genius is absolute, but he can't understand the necessity of such improvement. The improved formation can be installed on an individual to explode with powerful power at the cost of everything. But no matter the consumption, there are still only 2 of them who can form the formation. They are all flaws. Use it on me. You don't even have much use for your body now. Ziye turned his head and looked in the direction of the 5 elements treasure land. It's imprinted on my body. When Ziye took him into the long forbidden 5 elements treasure land, at the core. When he dug out his own body, the formation master who had seen the big scene was also stunned. Pointing at the body filled with black flying knives, he couldn't say a word for a long time. That's it, you can use my body for experiments as you like without worrying about the side effects. I just want results. Really? After he reacted, he didn't flinch. But he also reveals his crazy side. Such a masterpiece that can be used for random experiments, even if you die immediately after the experiment is over, you will not regret it at all. Chapter 228 Sacrifice and Half Monster. Instrument Road. Fu Dao. Both are missing from humanity, so to speak. There are countless weapons in the hands of high-level warriors, especially those that are simply made without technology. As for the magic talisman, this thing is so rare that many people will never see it once in their lifetime. Therefore, it takes more time for the leaves to reach a sufficient level. The months passed like water. Something happened in the middle. Long Washuan came to him specifically once and asked for this basic axe technique. And Tianlin disappeared in the eyes of others for more than half a month, actually returning to hell. When he reappeared, the whole person was a little less angry. He is not practicing normally, he just follows Ziye, and Ziye acquiesces. One day, something was written on my hand. Do you regret it? Ziye suddenly asked. No regrets. A mechanical and emotionless answer. In the calmness, the sound of the pen writing became faster. The basics of weapon refining, complete. Only one of the 4 major skills was left, and he specially found a friend for this one. Ziye. Qian Duoduo walked into the training ground. Yes, a lot of money. Or you can also call him the head of the Qian family and the master of Fu Tao. Ziye nodded. If he hadn't noticed the fatigue deep in the other person's expression, he would be in a good mood. How's it going? Qian Duoduo knew what Ziye was asking. There's something wrong. What hell is doing conflicts with the registration? Ziye, a city without heavenly beings is not suitable for staying in for too long. The meaning is obvious. In the plan, all those without heaven-level combat power will be items that may be sacrificed. Ziye fell silent, thinking of Qing Shui City. It is naturally impossible for Qing Shui City to be sacrificed, but what about the thousands of other Qing Shui cities? Previously, it was only a partial seaside city, but it caused more than 10 million casualties. Moreover, the top human beings spent a lot of effort and had to add that the perpetrator was hell and direct all the firepower to hell to calm people down. If there is a next time. Feeling the increasingly heavy atmosphere, Ziye suddenly thought of a possibility. Do you think that in the end, the evil gods will not kill as many people as humans? Both of them smiled bitterly, and they, the lucky ones, were working hard. What needs to be strengthened becomes stronger, what needs to be laid out, and what needs to be sacrificed. A few months later, Qian Duoduo rejected the basic encyclopedia of Fu Dao when leaving. No, you'd better let me work less. A few days later, Tianlin also came to Ziye. Sir, I have to leave. Yet. Ziye only responded. In the sound of turning books. Tianlin bowed deeply, his ending may be more tragic than most people. But as a warrior, he is most fortunate to meet adults. The evil god is coming, and he is also the god-killing soldier. Another year is about to pass. At the graduation party of the Genius Club, one person is forever missing. When another group of new people replace the old people. At this time, Gang Huan was a senior. I don't know if it was a coincidence or something else, but Ziye brought 5 people with him in total. There is one each from freshman to further studies. On this day, a relic was born. It caused a wave of fluctuations in the entire human society, because the ruins basically appeared in the early days of the warrior era. Only a few are not. And what era is it now? It is the final era that determines survival. Not to mention that the ruins have been revealed, all the higher level ones have already disappeared. Whether it was those in the valley, the alchemy palace, or others, they had all left. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. After testing by dedicated personnel and searching a large amount of information, we concluded that this is a special relic. Only special persons under the age of 22 can enter. When the expert came to this conclusion, he said it in a cryptic way. People who are lucky are only said to be special people. Because the situation with the leaves is not a secret, but is prevalent throughout human civilization. The only 2 lucky people of the right age are under Ziye's hands. Facing the sudden appearance of the ruins, Ziye directly called Gan Chuan and Ye Kongxiao over. That's the situation. The ruins are very special. No one can tell what's inside. Teacher Ye, I'll go. Ye Kongxiao barely hesitated, having endured so much kindness. Now that there is a place where I can help, it is naturally impossible to refuse. Gan Chuan on the side, Brother Ye, I'll go too. There are still 3 months until the ruins are opened. If you don't want to go, don't go. No one dares to force you. After Ziye said this, he continued to read the book. Now, he still has 2 biggest difficulties that he has not yet overcome. Breathing methods, spiritual exercises. Because the corresponding 2 skills were upgraded too slowly, and he was unwilling to use the benefits of the upgrade in such a place. So, you can only rely on yourself. Ye Kongxiao and Gang Huan noticed that Ziye's mind was immersed in books again, like a traveler searching in the sea of books. The 2 left slowly, although even if they ran away loudly on purpose, they would never disturb Ziye. When you are far enough away, try with me. Ah! Ye Kongxiao looked at Gang Huan, a senior with only 1 arm left, who usually looked like a jerk no matter what he was training or doing. The strength shown is also a bit weak. Gan Chuan didn't give him a chance to refuse and took out his heavy sword. Come. Okay. Is this considered sharpening one's weapons before battle? This time I have to hold back. After all, I am a senior, and I usually take good care of myself. Ye Kongxiao had already thought about how to draw a tie, under the white light above his head. The not-so-strong figure rushed out instantly, leaving a white mark between the sword blades. The heavy sword stood on the side, and the palm raised high was holding the murder weapon only a few centimeters away from the white mark. What? Gang Huan pushed hard with his palm, leaving 2 scratches on the ground with a look of disbelief on Ye Kongxiao's face. Now, do you still want to hold on? Gan Chuan turned his palm towards him, without using the heavy sword, and grabbed his sword at the cost of only a white mark. What a strength and fighting level this is! Ye Kongxiao swallowed, even President Tianyu said that he could be compared with his peers. The senior in front of him is only 1 year older than him, so how could there be such a big gap in strength? No. He replied surprisingly calmly. The figure wearing black short sleeves rushed over again. There was an instant black thunder and lightning mixed with white light flowing shadow, the body was lowered, and speed must be used to win. Seeing the heavy sword being held by one hand, he had to hurry up. Head on! The épée smashed and boom! The black lightning flew up at a faster speed and hit the top of the training ground with a bang. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3. Kaka! Bang! Ye Kongxiao was stared at the special material for 2.5 seconds before falling off. 9 people are above the level, if both hands are there. Tianyu had already seen that Gan Chuan was hiding, but was shocked when he showed it. He didn't expect to be able to hide so much. Half monster level. He seemed to have seen the moment when 2.5 monsters became 3 monsters. There are actually 4 monsters out of 3. This kind of reasonable thing may become the subject of discussion among the freshmen. Chapter 229. A glass of wine in Ganghuan. Every time the heavy sword is swung, a mountain is leaping. The black wall was reflected in Ye Kongxiao's eyes, and he adjusted his body shape in an instant, but it was still not enough. He was knocked away again and rolled several times on the ground before stopping. Looking up at the unusually calm Ganghuan, his state of mind was so different. He is only at the first level of the Unity Realm now. Senior Gan is actually at the 5th level of the Unity Realm, and his strength is directly at the True Martial Realm. True Martial Realm. A ball of fire lit up in my heart, and I forced myself to stand up. If I could defeat the senior, would it mean that his strength had also reached the true martial arts level? The battle continues. It was said to be a battle, but in fact it was just a unilateral beating of Ye Kongxiao by Gan Chuan. It doesn't stop until late at night. Because he is the president and has many things to deal with, Tianyu is the first to leave every time. Before leaving, he said one more thing. Almost half a monster. Gan Chuan looked at his junior brother, bowed to Brother Yet, left, and then walked to Ye Ziye. Brother Yet, pour me a glass of wine. Under the stars. Ye Ziye found an open space and sat on the ground together with Gan Chuan behind him. The wind blows the grass low, the leaves move and fly, and a wine glass appears in front of Ganghuan. After a few breaths, he seemed to have made up his mind. Reach out and grab hold of your responsibility. Ye Ziye looked at this younger brother and realized that Tianyu was actually a bit wrong. He can already be considered half a monster and does not need to wait until later because of age. Gamhuan did not enter Shenwu University through the normal college entrance examination, and was even 1 year away from the college entrance examination at that time. It was because of his identity as a lucky person. Although due to Long Wushuan's reasons, he basically missed the opportunity. But with Ye Zi's training, the realm of pure martial arts has surpassed that of Ye Ziye at that time. Of course, it's just a level. In terms of combat, Ye Ziye at this age can beat him 3 times. But Gam Chuan said from the very beginning that he had no ambition. As a result, most people will automatically ignore this person. It wasn't until I entered Shenwu University for a year that I finally found my own path. Ye Zi's palm holding the wine bottle tilted slightly, and the strong wine smelling of alcohol collided with the wall of the cup. I used to be in an orphanage. The dean will pour a glass of wine for everyone who is about to walk out. Represents responsibility and support. Now, it's his turn. The wine glass was nearly full, and Gam Chuan was already holding it with both hands. Raise your head and take a gulp. A gust of wind blew by, causing me to feel slightly tipsy. Gan Chuan said something that he had noticed a long time ago. Brother Yet, I have a hunch that the ruins are not simple. We have too much luck. Luck, too much. Ye Ziye repeated the sentence, but with a completely different tone. Looking at this familiar relative, he opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. Transport. Too many. The abnormality of a thing, no matter how many, few, rare, or common, represents an accident. An accident means that stronger strength is needed to ensure the normal development of everything. But Ganghuan doesn't have enough strength, and no one can tell what is normal. The scourge of the evil god. Obviously, the second stage has not even begun yet, and human civilization seems to have reached a dead end. Everyone is working hard. I will kill the evil god. These words echoed in the quiet clearing. Many people have died. Dean, brother Duanmu, senior brother, Chen Feng, Tianling, tens of millions of ordinary people, and He Yu and his family, etc. What would happen if there were no evil gods? Ziye doesn't know. He only knew that the existence of evil gods would make him very unhappy. Brother Yet, let's go. Gan Chuan really seemed to have grown up in an instant. The following days, Gan Chuan changed his previous hiding attitude and continued to practice with Ye Kongxiao. The other party also regards him as a target and keeps working hard. March has passed in the blink of an eye. This day, Ziye personally escorted the two to the ruins. As they approached, 2 discs were thrown into their hands. Take it, it may be useful. Ziye said without much confidence. In fact, it was something he made over and over again in 3 months. It is not just a simple tool or formation, but a fusion version. At the same time, it also represents the pinnacle of human civilization and skills. Watching the 2 people take the disc and walk into the ruins. The leaves are crispy and waiting outside. Inside the ruins. When the half-white and half-black sky in front of the 2 people became real, they were already in front of a mountain staircase. The towering mountains seem illusory, like the after-images of the past. The stone steps were worn and covered with moss. Looking up 1 step at a time, you could reach the black and white sky. Ye Kongxiao was always on guard against unknown dangers when he suddenly heard footsteps. Senior Gan, be careful. Gan Chuan dragged the heavy sword in one hand and turned around and said, follow me. After that, the words were spoken with great emphasis. Did the senior discover something? Ye Kongxiao no longer looked down on Gan Chuan, he just felt that his cultivation was not good enough. The heavy sword dragged on the mud until Gang Huan took a step forward. First stage. The illusory beast shadow rushed out, and the heavy sword swept away it with the sword wind alone. An extremely weak breath rushed into his body, but Gan Chuan's expression remained unchanged. Another step. Second stage. 3 hidden arrows shot out from nowhere, and the condensed qi and blood fixed the arrows in the air. Third stage. Gan Chuan closed his eyes for a moment, and the illusion that couldn't be more fake was shattered. At the end of each stage, there would be a trace of breath that Ye Kongxiao could sense, but he didn't know the specific aura, merging into Senior Gan's body. Like what the benefits are. It seemed that each stage could only be activated once, so he had nothing to do afterwards. In addition to the necessary vigilance, it is necessary to observe the seniors. There's nothing much to say about the first few dozen levels, everything that appears is too weak. Even an ordinary person can easily deal with it, but as the level increases, gradually, things began to appear that could harm the qi and blood realm. Gan Chuan once again blew up the phantom of the ferocious beast, and a trace of breath entered his body. Ye Kongxiao behind him was sure that Senior Gan was indeed stronger than when he first arrived. The mind becomes more alert to the surroundings, and a person is often most relaxed when he becomes stronger. He must concentrate fully to prevent any accidents from happening. Any other ideas? Ye Kongxiao doesn't consider himself a saint, but just a grateful person. The kindness that teacher Ye showed him was so great that he was determined to repay it with his own life after taking revenge. Use your life to fight against the evil gods. Senior Gan is better than me, and will be of greater help to human civilization in the future than I am. Based on this alone, he could not and would not allow himself to have any other ideas. Ye family, wait for me for 2 more years. Ye Kongxiao was fully prepared to guard against danger and followed Gang Huan up step by step. In the blink of an eye, 300 steps have been passed. Gan Chuan's aura suddenly rose, reaching the 6th level of the Unity realm. The slightest sign of abnormality that was about to appear in the empty arm was forcefully suppressed. After spending some time to stabilize his state, Gan Chuan took another step forward. A strike from the state of unity came, and the heavy sword flashed. Boom! Chapter 230 White Mist. Gang Huan moved step by step, 400 steps, 500 steps, and 600 steps. The phantom of the true martial realm appears. A strange look flashed in Ye Kongxiao's eyes, and he silently took a step back to avoid hindering the senior. It had only been a few hours since we entered the ruins. The atmosphere of Ganghuan has undergone earth-shaking changes. Changed, no longer like him. Boom! The white mist that appeared out of nowhere formed a huge empty ring. The heavy sword was slashed, and after the phantom was cut into 2 pieces, it turned into 2 breaths and rushed into Ganchuan's body. The 9th level of unity didn't stop, kept moving forward. Behind him, Ye Kongxiao held the disc given by teacher Ye in his hand. Something is wrong, so wrong. That breath, after all. There is also this fog, Ye Kongxiao thought in his heart, hoping that he could help. In the current battle on the steps, going up by yourself will only cause chaos. It was also at this moment that he was distracted. Step out, there is no direction, nor the feeling of steps. The blade of the sword moved, and Ye Kongxiao's heart beat violently. What happened? Looking around, there was only white mist, even under the feet. As luck would have it, man-made. Who? Ye Kongxiao could only see the flow of white mist through his eyes, and could not detect it by any other means. A man whose mission is about to end. A figure finally appeared in the flow of white mist. The meaning of old age hit him almost like a flood. It can only be formed by the passage of absolute time and comes from the aging of the soul. Why should I believe you? Ye Kongxiao has the disc ready in his hand. If the next sentence is nonsense, he will use it first. You can't beat me. Mr. Wu held the disc that was still in his hand a second ago. Greetings, Senior. I wonder why Senior is looking for this boy. Seeing this, Wu Lao returned the things to Ye Kongxiao, protect you from being infected by the evil god's breath. The breath of the evil god? He reacted instantly, Senior, he is my senior. That's what he meant. Silence. The aura that Ye Kongxiao thought was some kind of benefit turned out to be a trick of the evil god. If he absorbed it, would he be able to benefit from it? Is there anything I can do? He asked. This was his hope and a test. Although you can't beat it, you still have to guard against it. There's nothing you can do. The mist flows and a picture appears. Senior Gan's body has been dyed bright red, and his whole aura is no longer what it used to be. A look of pain appeared on his face, and although he opened his mouth to roar silently, just looking at it made him unable to calm down. For another moment, he was stunned on the spot. Only to see Gan Chuan's long-lost arm appear. An arm filled with a strange aura, with a strange color all over its body, was exactly the black color in the half-black and half-white sky. No, Senior Gan will really die if this continues. Gan Chuan has walked 1,000 steps, and the troubles that appear at each step are enough to hurt him, and they continue to accumulate. Death is only a matter of time. Why? He didn't understand why the senior would enter this obviously fatal situation. Wu Lao gave the answer. Because, I told him that this ruins will collapse. Before that, every bit of the evil god's aura disappears, and a bit of the fog here will be obtained. This is the fog that can resist the aura of the evil god. It is also a way for a civilization of your level to possess the power of the star realm in addition to luck under the evil god's methods. The stars are the limit of the evil god's disaster. It's very clear at this point. Gan Chuan thinks. The power of the star realm is more valuable than oneself. Swinging the sword again, another breath entered the body. Gan Chuan's figure was already unstable and he was relying on his heavy sword to stand. Looking up at the sky, it is still half black and half white. Junior, that's how it is. The words that suddenly came into his mind at that time shocked him. I understand, but I hope you, senior, can protect Ziye before he sacrifices himself. You have to consume the evil god's aura first, otherwise all the white mist will be dragged away and I won't be able to do anything. No problem, that's right. Anything else? If I can't hold on any longer, could you please collect my sword and let Ziye take it back? Forget about my body. It will be troublesome to deal with it then. Good. Gan Chuan exhaled, lowered his head again, and raised the heavy sword with great strength. When a person is about to die, he will always have some thoughts, which are the deepest corners of his heart that even he is not aware of. He should have only been in that orphanage, either as a staff member or as the new director. Who would have thought that when the sword was handed over to him by Brother Ye, the gears of fate would begin to turn. My life begins with a sword and ends with a sword. It's a bit of a middle-of-the-road thing, haha. One step out. Ye Kongxiao was anxious, but he couldn't do anything. No. An idea flashed, Senior, can you let me out? Wu Lao sighed and said, don't think about it. As expected, the only people in this civilization who are under the age of 22 are you two. Although I don't know how you created the lucky person, even if that person stops now and stops climbing the steps, he will definitely not last 3 hours. 3 hours? How short? It's too late. Why does it have to be 22 years old? Isn't it okay to be a few years older? Seeing Ye Kongxiao still not giving up, Mr. Wu said helplessly. 22 years old is a standard automatically set by the ruins based on your civilization. Destiny is so mysterious that it is not static. Only those who are lucky are under a certain age. Their luck has not yet been determined, that is, the road has not yet gone deep. For example, if you want to take the alchemy path, but a crisis is coming, your luck will automatically transform into hard power. This is the most effective method. But if you have gone far on the alchemy path and the nature of your luck has been determined, then even a huge crisis of luck cannot directly help you. You need to rely on the path you have taken to fight against it. It can also be said that only those who are weak and fully grown are suitable. As for the others, unless someone can resist the evil god's aura, don't think about letting the strong men from civilization come. It's useless. My control over the ruins is very weak now, and I can't open the door to the strong. Even moving you up was the result of that kid's efforts. Wu Lao said a lot at once, so much that Ye Kongxiao couldn't find any solution. I want to try, even if the possibility is less than 1 in 100. Teacher Ye is a legendary monster, and he will definitely find a way. Ye Kongxiao could only think so, and when Wu Lao saw this, he also opened a portal. Go ahead. Ye Kongxiao did not bother you, and walked directly through the portal and appeared outside. In front of you. It was Teacher Ye who had already stood up, closing the book in his hand. What's wrong? The fluctuation in the voice was something he had never seen before. Teacher Ye, it's like this. Yezi's face gradually darkened as he listened. What level of warriors can be allowed to enter now? Below the 3rd level of the true martial realm. Go back and wait for me. Ziye looked at the unclosed door and took out the phone in his hand. First explain it to Uncle Hun, and then. Principal, bring my body here. He had to break into this ruins. Chapter 231 The End of the Ruins. Within the ruins, Gan Chuan has activated the disc, and dozens of formations and talismans are superimposed on each other. He stood on the edge of an invisible cliff and struggled to support his body, which was approaching its limit. A little tired. His figure fell, as if he was about to fall into deep sleep in the next moment. His palm suddenly slapped the moss on the steps. No. He had to take one more step. The broken body stood up, now that it had chosen to take responsibility. Then he won't change his decision even for an hour or a minute. Step. The whole person lost consciousness for an instant and had already entered a fantasy world. In the illusion, he became a number one. Had a legendary life. No matter where he goes, there are people cheering for him. Whatever he wants, he will get it in the next second. Defeat all the masters in the world and carve his name into the history of civilization. A legendary life. But it's not my life. Gan Chuan woke up and smiled bitterly. Luck is really mysterious. It can be useful even if you have no ambition. A breath appeared and rushed towards him. Rushing into the body in an instant, Gan Chuan's expression changed. Ziye. Ye Kongxiao stood in front of him and bore the evil god's breath for him. Senior Gan, please hold on a little longer. Teacher Ye will be here soon. Also, I'm offended. As he said that, he endured the pain in his body and snatched Ganchuan's disc. And sent Gamchen back down to the starting point. The senior wanted to say something else, but his situation no longer allowed it, and no matter what he said, he could not stop his upward progress. Level 921. The two discs in Ye Kongxiao's hands were activated at the same time, and the fog man said, if you want teacher Ye to come in, you need to be at least 950 levels. On. One step, almost in the gap between his reaction. After the two discs run automatically. An evil god's aura rushed into his body, and he had no idea what happened during that period. This is no longer something he can handle, but... Level 923. This time I saw clearly that the phantom of the vicious beast that appeared was killed by the power of the disc. Level 924, Level 925. Level 933. Ye Kongxiao suddenly froze in place, and his spirit had entered a fantasy world. In the illusion, there is a courtyard, and in the center of the courtyard stands a child. That is my own home, a home without relatives. When I was a child, I didn't understand anything. I didn't know why other people hated me so much. Only when I grew up did I realize that my presence would make things difficult for some people. He tried to change, but couldn't seem to do anything. Until he saw a piece of news on the internet. A genius enters a wealthy family. If he was talented enough, then everything might be different. The result is obvious, he succeeded. Also failed. In just a few minutes, he went from a sad child to a powerless loser. Over and over again. I haven't failed yet. His eyes became bright. Level 934, Level 935, Level 942. The two discs have shown wear and tear now. Every step is a turn of life and death where you bet your life. Level 943. The disc collapsed and cracked. Level 944. The running formation is dim and the spiritual talismans are exhausted. Level 945. One disc was completely destroyed. That's enough. Before climbing the stairs, dark purple energy and blood floated out, and the temperature in the entire ruins rose by more than 10 degrees. A figure covered in blood walked out. From a distance, it looked like a demon in amber. If you want to come in early, you have to pay a price and weaken your status. Ziye first walked towards Ganghuan and placed one hand on his body. The god of war's true intention was released and began to wash away the aura of the evil god within his body. After being temporarily suppressed, Gan Chuan also woke up. Brother Yet. Don't worry, you won't die as long as I'm here. Ziye finished. Fluctuations of energy from the five elements swayed all around, using the power of the five elements to hang his life. After doing all this, Ye Kongxiao had already run down. Teacher Yet. Ziye nodded to him and looked at the sky. Senior, please protect them. The mist stirred, and the two of them suddenly disappeared. Seeing this, Ziye stepped up the steps. In the blink of an eye, he reached the position in front of Ye Kongxiao, but Ziye was still the same as before. Calm. The ferocious beast rushed towards him and killed him with one punch. Hidden weapons are simply ignored. False illusion, completely ineffective. Waves of evil god aura rushed into the body, but were suppressed by the power of the panel. It was only a matter of time before they were wiped out. Above the sky, Ye Kongxiao watched intently. When he saw the opponent he was not qualified to touch, being crushed to death like ants. Powerful. Too strong. There is such a person in your civilization. He is not a lucky person, but his strength and qualifications have reached a level that even a lucky person can hardly reach. Mr. Wu exclaimed in surprise. He really didn't expect that the civilization he unexpectedly descended upon would have such a genius who could even suppress the aura of the evil god, in addition to the ability to create people who were lucky enough to meet their needs. It is estimated that we are only one step away from the resources of the stars. If it were before, he would definitely let out a wave of blood, but now, how much this civilization can gain is beyond his control. 1001 levels. An opponent in the heavenly realm. Only then did Ziye start to get serious, and the two secret techniques were activated. The Black God Sword Box was summoned. The first level of heaven and human realm. Ziye stood on the steps, refusing to dodge or dodge. One blow can change the situation, and 100 moves have passed in the blink of an eye. Heaven and earth, death. 1002 levels, but only a few more moves were used. An hour later. 1052 levels. 2 hours later. 1087 levels. 3 hours later. 1108 levels. Ziye is like a machine that doesn't get tired at all, hour after hour. Day after day. A full 7 days. Ziye didn't rest for even a second, even if his opponent had reached the 5th level of the heavenly realm. The two fought until one died and the other was seriously injured, and Ziye, who was seriously injured, did not stop. There was only one person standing in the sky at night, staring blankly. Gan Chuan had already sent him away. Teacher Ye, you don't have to work so hard. This is what he said after being frightened by Teacher Ye. Teacher Ye gave him the reason, and it was surprisingly simple. My friend, you should need it. And now, it is time for this ruins to be closed. Forever closed. Wu Lao moved the leaves to the top. The newly appeared leaves were confused for a moment. Then he reacted immediately. Quickly adjusting his state, he saluted Mr. Wu deeply, and Ye Kongxiao behind him quickly followed suit. Hope of civilization, take this. All the free white mist in this space gathered into a crystal. Ziye took it with both hands. Don't be so sad. It originated from the river of void and was buried in the river due to evil gods. This is the fate of all ruins. Wu Lao called out the portal, you will have no problem surviving those minions. As for the final outcome, you must seize the fluctuations of the river of void. Let's go, don't wait until the end and something unexpected happens. Ziye bowed again before exiting the ruins. For a time, there was only a shadow of fog that began to gradually dissipate in this space. His spirits were starting to break down, but he felt fine. It was as if he had returned to the past. After failing in the battle with the evil god, he was salvaged from the river of void and had a new identity. When the fog completely dissipates, the last survivor and recorder of civilization, together with the traces of civilization's existence, completely disappear from this world. Chapter 232 Changes. Outside. Uncle Hun was waiting for him here. Ziye originally thought it would be his uncle who was dead. How is it? Uncle Hun waved a gust of wind with his hand and blew over their bodies, and all the fatigue was swept away in an instant. Ziye immediately replied, Uncle Hun, it's been taken care of. A white crystal was held out with both hands. This is the mist. The Soul King took it and looked at it carefully, then shook his head. This thing is useless to the three of us, but the other kings will definitely take the lead. You can allocate it yourself. Ziye nodded and asked again, Uncle Hun, how is Ganghuan? If he is fighting, there is no problem in saving his life, but his level of strength is not the same. As early as when Ziye told him what happened, he hurriedly came back shouting for a fight. I also rushed over immediately. After all, it was about the Star Realm. Later, after Ye Kongxiao sent Gan Chuan out, Do used the true meaning of God of fighting to wash away the aura of the evil god in his body bit by bit. Now these two are at Hell's headquarters. Ziye thought for a moment, I will divide this thing into 30%, 10% for the night sky, and 60% for Ganghuan. Okay. The white crystal in Uncle Hun's hand was divided into 3 pieces of different sizes, exactly in the ratio of 1:3:6. And gave the 2 small pieces to Ye Kongxiao and Ziye respectively. I'm going back first. With these words, the Soul King left in a hurry. Only then did Ye Kongxiao dare to speak, Teacher Ye, I didn't do anything with this thing at all. Just accept it, you're worth it. Ziye said calmly, use this thing as you wish, be careful not to be deceived. After saying that, he directly summoned the spaceship and left in a hurry. In a blink of an eye, there was only one figure left in the night sky, watching the spacecraft disappear into the horizon. Well, how should I go back? He doesn't have a spaceship. This little friend. Ah! Ye Kongxiao turned around and found an old man emerging from nowhere. Don't wait for him to say anything, the next second. A figure directly knocked the old man flying to the horizon. Junior, I have a business. The sword energy swept across, and Ye Kongxiao felt that his eyes were already in the sky for a flash. Standing aside was a handsome young swordsman whom he recognized. Senior Su. Well, I'm just passing on a message, don't. Another flash appeared before my eyes, this time it was a beautiful woman. The next second, there was another person in front of me. Ye Kongxiao. It seems like he really got something extraordinary. He originally had no concept of the value of mist, he only knew that it was very precious. After all, the realm of kings and stars is really far away from him. But can't we sit down and have a nice talk? Ye Kongxiao was already numb, and he didn't even wait for him to see clearly who it was. It will be snatched away by others again, and the cycle will continue. Ziye has already guessed all this. But he just smiled, a group chat in his hand was constantly popping up messages. Ziye, the matter is resolved. Long Aotian, Ziye, luck is really troublesome. I wanted to practice in seclusion for a few days before, but I missed it. MOU, the difference between a child of destiny and a time traveler. Bai Shuang, yet. The rich second generation, video. The battle to grab someone in place. Long Aotian, ha ha ha. MOU, 6. Bai Shuang, terrible. Ziye, now, the Ye family is going to be wonderful. Rich second generation, that's right, what was originally a Jinyu family is now being watched in secret by more than 20 heavenly beings. Ziye smiled, this was also his plan. 10% white mist, plus he is the guarantee behind it. Ye Kongxiao returned to Yejia after 2 years, failed? Even if he himself becomes inferior to the body refining realm, and that Ye family suddenly appears in the heavenly realm, he still cannot fail. If the Ye family is ignorant. This time, the power that Ye Kongxiao dealt with will make the Ye family sensible voluntarily or forcibly. Wang family. Ziye sat at the center, sitting at a table with Ban Xian and Lu Qi. In recent years, they have changed a lot. Ziye said, you two look like you are in charge now, aren't you tired of pretending? Exiled Immortal said, I don't care if I'm tired or not, but the curious boy has to come to me every now and then to escape. Lu Qi said, I am tired, but this tiredness is nothing compared to you. The 3 of them are a former genius, a down-and-out young man, and an exquisite actor. Genius has grown into a big tree, but it is not yet satisfied. The young man turned into an old man who was half buried in the earth. He did not have much time left in his life. The most simple thing for an actor is to put a nail on the mask on his face. At this moment, they really said the words that they would never have the chance to say. However, in just a few years, they seem to be of a different era than the new stars. So much has changed. Now that Ziye probably thinks that my cultivation method is something good. As soon as Ziye finished speaking, Banished Immortal continued, you can't say that. If someone can bear it, it is indeed a good thing. This is like saying that there will be another him in the next few hundred years. Lu Qi was already a little drunk, because his strength was the lowest. It's just that with a large amount of resources, it has reached the 9th level of the Unity realm, which is still some distance away from the true martial realm. But Ban Xian's eyes suddenly lit up, that's not necessarily the case. Both Ziye and Lu Qi looked at the Banished Immortal with a mysterious smile on his face. That's your child, Ziye. You have really become like an old man. We are only so old. Come and take medicine quickly. Ziye took out a white crystal with his backhand and was about to force it into the mouth of the Banished Immortal. Hey, no, Ziye, you. Just when Ban Xian was about to refuse, what are you waiting for? Help! When Lu Qi heard the greeting, he also took action. After some fuss, Lu Qi was completely drunk, and the Banished Immortal also drank Bai Jing. Ziye stood up and patted himself, let's go. See you then. Banished Immortal said. The departing figure paused for a moment, when will it be? Yes, even if you throw me into the sun, I won't die. Ziye hates this feeling because just a few months ago under the starry sky, he said something similar to this time. All alive, killed the evil god. The goal is getting harder and harder. In the blink of an eye, it was already a few days later. Ziye's life has returned to its previous state, which is the most different from before. Just one less person. Gan Chuan has woken up, but his condition is no longer suitable for staying at Tianyu University. What he needs is a rest that may last a lifetime. Lifetime. A young man who had just decided to take responsibility burned his whole life in just a few hours. Even 60% of the white crystals in his hands were given to the military for free. I don't have any requirements, I just want to stay at home quietly. It's like a bird that has just gained courage, grown a sharp beak, sharpened its claws, and spread its wings to fly high. But the storm suddenly came, and for the sake of the ethnic group, they gave up their future glory and brilliance. As a result, only a ruined body was left. Chapter 233 The first stop of the tour Jianchen continent. The tip of the pen swam in Ziye's hand, and now 1 year has passed since the incident at the ruins. In the huge training ground, there was only a solitary figure practicing inside, it was Ye Kongxiao. In this year, Tianyu reached the 9th level of the Unity realm. I have chosen to retreat to break through, but for some unknown reason, the breakthrough took a little longer. Hey, it's finally done. Ziye took a long breath and released a new breathing method in his hand. He spent a lot of effort on this thing, but he just thought about the last thing left. Still lacking energy. I was a little distressed for a moment. Although his mental strength cannot be said to be a drag, it is indeed somewhat supportive. If nothing else, a single level of control. Subtle, to the subtle, into the subtle, to the subtle. I have only been at a low level for so long, which corresponds to the true martial arts level. While Ziye was thinking about a solution, he copied 2 copies of the breathing method in his hand. Send 1 copy to the library of Tianyu University, send 1 copy to hell, and finally keep 1 copy for yourself. The basic exercises he created were all done in this way. He copied several copies, and sometimes gave an extra copy to the people who helped him. Because even if these exercises are promoted now, they will not have great effect, so they are basically kept in storage for later. A few days later, Ziye thinks it's almost done. He called Ye Kongxiao to him and looked at this young man who looked very much like himself. Whenever the luck he got was passed to a few of them, this kid would always get the most. There is also the breathing method that brings the most luck in a single session. The transfer alone took several days. It is no exaggeration to say that no one except Long Huashuan can hope to beat Ye Kongxiao in terms of luck. It's related to the plan. I plan to leave early. Ye Ziye said lightly. He originally wanted to resolve these matters before traveling to improve his state of mind. But the mental aspect really stumped him, and he had no choice but to change his plan. Ye Kongxiao also had a premonition that teacher Ye hadn't read any more in the past few days. Ye Ziye suddenly asked, which company did you make a deal with before? Without disturbing you, teacher Ye, Sui family. Sui family, that's just right. There is still 1 year left before the agreed 3 years. You can go to Sui family this year. Ye Ziye thought about the information about the Sui family, but there was a lot of good stuff. Yes. Just as he agreed, he heard teacher Ye say again. By the way, the Sui family has a lot of good things, including Sword Mountain, Sword Domain, and Sword Pond. You work hard and do it all again. Remember to grasp the scale and don't mess it up. Except for this, do as much as you can. Ye Ziye couldn't stop talking. Unknowingly, even Ye Ziye didn't notice that he was becoming more and more like Do Wang. Perhaps, this is why he was favored by King Do. Soon after notifying the Sui family, Su Chongkong came here in person, and Ye Ziye also happened to be able to catch a smooth sailing. The first stop of the tour is Jianchen continent. This is the holy land of Kendo. Originally, in human civilization, knives, swords, guns, etc. were all comparable. As a result, when the first ancestor of the Sui family came here from Ziye continent, the art of swordsmanship flourished. After that, there was another Sui family in the world, and there was a Jianchen continent. Ye Ziye gave up the spaceship and just traveled at a normal Jinwu realm speed. There is no destination. Twin cities. An extremely ordinary figure walked into the city, looking left and right like a country bumpkin. I'm afraid this is comparable to Tiancheng and Three Kings City. Ye Ziye said with emotion. Although his strength, status, and achievements have reached a level that 99.99% of people in human civilization can't even imagine. But I have too little experience. The only thing I have is the little experience after the Unity Realm. Look at the time, it's almost noon. Ziye randomly chose a shop on the roadside and wanted to try the food here. Boss, let's have a signature noodle. Okay. The owner of the ramen shop was a fat man and started making noodles skillfully. A ball of dough gradually turns into thin noodles of the same size in your hands. Boss, is there any good place here? Little brother, are you here to travel? Almost. Those are the two swords of our twin cities, Sword and Beast Sword. The shop owner felt a sense of pride when talking about this city. Sword Ju refers to the sword technique of the Chen family, which is extremely powerful. However, the current head of the Chen family is not as good as before. Now I heard that it is only in the Unity realm. Zhou refers to the mountain range east of the city. There are many rare beasts in it. If someone gets one, many people are willing to spend money to buy it. Ye Ziye also listened with interest. Although Jianchen continent is dominated by swordsmanship, it does not mean that swordsmanship alone excludes others. On the contrary, it absorbs all kinds of ideas, and the entire continent has the momentum of 100 schools of thought contending. A bowl of noodles was placed in front of him. Little brother, you are here just in time. In a week, the masters of the Chen family are going to set up an arena, and you can go to the Union realm. Unity realm, it's a pity that I'm not, otherwise I could give it a try. Ye Ziye replied that he thought of the teacher who taught him knife skills. The other party was from Jianchen continent, so if it wasn't for the realm's disapproval, he really wanted to try the Chen clan's sword technique. Little brother, don't be like this. Being able to reach the Qi and Blood realm is already very powerful. Besides, you are young and you will have a chance to break through to the Unity realm in the future. The shop owner comforted him by saying that he was only in the body refining realm and could only feel that Ziye was stronger than him, so he naturally thought he was in the Qi and Blood realm. Yet, Ziye didn't explain and tasted the ramen. Very tasty. He stuttered and activated the secret method of swallowing at the same time. He is still in a soul body, so naturally he cannot digest it properly. After eating and paying, walking out of the store, the arena is in a week. First walk around the city, then go to the mountains to the east, and finally watch the finale of the ring. He nodded and did just that. At the same time, Kendo Sua family. Su Chongkong had already made arrangements for Ye Kongxiao and was in the family meeting hall. On the spaceship, he asked Ziye about his next plan. The other party wants to travel in Jianchen continent, and they are the nominal absolute rulers of Jianchen continent. No matter from which aspect, they must do something to avoid some accidents. That's just the way it is. Regarding this point, Su Chongkong now has a say, so the eyes he looks at certain clan elders are not very friendly. After saying what needed to be said, he turned around and left here. He doesn't care about any political or balancing measures. All he wants is to become stronger until the evil god's disaster is over. Use absolute power to clean up the entire Sua family. Now the Sua family? No, it should be said that the entire human civilization is operating in a certain, almost pathological way. Everything is based on the evil god. This method will definitely not last long, and it will only collapse sooner or later. My sword is still not sharp enough. Chapter 234 The Reasons for the Patriarch of the Chen Family. Inside Chuangzhou City, Ziye was holding a snack in his hand. He had been walking around here for 2 days. All I see are normal scenes, except now. A group of people whose strength was in the middle and lower reaches among ordinary people surrounded a knife shop. The largest knife shop in Chuangzhou City is the Chen family's knife shop. What are you doing? Do you want to do something? I'm telling you, I have a heart disease. Ouch, my legs hurt. A group of guards stood aside. Each of them could easily defeat this group of people. There was such a huge gap in strength, but there was nothing they could do. It was obvious that he was already angry, but he just couldn't do anything. Because, fights above a certain level, fights on the surface are not allowed. Not even the principal can break this rule. If they dare to take action, the next second these people will have the identity of a member of some force. Ziye listens to all directions and knows from the mouths of people around him that this has not happened once or twice. Just when Ziye was hidden in the crowd and did not move. A bunch of rubbish. A young man walked out of the guard, about 17 or 18 years old, with the first level of Qi and Blood realm. Ziye heard someone reveal the boy's identity, the young master of the Jin family. What did you just say, little brat? I said, you are a bunch of trash, rubbish. Chen Yang walked between the guards and the crowd. Since the founding of the first generation of the Chen family, it has been our duty to protect Chuangzhou City. It is also the Chen family that has allowed Chuangzhou City to develop to what it is today. After saying this, the anger in my heart burned like a flame, and I yelled out the next words in one breath. Chuangzhou City refers to the sword of the Chen family, and the mountain of precious beasts that was suppressed by the Chen family. In the past, Mountain of Precious Beasts was still called Mountain of Jew Beasts. Suddenly, with a long knife in his hand, he must let these ungrateful garbage know what to do with Chen's knife skills. Shock the mountain. The wind blew up, the knife came out for a moment, and the figure moved slightly. Boy, I want to ask you someone, but I don't know if it's okay. Holding the long knife between 2 fingers, Chen Yang looked at the man who had no abnormal aura on his body. Didn't wait to speak. Young master. The guard captain rushed over in a hurry, but he was startled, not because of the sudden appearance of this master. But he was afraid that the young master would accidentally cause big trouble. Ziye opened his fingers and heard the group of people behind him start shouting again. With a slight touch between the index finger and thumb, all those people fainted. This made the guard captain, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, say in shock again. You, who are you? Ziye waved his hand helplessly, don't worry, I just fainted. I promise you won't be hurt at all. So, can I ask a question? Chen Yang had already reacted and pushed the guard captain aside. What do you want to ask? Do you know Morrowind? My second uncle's name is Chen Feng, but he has disappeared a long time ago, and it is still possible. He shook his head, obviously thinking that it was not the case. Because I heard from his father that the second uncle had died together with the eldest uncle a long time ago. Otherwise, it would not be his turn to sit in this position. But, he knows the sword technique you just used, and he has reached a very high level. What? The head of the Chen family? A slightly older middle-aged man with a mustache. Sir, this is what my second brother looks like. Ziye glanced at it and nodded. It was the Morrowind he knew. Chen Fu's eyes lit up. I wonder where my second brother is and how he is doing now. Dead. Ziye said a fact, but it was unexpected. This fact was a big blow to the head of the family. What, dead, or dead? Why? Chen Fu's whole aura instantly weakened a lot, still in front of an outsider like Ziye. This was obviously inconsistent with the identity of the head of the family, and Ziye's heart moved slightly. Tell me everything about Morrowind. The blood card representing the realm of heaven and earth is thrown out in hell, and the meaning is obvious. This is, senior. I'm not a senior. Then this. Chen Fu looked at the blood card and seemed hesitant to speak. Ziye added, but I can kill the kind of senior you think. The expression on Chen Fu's face changed wonderfully for a moment, but Ziye didn't come to see his change of expression. Tell me the truth. Ziye thought of Chen Feng's knife again. To be honest, he still owed Chen Feng a few favors. The other party supported him when he was weak, was responsible for guarding the orphanage when he was growing up, and finally died guarding him. If he wanted to escape, Jing and Xiang at that time would never confront him. There are also fierce tigers. Until now, he was the only stranger who owed so many favors to him. Chen Fu's heart was in his throat, and his eyes kept moving between the blood card and the leaves. In the end, I still didn't have the courage to lie. Senior, that starts decades ago. The previous head of the Chen family had 3 children. The eldest son, Chen Feng, is powerful and has excellent tactics and tactics. He is almost the appointed next generation head of the family. The second son, Chen Feng, is more talented than Chen Feng, but he doesn't like family chores and just wants to live a leisurely life with his friends. The most common thing to do is to go to the peach tree planted with King Mei to have a small gathering with friends. Then there's him. The third son, Chen Fu, was not good at anything in terms of strength, qualifications, methods, and strategies, but he was not bad at all. Besides, you can tell just by looking at his name. With the first 2 brothers, he is really the best. And he happens to have no big ambitions. Therefore, the 3 brothers have spent a long time in peace. So far, no one thought that competition for the position of head of the family would appear in this generation. But surprises are always beyond everyone's expectations. There is a strange movement in the precious beast mountain. It is suspected that an extremely special beast has been born. At that time, Chen Feng already had some power and chose to take the initiative. As a brother and a passionate person, Chen Feng also followed. Not long after the eldest and second brothers set off, a beast roar came from the precious beast mountain. That's something I haven't been able to find after searching a lot of information. But after my father heard about it, he took a large number of experts from the family out. It was already a day later when I came back, and only my father was seriously injured when he came back. I just told you about becoming the next generation head of the family, and then I died. When Chen Fu finished speaking, this was all he knew. At that time, he was young, weak, and always looked like a salty fish. I won't come into contact with this kind of thing at all. Moreover, it has changed since then. The Chen family's high-end combat power suffered heavy losses, and the head of the family was replaced by himself. These are also the two main reasons why the Chen family is weak now. After hearing this, Ziye did not believe it easily. He took out his badge and operated it a few times in front of Chen Fu. A person projected out, "Sir. This person is the person in charge of Shuangzhou City Hell. Send over all the information about the turmoil in the Chen family and Zhenshao Mountain, and send a few people who experienced it back then." Yes. Chen Fu's heart became colder and colder. The identity of this person seemed more terrifying than he thought. The person in charge of hell is a strong man at the 9th level of the true martial realm. And occupying a good place like Shuangzhou City means a lot. But even so, I am still in awe of this person. Chapter 235 More wines passed. Not even a minute passed before the two of them heard a sound outside the door. Then, my lord. Taking the person in the shadow as the main one, two people on the left and right kneeled down on both sides, expressing their truest awe towards Ziye. Ziye nodded slightly, while Chen Fu looked a little ugly. 1 minute, including the time to prepare materials and select people. To put it into perspective, it means that the defense methods of the Chen family are basically useless. Tell me about what happened at that time. Yes. Along with a large amount of information and the oral accounts of 4 people who personally experienced the change. A complete process has been roughly restored. Ziye also knew that his guess was correct. The strange movement at that time was precisely because of the fierce tiger. To be precise, it was a ferocious tiger giving birth. That was the weakest moment for all creatures, and the fierce tiger seemed to have injuries on its body. Therefore, several of the most powerful ferocious beasts in the Precious Beast Mountain chose to join forces for a sneak attack. Unfortunately, it was only after Chen Feng and the others went deeper that they realized that this change was far from comparable to the previous ones. At that time, Hell also sent people to the Precious Beast Mountain to investigate. It happened that one of them saw the fierce tiger fighting. Under the same circumstances, 108 will not fall behind. Moreover, these 8 are all extremely rare ferocious beasts, and their combat prowess is at the top of the same level. Just when the battle was in full swing, Chen Feng died a big death. Relying on the treasures on his body, he actually set his sights on the fierce tiger cub. The result was that the female ferocious tiger, regardless of weakness and injuries, forcibly killed all 8 ferocious tigers. Just when he was about to pursue him, the head of the Chen family of that generation arrived with his masters. Only then did Chen Feng and his group escape. According to common sense, they should flee to Shuangzhou City normally, and then rely on the formation to get support from other cities even if the fierce tiger comes to kill them again. However, a certain member of Hell who was investigating at Precious Beast Mountain discovered the bodies of Chen Feng and everyone except Chen Feng. No one knows exactly what happened at that time, the only thing that is known is the large amount of treasure remains left in that place showed that there was absolutely no third party involved. Maybe it's a moment of greed, maybe it's a disagreement, or maybe it's something else. In short, after consuming all the treasures, the eldest and second young masters of the Chen family died and the other disappeared. After Ziye learned this, he was still not satisfied and directly used his authority to retrieve all the information about Morrowind. It's just that there is a lot of information, and most of it is meaningless. It is very troublesome to filter out the valuable parts. It was probably a year after the incident at Zhenshao Mountain. Morrowind appeared in Gaiyun continent and joined Hell. In the beginning, he had fast breakthrough speed and high combat power in the same environment, and was even appreciated by many powerful men in Hell. But all this changed when he met that subordinate. Ziye read the information twice and confirmed that this subordinate was just met by Chen Feng by chance. Then Morrowind quickly broke through to the Unity realm, and relying on his previous achievements, he took this subordinate to a very wealthy city to manage the hell there. But after that, Chen Feng started to feel bad. It can be said that it feels good for a while, and feels good all the time. And with that subordinate around, all matters were handled in an orderly manner, without any mistakes. But hell is a place that is about strength after all, and Morrowind's salty performance. Let him go from managing a rich city to an ordinary city, and finally to Qing Shui City. Only when I saw this leaf did I understand why the ferocious tiger was so low level. Fierce tigers are born for fighting, and only fighting is the best nourishment. In the information he checked, the fierce tiger almost never appeared, which meant that the battles it fought must have been very few, otherwise it would be impossible for hell to have no collection. Ziye knew a lot about what happened later. Qing Shui City showed up, and Morrowind once again received a large amount of resources, reaching the true martial realm with almost no effort. It was also during the period when he broke through to the true martial realm that one of his men also died, at the hands of cultists. Suddenly, he recalled in his mind the look on Chen Feng's face as he wielded the last knife. The unknown changes in Zhenshao Mountain made him lose all expectations and sense of belonging to the Chen family. Killing the ferocious tiger himself made him completely end everything with the past. The death of that subordinate who could be said to be a brother could be said to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Death wish. 2 words suddenly appeared in his mind. This may be Chen Feng's realization before he wielded the knife. Things are probably clear. Although there are still some things that cannot be explored, it is enough for Ziye. His eyes glanced to one side, Chen Fu, who was already sluggish. He is really not suitable to be the head of the family, in every aspect. Originally, Ziye thought that it was the decision-making from above that caused the Chen family to be restricted everywhere. But looking at it now, it was clearly that decision that saved the Chen family's life. Otherwise, the high-end combat power will be severely damaged, and the current family owners will be helpless, and they will still firmly occupy Shuangzhou City in this situation. In any other era, Shuangzhou City would have been turned upside down long ago. After thinking for a while, he said, "Master Chen, I will help you improve your sword intention in the next few days. There will be no problem in upgrading it to the real martial arts level before the start of the arena." Ziye told him his plan, and there was no doubt about Chen Feng's kindness to him. Now that the head of the Chen family and the senior officials had not shown mercy to him, then he will help the Chen family, if not the other way around. The Chen family's competition ground. After 3 years of teaching experience at Tianyu University, Ziye has accumulated some experience in education. "Sir, how do you plan to help me break through?" Chen Fu asked. His current level of the 9th level of the Unity realm is completely unworthy of his status. Only by breaking through to the true martial realm can the pressure faced by the family be relieved in some aspects. But if you want to break through the true martial arts realm, there is a hard condition, meaning his sword intention has been stuck at one level for a long time, otherwise he wouldn't have resorted to the challenge of setting up a ring in order to seek a breakthrough. Regarding Chen Fu's inability to break through with his sword, Ziye took out a wooden knife. The sword spirit at the level of Jinyu realm is like flowing spring water attached to the sword. There is a saying that you must learn to be beaten before you hit someone. Ah! Without waiting for the opponent to react, Ziye swung the wooden knife in his hand, and the tyrannical sword intent swept past him. Chen Fu hurriedly resisted with all his strength, but it was very difficult to resist. The whole person slid far backwards before finally stopping. There was no time to relax, because the next attack had already come. In the next few days, Ziye kept beating Chen Fu unilaterally, and at the same time, a question suddenly occurred to him. Fierce tigers do not reproduce parthenogeneously. If a female ferocious tiger appears, what about the male? In the entire human civilization, he only knows 3 fierce tigers, and one of them meets the requirements. For it. No way? Chapter 236 Continue traveling. In a blink of an eye, it was time to fight in the ring. After experiencing Ziye's special training without sleep for several days, Chen Fu put on a look of resignation. Standing on the stage and looking around, he had no impression of most of the people, but there were a few that he had to remember. Those few were the enemies of his family head. Shadow Gate, please advise. A ghostly figure suddenly appeared on the ring, and the aura of the 9th level of the Unity Realm burst out. As for Ziye, who was sitting in a private room of a restaurant, he lost interest after just one glance. Just a cannon fodder, purely used to measure Chen Fu's strength. There are not many types of modern schools on the Jianchen continent, but sex, and martial arts schools are the main ones. The battle started in the ring and ended quickly. After that, more than a dozen were recruited one after another. After all, Chen Fu was also the head of a big family. Although his combat power was far from reaching the top genius level, he was still much stronger than ordinary people. After all, various types of resources are actually used. Another one stepped onto the ring, this time Ziye was energetic. Members of Hell, that's right. Only Hell is the most suitable for doing this kind of thing. He is a man who hides almost his entire body in a black robe. The only thing that can be seen clearly is a badge that can be seen in the gap on his chest. Not only Ziye was surprised, but even Chen Fu looked a little strange for a moment and turned to look at the window of a restaurant. When he saw a figure there shaking his head, he felt relieved. Please advise. The man in black robe took out a sword, and the sword's flow was clearly at the level of true martial arts. It's just that his realm is still stuck at the 9th level of the Unity Realm, so it still complies with the rules of the arena. Chen Fu also took his hands seriously. There is no doubt that this is a force specially brought to target him. If it were him a few days ago, he might have found it difficult to face this situation, but now. The battle between the two started instantly, and this time the sword intent and the sword intent, which had already reached the true martial level, collided with each other. Around the arena, even the Unity Realm warriors could feel a slight pressure. Some of them have wonderful expressions. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of moves have been made in the arena. Chen Fu felt the exhaustion in the battle and had to solve it quickly. Thinking about this, bad sword. This knife cut a mark in the sky, and the clouds in the sky were cut in half. The Hell member was also directly knocked out by this move, and his figure fell outside the city. Let's just say death, it probably won't happen. But the losses are undeniable. With one strike, everyone present was shocked. The person who was expected to take action next had a confused look in his eyes for a moment. Is this still the head of the Chen family? Then without any hesitation, he turned around and left. He is just here to make some money, not to fight for his life. All of a sudden, several figures in the crowd disappeared instantly. They are the Hell members invited by other families. Although there is no shortage of lunatics in Hell, it is obvious that they cannot invite and do not dare to invite such lunatics. Even now, there is still strong radiation and endless bones on the ocean, which have not been cleaned up. Various chaotic sects are still expanding wantonly in major cities. This is a bloody reality. For a moment, there was a strange calm on and around the arena. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that underneath this calmness there are rough waves. After a few minutes, another person stood on the ring. He looked no different from the previous one. They were both at the 9th level of the Unity Realm. It's even worse than before, and the intention has not reached the true martial level. The battle started again, and there was almost no suspense in this round. The strength gap between the two is visible to the naked eye, but other families are not fools and send people to improve Chen Fu's record. This is a dirty trick. Ziye gathered a spiritual power in his hands. If Chen Fu couldn't bear it, he would help him once. The battle on the ring was already in full swing. When the challenger was forced into a desperate situation, he suddenly took out a dagger. The aura in his body surged, and he was obviously going to fight to the death. Chen Fu didn't change his expression. He didn't know what the dagger was, and he didn't want to know. And it's enough for now. His aura surged in an instant. The challenger originally planned to delay for a second or two, but when he saw this scene, he rushed forward, but he was still a step too late. Chen Fu has long been stuck at the critical point of breakthrough, and can easily break through. It's just that the realm will be unstable in a short period of time, but it doesn't take much effort to deal with an extremely ordinary 9th level of Unity realm. Using his hand as a knife, he cut out a hollow mark with pure sword intent, dividing the man and the dagger in his hand into several sections. The mental power in Ziye's hand dissipated. After taking a look at the lively environment outside, he closed the window. One day later, Ziye went to Zhenshao Mountain and walked around twice, but found nothing interesting. Especially regarding the irresponsible tiger, not a single clue was found. Disappointed, he did not return to Shuangji City and chose a random direction to move forward. In the following time, Ziye traveled around the Jianchen continent in a completely random direction. I have seen the beautiful lake and the dangerous Jedi. I felt the artistic conception of a certain deity inscribed on the mountain peak. At the same time, I also left some insights in some places, and I don't know who will get them. During my travels, I met all kinds of people, some good, some bad, some simple, some scheming. Some people saw how extraordinary he was and had various thoughts, except for a few who liked Ziye and gave him something casually. No one benefited from him. Some people even targeted him and wanted to attack him, but he easily crushed them to death. But now on this planet, the peak combat power for casual activities is basically the unity state. Most of the Jinwu realm and Tianren realm have gone to the base of the moon, but these two realms of powerhouses are still on this planet and can still move around at will. They basically belong to hell or the military. Unfortunately, he is very familiar with these two forces. At the same time, in the last few months of traveling, he heard Ye Kongxiao's name again. The other party listened to him very much, and indeed something happened in the Sui family. Some benefits gained from those places are correct, after all, his luck is not a decoration. And now it has been almost a year since the beginning. The 3 years originally agreed upon have almost come. Ziye also confirmed his position and direction for the first time. Kendo Sui family. Ye Kongxiao has also sorted out his weapons, and his realm has already advanced by leaps and bounds. The increase in real strength is even more exaggerated, he already has enough strength. It's time to settle the old grudges. Chapter 237 Sweep. Yejia. An old man in the secret room sighed, this moment has finally arrived. The sound echoes in this closed environment, but outside. On the street that had long been cleared, a figure was walking on it. In his hand is a long sword that has been unsheathed, shining coldly under the sunlight. The center of this city is where the Ye family resides. It was a building similar to an ancient palace, and the huge community formed the prison where he lived when he was young. The towering city wall cuts off all illusions. He had struggled to get out, and now he was back. The footsteps stopped, just outside the shadow of the high wall. Time flows. The sun was turning, and the shadow was spreading, and it would climb to his feet in the next moment. He raised his arm, swung the long sword slowly, and sword auras appeared behind him one after another. 10 paths, 100 paths, 1,000 paths. 1,023 ways. Ye Kongxiao felt his arms trembling, which was all the resentment and anger accumulated since childhood. That was an emotion he had never shown outside, and now. A long river of sword energy. Under the roar, the sword energy rushed out like a river and collided with the formation outside the city wall in an instant. The first dozen or so sword energy were broken directly, but the subsequent ones were immediately replaced, broken again, and replaced again. Every time it broke, a few fragments came out, which had the power to destroy the world and destroy the earth. The surrounding area quickly turned into ruins, but the city wall still did not fall down. The remaining few hundred sword energy began to change as Ye Kongxiao became more and more angry, becoming even sharper. Finally, bang! With a crisp sound, this defensive formation, which could withstand attacks from the true martial realm for a long time, was broken by his unity realm in just a minute or two. Boom! A hole was blown out of the formation, revealing the city wall inside, which was quickly eliminated. Everything within the city walls was exposed. He took a deep breath, then his arms stopped shaking and his eyes became calm. He wants revenge, but he needs to be calm and cannot be dominated by anger. Lifting your feet, you walked into it. He walked straight towards the core area of the family. He could not stop wherever he went, and all the city walls and houses were swept by the sword energy. As the last obstacle was cleared, several figures appeared in front of them. They are his father, brother, and several clan elders. Among them, his father and several clan elders looked at each other, and one clan elder directly threw Ye Kongchen, whose face was full of anxiety. Obviously hoping to use this to appease some of his anger. But Ye Kongxiao didn't take this trick and just looked at his brother indifferently. Although I definitely don't have a good impression of this brother, I don't feel too resentful. The mutual hatred is limited to that of children, not so bitter and deep-seated, and it is not him who they want to liquidate. Roll. After making a calm sound, Ye Kongchen didn't care about anything else for a moment, and rolled and crawled away along the passage he came from. Empty. The head of the Ye family wanted to say something else, playing the family card. Death. Ye Kongxiao's psychological construction along the way suddenly collapsed, and he swung his long sword and pointed directly at the vital point. The head of the Ye family was caught off guard and suffered several wounds on his body, but he immediately took out his weapon and fought with him with a spear. The two instantly rushed into the air and fought bloody battle in the air. Ye Kongxiao fought with a desperate attitude, completely suppressing his father and even severely injuring him several times, leaving him close to death. At the critical moment, I saw him shouting down, "If you don't take action yet, don't forget the things you have done, there is no way he will let you go." As soon as he finished speaking, several streams of light rushed out from below. Join the battle in the air. Ye Kongxiao was not afraid of this at all. Come on, let's pay for the blood debt today. As for his father, there is still a slight possibility that he is limited by morality or other things. Then it is absolutely impossible for him to spare any effort to deal with these moths. The sword energy in the air was arrogant and horizontal, but only 30 or 50 moves later. No. The long sword slashed into the head of a clan elder, and the sword energy rushed in, completely blasting him into blood mist in an instant. Seeing this scene, the remaining clan elders seemed to have made up their minds and took out a pill one after another and drank it. Then the whole person's fighting power skyrocketed like a madman, but Ye Kongxiao swung his sword and created a torrent of sword energy, and a clan elder was directly submerged in it and completely dissipated. This was just the beginning of the blink of an eye, and only 3 of the dozen clan elders were killed. These 3 people also understood that there was no way for them to survive alone. "Ancestor, help me! Please Ancestor, please take action and destroy this evil demon! Ancestor!" In the secret room below, the ancestor of the Ye family clearly heard the shouts from above. Tisk, 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 3. A figure shook his head, and after playing the cards, he turned to look at the ancestor of the Ye family aside. "Do you dare to move?" "I don't dare." After the ancestor finished speaking, he directly entered the cultivation state and ignored what was going on outside the window. This made the man feel a little bored and turned around. "King Jia! Who taught you to play like this?" Bang! "I'm crazy. Enlarge your moves. What are you doing if you don't enlarge your moves? Hey, I still dare to curse. Just wait. Wait a while." If you don't follow the network cable and beat you up after this is over, my surname is not even Li. At this time, 3 landlords, 2 mahjong, and 1 were playing online games in the secret room. And these people, without exception, are all heavenly beings, sent here to keep an eye on the Ye family. Ancestor of the Ye family, how virtuous and capable I am. Originally it was because of the white crystal in Ye Kongxiao's hands. Later, the white crystal came into the hands of the Sui family, and they should have left. But it was also to leave a good impression on Ye Kongxiao and to give the Sui family face, so they all stayed voluntarily. And actually the real situation is, this kind of rare vacation is hard to come by, so how can you not cherish it? At this time, the last clan elder above had been killed. Ye Kongxiao's figure fell from the sky and saw the head of the Ye family lying on the ruins. Far away. I have been waiting here for a long time and have read all the leaves. At this time, he slowly withdrew his gaze. He came here to prevent accidents, but it seemed that he was of no use. Then he turned around and left, heading to the next continent. And a few days later, when he was about to leave Jianchen continent, he accidentally heard a piece of news. The Ye family was disbanded, and the original residence was directly pushed aside, and not even a trace could be found anymore. Almost all the original family heads and senior officials have disappeared. Hey, brother, hurry up and get on the boat, it's about to leave. A person on the boat greeted Ziye, and Ziye instantly came back to his senses. Oh, here it comes. Then the giant ship sailed away from the port, aiming for Tianxian continent. Chapter 238, Thunder Sea Forbidden Land. Brother, how's the money going? I've gathered enough. I'm going to buy qi and blood powder in the afternoon. I didn't expect that we would have the opportunity to break through the qi and blood realm. Ziyi listened to the conversations around him and smiled lightly. Unknowingly, Qi Shuesan was completely integrated into human civilization. Next, if I want to break through, I should use the elixir of the entire Unity realm. Several thoughts flashed through his mind, and without stopping, he walked to the door of a chamber of commerce without realizing it. Qian Chamber of Commerce. I have come here, do you want to meet Qian Duo? Never mind. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. After some thought, I gave up the idea. Tianxian continent. It is a continent with the most powerful people on the surface, and various forces run rampant in it. Qian family, Wang family, Tian family, Mo family. In the past era, the continent was like a great wave washing away the sand. The destruction of various family forces has become the nourishment for the emerging generations. Every city and mountain has its own story that is not known to everyone. In the blink of an eye, it was already a month later. In the forest, several figures fled, followed by ferocious beasts that were rampaging through the forest, leaving behind a trail of wreckage. The thick trees were cut off in the middle, and the boulders blocking the road were thrown away. The traces left by an attack made them understand that if they were hit, the result would never be much better than those trees and rocks. Why the hell is there a Qi blood mirror beast here? She should have escaped from the Thunder Sea Forbidden Land. The words just fell, as if reflecting his thoughts. A thunderbolt that was not too strong struck, and several people narrowly avoided it. Don't worry about it. I don't want to know where he came from. I just want to know why he didn't exist. The last one among them was a fat boy, who said something like a complaint. Nothing like that. A voice suddenly came into their minds. It was not the voice of any of them. Before they could react, the sound of the vicious beast behind them advancing and destroying suddenly stopped. Several people then saw a figure falling from the sky. He looked very young, not much older than them. Thank you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be here. Well, thanks. Thanks. Ziyi waved his hand and told them not to care. At the same time, he looked at the ferocious beast, with a trace of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Where is that forbidden area you just mentioned? This ferocious beast was not supposed to be able to use the thunder element, but now it can, and it is in the most remote place on this continent. The 7th and 8th levels of the body refining realm are basically at their peak, and there is actually a chi and blood realm here. Thunder Sea Forbidden Land? Then you have to walk from here to there. You have to walk a long way and climb several mountains to get there. Yes, thunder seas will appear in that forbidden area from time to time. It is very dangerous. Even the city lord will not go there for no reason. Ziye nodded, he was more interested in this so-called forbidden land. I understand, you can divide these things among yourselves. After saying that, the figure disappeared, leaving several bottles on the spot, along with instructions for use. It was a version of the 5 elements medicinal bath when he created it, which was considered a failure. But for a few boys in the body refining realm, it is definitely a chance. Because in the first few versions, he added his own blood. At the same time, the distance between these people is very far, and in Zize's opinion, it is only a matter of walking a few steps. After a little acceleration in the direction they were pointing, they saw the sea of thunder filling the sky and the ground. The area around the forbidden area is surrounded by some special medicinal treasures grown in the sea of thunder. It is of great benefit to body refining, chi and blood realm warriors and ferocious beasts. I think it was only by chance that I swallowed one and was able to break through. After Ziye felt it for a while, he rushed in directly. The figure shuttled through the forest, and the thunder and lightning on the outside could not even break the clothes on his body. In the blink of an eye, he passed through the outer perimeter and the inner perimeter, aiming directly at the core area. He wanted to see what the core of this forbidden land looked like. Stop, it is forbidden to move forward in the land of Tianyu. A figure wearing special clothes flew into the air and stood in front of Ziye. Thunder surged in his hand, as if it was about to hit Ziye at the next moment. Tianyu? It was just a guess at first, but after seeing this person, he already understood. This is where one of the trump cards resides. This made him even more curious. Senior, I am going to Hell Leaf and want to go in and visit. Are you the monster? Ziye took out his Hell badge and Tianyu Da's permission card with his backhand. Exactly. These two things are enough to prove his identity. No one would be crazy enough to want to copy these two things. That would be jumping into a minefield. If you really do it, even in this day and age, you will be confiscated and silenced. Just wait a moment. After knowing Zize's identity, the heavenly man was unsure of his decision and retreated to the core. After a few minutes, coming out of the core area again, young master wants to see you. Master? Sky, is he here too? Ziye didn't expect that he would bump into him. After following the heavenly being into the core area, you immediately felt the terrifying thunder. It's not at the same level as the ones outside, and the power contained in it even surpasses the king realm in his opinion. Even now he felt secretly frightened. And soon he also saw the sky that he hadn't seen for a long time, and it was quenching its body in the midst of thunder. Uncle Lei, I'm sorry to trouble you. After Tian finished speaking, he looked at Ziye. Ziye was not restrained and sat directly in the air and looked at him. Haven't seen you for a long time. Well, it's been a long time indeed. For people who are only in their 20s, 4 or 5 years is too long. Why are you here? The 5 elements treasure land is not enough for you? Tian asked, subconsciously thinking that Ziye came here because of its characteristics. Like him, he wants to temper his body and soul here. No, I came here purely by chance, just on a whim. Then Ziye revealed his plans to travel to the 5 continents, and also mentioned the previous ferocious beast incident. It should be that Uncle Lei was negligent when he brought me in, allowing a certain ferocious beast to escape the thunder outside. I will ask some people from the family to clean the outside to prevent any fish from slipping through the net. Tian immediately made a decision. This place was his Tian family's territory, so he naturally had to take responsibility. Yet, Ziye also expressed satisfaction with this method. Ziye, if you are curious about this place, let Uncle Lei take you around. We people can't be ignorant of these trump cards. Young master, there is no problem. After being called Uncle Lei, the heavenly being responded and looked at Ziye. Come with me. Chapter 239 The world recovers, and the war begins. Under the leadership of Uncle Lei, Ziye saw a thunder pond in the deepest part of the core place. What is surging inside is liquid energy that can destroy heavenly beings. Uncle Lei opened his mouth to explain for Ziye. When necessary, I will control the energy here to turn into thunder, which will cause a continent-wide attack. Mainland. Ziye swallowed his saliva. This kind of scope was beyond his imagination. Looking at the thunder pool, even with his current mental strength, he could not find the bottom. Don't be too surprised. This is just an ordinary trump card, a piece of firewood that continues the fire of civilization for mankind. The calm words expressed the surprising truth. It was only at this moment that Ziye took a serious look at Uncle Lei. He was wearing special clothes. He originally thought it was to defend against the thunder here, but now it seems he was wrong. That was to prevent the energy imbalance in Uncle Lei's body. He only noticed it when he got close enough to the Lei pond. This heavenly being no longer had regular flesh and blood in his body, and instead turned into a ball of energy. In other words, the other party is no longer a person, but he is still a person. Firewood. Ziye stayed here for a long time this time and thought about some things. He has experienced similar things. More than once, a disaster that has not yet come has blocked the entire human civilization. This is a heavenly being, the absolute high-end combat power of mankind. And now, transform yourself into this kind of person who is neither human nor ghost. At a certain moment, he thought of the millions of people massacred in hell. Thinking about the novels I have read before, in this case, there will always be a destined person among the millions of people. Turn human civilization upside down. Also, the forbidden books he had seen at Leng's house. Perhaps that kind of book could be applied to places other than the Leng family. Human nature. It has long been abandoned in the face of survival. There are no good people in hell. He muttered silently. Ziye's mentality changed as a result. A few months later, when he was about to leave this continent, he handed over a newly created secret book to hell. Human nature? Let's wait until we survive. Extreme ice continent. There is a silent walker on top of the accumulated ice. This is the weakest continent and the most hidden continent. There are very few strong people on the surface, but in the deepest part of the glacier, there are places occupied by several family forces. Piles after piles of old monsters were sealed in the ice. Even if these old monsters wake up, they are no longer themselves. After wandering around for a long time, Ziye decided to go deeper. Near the center of the polar ice continent, there is a mountain covered by ice. The leaves climb up step by step from the foot of the mountain like an ordinary tree. Every time you take a step, the mark left by the previous step will be covered by the wind and snow, like an invisible ghost. Peak. The leaves stood at the highest point, waiting. Waiting for the only opportunity. The sun passed overhead and the moon appeared. Not long after, a ray of light appeared from the horizon, and the sun rose to start a new reincarnation. At this time, only Ziye could see the panel, and the numbers on it began to beat regularly, as if everything was calculated. He took out his badge and sent a message to Uncle Hun. I want to give the entire human civilization a chance. When the sun above our head sets for the 6th time, the moon's rise this time seems to have an inexplicable charm, like a pause before awakening. The sun, which has been standing in the universe for countless billions of years, beats slightly at this moment. In an instant, a huge amount of energy shot out, seemingly trying to wipe out everything. The tyrannical coercion, like an awakening, reached the earth first. The tyrannical fluctuations made even heavenly beings feel insignificant. Everything seemed to be heading towards destruction, but the next moment the moon released its own energy. It balances the violence of the sun and turns it into the purest energy that will come to the planet. At this time, the entire planet also underwent tremendous changes, and the three places were like the sky tilting. Jianchen continent. The sea of illusory sword energy came out across the sky, moving, passing, moving, and stopping, just like breathing. In the next second, the sea of sword energy changed for the sake of countless weapons. These weapons rushed into the sky and then scattered, intending to scatter across the entire planet. Ancient Luck continent. A mountain peak rises from the ground, hundreds of meters, thousands of meters, 10,000 meters. In a moment, it surpassed all others and became the highest peak, and then the energy density of the entire planet rose by several levels. And inside the mountain peak was an almost dead figure, reaching out to touch the core of the mountain peak. Okay. The stiff words echoed for a long time. To Wu continent. Under the towering trees. Long Wushuan was practicing on the side and a plant appeared on his body. The next second, the towering tree released a lot of vitality, most of which was absorbed by the plant shadow. The only remaining ones were spread throughout the planet and were obtained by some warriors who were approaching their longevity. After absorbing most of the life force corresponding to the planet level, the shadow on Long Wushuan finally solidified and produced 9 fruits. If there is any king realm here, he will find that the shadow has grown into the Long family's secret treasure. Chalcedony fruit tree. The fruit it produces is a chalcedony fruit that can make the physical qualifications of the leaves reach the top grade of the earth. Shenmudai. 5 rays of light rose from the 5 elements treasure land. The energy of the 5 elements treasure land, which had become increasingly scarce due to the leaves, bloomed with new light at this moment. And there is only one reason for all this. On the glacier's peak, the leaves slowly raised their heads. He constantly enhances the destiny of human civilization through creation and improvement, and uses this to create people who meet the destiny. But that is ultimately personal power. And now this is the resurgence of the planet. Heaven level. The power of the panel plus some coincidences started since his physique entered the heavenly level. The entire human civilization will enter a new stage, and scenes from the past will gradually recover. Miracles from myths and legends are about to occur. Ziye is not interested in exploring the history from ancient times. He only knows about the current human civilization. Dang, Daxing! In an instant, the soul body also underwent transformation, and it seemed that everything around him became different. The secret method of dividing souls has received the largest improvement in history at this moment. And this is the moment. In that space of desolate space, more than 1,000 minions of the evil god were active at the same time at this moment, together with 5 giant beasts that were measured in kilometers, the Void Star Whale. The minion who once communicated with the evil god now looked at the planet. This is an unexpected change. I originally wanted to wait a little longer. Waiting until more people gather together is the best time to launch an attack. But now. For the Holy Spirit, destroy. Destruction. Destruction. Chapter 240 Helium Flash. February 17, 1059, The Age of Warriors. Military Headquarters. This is just an ordinary city. The only strange thing is that there is a fortress in the center of the city. It seemed to be a product from before the Age of Warriors, at least that's what it looked like. Marshal Long was sitting in the main seat, with figures standing behind him on both sides. The Mountain King, General Shi, Chief Instructor Li Lu, Secretary Lu Xi wearing glasses, and the sky that should not have appeared here, etc. All of them are at the absolute top of the military. But now that the whole planet has a great opportunity, they are still standing. It's because of the illusory screen in front of me. The thousands of evil gods' minions wrapped around the 5 starry sky beasts are rushing towards human civilization. Let's get started. Marshal Long said slowly. We will light up the first ray of light for the survival of mankind. Now that the planet is recovering, all the strong men of human civilization have received considerable benefits, which will take time to absorb. It's up to them to fight for this time. Just as the words fell. At the same time, there are hundreds of regions in the 5 continents of the entire world. Hidden bases appeared one after another, followed by flames shooting into the sky and huge cylindrical aircraft flying into the sky. Until it passes through the atmosphere and stabilizes on the orbit of the planet. One voice after another echoed in the military headquarters. The first and second generation helium flashes have all been transported to the planet's orbit. The 7th generation destruction device is locked successfully, calculation is in progress, and calculation is completed. Special weapons activation detected, per regulations. Permission granted. The target of this attack has no energy fluctuations at the true martial realm, 1650 energy fluctuations at the heavenly realm, and 11 energy fluctuations at the king realm or above. The target is expected to reach the best attack location in half an hour. The number of launches in the first round is 100 first-generation helium flashes. Listening to these sounds, Tian already knew that these were the fruits of thousands of years of development of human civilization. Since the Age of Warriors, ruins have appeared. Human martial arts have made great progress, and at the same time they have also acquired a lot of super-era technologies. But why does it seem that human beings are not developing very well now? Because all the scientific research power has been devoted to weapons of mass destruction. Only a small amount of residual or idle scientific research force will research some civilian and ordinary weapons. And this helium flash? It is a simplified version made by human civilization through analysis of a certain special weapon technology. And after hundreds of years of accumulation, the number is extremely terrifying. It is even dozens of times more terrifying than the combined number of nuclear bombs stored by various countries in the multinational era before the Age of Warriors. Beyond the planet, one uses a huge cylinder and is erected above the orbit of the planet. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and a total of 10 of them began to change directions, accompanied by silent mechanical operation. The 10 capsules looked like ordinary capsules, but they seemed to be launched without any conventional driving force. Each one is hundreds of meters in size. The space is extremely empty, and hundreds of things hundreds of meters away leave behind a layer of faint red light as they move. Very conspicuous. What? The leader of this group of minions looked puzzled at the flying things. However, although he was confused, his actions were clean and neat. The power of the Holy God protects the Void Star Whale. Thousands of evil gods' minions simultaneously activated strange powers, superimposing each other, and finally formed a defense similar to an energy shield. Then the evil god commander also tried to adjust the direction, but the capsules were staring at them. The desolation of space has almost no concept of time. Hundreds of helium flashes also reached the designated range, and the next moment they simultaneously bloomed with bright light. At this moment, the huge bodies of thousands of evil gods' minions were wrapped in blazing sunlight and terrifying radiation. A huge shock wave swept across the surroundings, and some meteorites that were relatively close were directly turned into smoke powder. The radiation emitted can even penetrate countless kilometers and affect human civilization. At the end of the first round of attacks, there were 1,592 energy fluctuations at the heavenly realm and 111 energy fluctuations at the king realm and above. Annihilated 58 enemies, data collection is in progress. Collection completed, processing. The target's defense capabilities are incomprehensible, and the target's individual strength exceeds the standards of human civilization. A large number of Jinwu-level energy fluctuations have been detected and are being analyzed. The analysis was successful. There are a large number of unawakened true martial realm creatures at the center of the target, with the number exceeding tens of thousands. Marshal Long listened to the program's analysis and asked, "What are the side effects of helium flash?" It is expected that the radiation effects will appear in 3 days, which will lead to deformed children, environmental pollution, unknown mutations, etc. The radiation effects are currently relatively low, and the natural recovery time is expected to be 3 years. There was brief silence in the room for a few seconds. Increase the quantity used and control the radiation effect to medium. Yes, calculation in progress, calculation completed. The number of launches in the second round is 300 first-generation helium flashes. It is estimated that 210 enemies will be eliminated, and 0 enemies above the king level are expected to be eliminated. Above the track, one cylinder after another is constantly rotating, and every once in a while, dozens of them will change at the same time. Then hundreds of helium flashes were launched, setting off bursts of light in the empty and dark space. In each round, dozens or hundreds of the evil god's minions will be blasted to pieces, causing direct losses and also greatly delaying the speed of their attack. But what humans don't know is that all the minions of the evil god that were blown to pieces were swallowed up by the Void Star Whale protecting them in the middle. After multiple rounds of bombings, a minion of the evil god from the Star Realm broke away from the large army and rushed towards Blue Star quickly. In an instant, it became the focus of the helium flash. It was also when I finally fired an unknown number of helium flashes and the evil god's minions were about to enter, and the safety range of the first-generation helium flash reached its limit. On the Blue Star, a flash of sword intent rose, and then the sound resounded throughout human civilization. Please feel free to digest the opportunity. After hearing the sound, many kings who had been preparing to take action now calmly digested their respective benefits. The Jianchen continent is one of the 5 continents on the planet. That is the holy place for all sword practitioners. The Sword King raised his head and looked at the enemy outside the sky. He stood with his long sword in front of his chest and then raised it high. Sword domain, rise! With him as the center, the entire continent was trembling, and all the swords were slightly tilted down at this moment. The sword realm composed of 12,800 kendo seeds represents 12,800 sword intentions. Some of them are sages of the Sui family, some are masters of swordsmanship, and some have their own sword intent. This is the only realm of human civilization created by the combined efforts of man, earth, and heaven. The Sword King carries his sword domain straight into the sky. The sword domain that originally only covered a few surrounding mountains expanded rapidly. After flying out of the planet, even ordinary people can see the realm that covers the sky when they look up. There are a total of 12,800 illusory swords in it, and every 100 swords form a point of light. Every point of light is like an illusory star, and among these 128 stars, countless combinations represent countless sword techniques. It also represents the supreme level of swordsmanship in human civilization. Chapter 241 The Sword King blocks his minions. Not even the stars suffer death. The violent and strange mental power rioted in the void, conveying disdain for human civilization. Even though they lost many companions along the way, they were all in the realm of gods and humans. And he is in the star realm. Even though it suffered a lot of concentrated fire along the way, it still had most of its combat power. The Sword King didn't reply. A figure is in front, and sword domain is behind. Standing outside the lunar defense line. He shouldn't have taken action now, he should have waited until the end, and then risked everything to fight against the evil god. But the situation has changed, and there is someone more suitable than him. Now, he will replace human civilization and try the power of this star realm. In the void, 128 illusory stars began to flash regularly. The first move, Starlight. The sword's edge was like light, attacking the evil god's minions. This minion of the evil god waved an organ equivalent to a human arm, Death. The tyrannical force shattered the sky-covering light, and there was still residual strength rushing around. The target is clearly the columns above the orbit. But the sword domain had already enveloped him unknowingly, and the stars within it flashed, and all the power was resolved. Stronger than the power of martial arts, he is worthy of being a star. The sword in the Sword King's hand waved again. The martial arts of human civilization is based on the body's qi and blood, and is strong when combined with artistic conception. It is impossible to find out whether this road was obtained from the ruins or from other sources. But, it is enough to kill the evil god. The second move, star movement. In the sword field, 9 illusory stars cooperate with each other to form one point, and the 9 points cooperate with each other to achieve this move. As soon as the sword edge moved, huge stars descended, pressing towards the evil god's minions like the power of heaven. Xin Chen pressed down, but suddenly froze in the next moment. Not only the downward movement, but also the rotation was forced to stop, as if being caught by someone. The Sword King slightly lowered the sword in his hand for a moment. The third move, collapse star. Under this move, changes occurred on half of the planet facing it. Mountains and rocks cracked, seas and rivers flowed backwards, and all spirits fell. The starry sky in between would have such power, if it erupted on the surface of the planet. Enough to cause a mass extinction. The illusory stars shattered for a moment, and the Sword King was ready for his next move. 128 stars turned into nodes, surrounding the shattered shadow. Then, the fourth move, Star Prison. It condensed instantly and turned into a planetary cage with sword intent flowing on its surface. It seems that the general situation has been decided, but the next second, several wounds exploded on the Sword King's body, and there were also strange movements in the planet cage. Are these stars? There is a hint of red around the body, and the gap is indeed huge. How long will it take those guys? I want to save the remaining moves until the end. Above a wine pool in Blue Star, King San stretched his waist while lying down. I don't have that kind of fate. He lowered his hand and patted the big gourd below. Gone. The wine gourd turned into a flow channel and broke through the atmosphere. The figure lying on it looked a little drunk. The Sword King, who was struggling to support himself, was happy when he noticed someone coming over. Finally someone comes to help. Who is it? If it was Do Wang or Marshal Long, he could just stay aside. King San, why is this guy? The wine gourd had already flown nearby, and King San also sent a message to the King of Swords. I'm here to help you. Why don't you just stay aside? If a king dies at the beginning, it will affect morale. As soon as the Sword King finished speaking, a wave of fluctuation came from the moon. Amid the absolute frost, a girl who looked like a fairy flew out. Sword King. A San Wang, who was so weak from time to time that they wanted to kick him out of the king realm. An ice king who has always been the weakest king. Why is it that even though 2 helpers have arrived, the pressure on my body has increased inexplicably? Even the great disciple of Do Wang is better than these 2 guys. The planet that sealed the evil god's minions suddenly moved. It started to change irregularly like a water balloon. The Sword King didn't have time to think so much. He raised his hand and summoned a torrent of sword energy. King San, don't drop the chain. Don't worry. King San held the wine gourd behind his back with both hands, and the gourd instantly burst out with a burst of suction. The torrent of sword energy was absorbed in just a moment, and King San finally became more serious. The mouth of the gourd is aimed at the star prison, and the next moment, the star prison is broken, the minions emerge, and the Sword King is stained with blood. God-killing blow. The gourd spit out a slash and attacked the evil god's minions who had just broken the seal. The evil god's minions had just broken through the star prison with all their strength, but now they suddenly slashed at the opponent and launched a hasty defense. The void space shook out waves, and the defense of the evil god's minions was broken. The blow almost penetrated his body, leaving horrific injuries. And this was just the beginning. The huge gourd hit him heavily, and his body spun and retreated. Before the evil god's minions could recover, King San was already flying close. He stretched out his hand to grab the horn-like part of the minion, and punched it with the other hand. You are the star. This is very powerful for you. After King San took action, the style of painting had changed. It didn't look like a shocking battle between Wang and Xing Chen, but like a fight between gangsters in the village. But it happened that the evil god's minions were temporarily suppressed. Upd me off! Almost roaring, the evil god's minions suddenly surged in energy, but what he didn't see was that a touch of blue had already attached themselves to him. 0. The Ice King thought softly in his heart, and the body of the evil god's minion suddenly stiffened. This made the Sword King, who was taking a breath, suddenly see something interesting. But the next second, broke in. The evil god's minions directly shattered the ice on his body, and he raised his hand to knock King San away with one blow. Then his eyes locked on Ice King, suffer death. Upon seeing this, Ice King launched several attacks one after another, but all of them were directly shattered. In an instant, the evil god's minions rushed forward. The power of the stars stirred, like waves crashing down heavily. The inexplicable tearing sound reached the ears of several kings, accompanied by "There is also a phoenix" chant. In the desolate space, a huge ice phoenix suddenly appeared, and the cool breeze it blew by gently waving its wings made the evil god's minions freeze in place. In this way, immortals come to the world to kill evil spirits. In this regard, King Lang just wanted to say, "Is it beautiful? Is it handsome?" In exchange for his life, if it weren't for the ice phoenix mark fused to his body. She died with that move just now. Seeing the sudden change in the situation, the Sword King said, "Why wait? Just go ahead. If he waits a little longer, these two guys will really be beaten to death." Immediately the war broke out again, with the Sword King blocking his minions alone. The Sand King and Ice King will attack from time to time on the edge to strengthen their presence. And look outward. The large army of minions is about to arrive. Even though the military increased the number of helium flashes, it only held back the remaining star realm and was unable to escape. However, time is enough. The moon's trajectory is beginning to deviate, and the human wall above is awakening. Chapter 242 Battlefield Meat Grinder. On the moon, the base has become completely lively. The scientific and technological talents of the Hai realm are making final adjustments, and the true martial realm enters the operation room. Almost 90% of the weapons in this base cannot be operated by the technological brain. It can only be operated by humans, and because it is too complicated and messy, the power of the entire base can usually be exerted for 5 or 6 times. Oh my god, the base has also changed, and the fitness level can reach 65%. Great, how long does it take for the orbit to arrive? The evil god's minions will arrive soon. Intelligence calculation shows that we will arrive 3 minutes before the opponent and be ready for battle. They are busy, and the kings in various places in the base have also woken up. A long spear shot through the air, showing the might of the fighting god. King Do walked out of the training room and saw his eldest disciple waiting for him outside. "Stay, we need a king-level combat force here." The senior brother was silent, but at this moment, dressed in white robes and with a clear heart, King Kong had flown out of the base without waiting for anyone else. For no other reason than the Sword King was almost beaten to death. It is not easy for one person to carry the stars alone if he is not willing to show his trump card. Ice King, Sand King? Maybe things would be better without these two things. One base. The coffin was opened from the inside, and King Yin walked out, holding a strange giant sword similar to Mou's in one hand. The master of the martial arts hall and the 2 kings of the Tian family also walked out one after another. The Mountain King and Tiger King in Blue Star also came through the air. There are 8 kings in total, including 3 sword kings. When the 3 sword kings temporarily broke off the battle with the evil god's minions, support from both sides had arrived. The 11 kings are in front and the moon is behind. It constitutes the defense line of human civilization. Roar! There is no nonsense part, the war starts at this moment. Do Wang was the first to rush out, and with a move of his spear, he followed the 3-star realm figures into the depths of the starry sky. The remaining kings all showed some of their trump cards. Suddenly, a 1,000-meter giant stretched out his hand to grab it, and the evil god's minions also waved their tentacles and smashed them. In space, where sound should not be transmitted, at this moment, the power of this battle is demonstrated by spatial fluctuations visible to the naked eye. 10 kings faced off against 3 evil gods' minions. Among the 11 king realms and above, there are only 6 minions of the evil god, and the remaining 5 are the 5 void star whales. The lunar base is also releasing the accumulation of human civilization at this moment, and more heavenly beings and teams of true martial realms are flying out. Their opponents are the more than 1,000 celestial realm minions. Under the boundless artillery fire, the quiet space became a battlefield of blood and flesh. The intensity of the battlefield is such that every moment someone from the true martial realm dies, and every moment you can see someone from the heavenly realm self-destruct unwillingly. Damn, okay, you want to kill me, right? A middle-aged man looked at the broken half of his body. When recovery was too slow, he simply didn't wait. The technique from hell, give me some strength. Minions of the evil god, your grandfather is here. Half of his body rushed towards the dense place of the evil god's minions, and the secret method was running. A huge ball of light illuminated the entire battlefield. Whenever the white dot that is enough to be seen on the blue star appears, it means the death of another ancestor-level heavenly being. Not only heavenly beings, but also those in the true martial realm who can still breathe as long as they are not instantly killed by one move. After running the simplified version of the devouring secret method and swallowing a large amount of pills, they would rush over and explode themselves. However, even the enhanced self-destruction only adds a wound to the evil god's minions. And this secret method of self-destruction was the result of Ziye suddenly figuring it out before. If you are aiming at heavenly beings and Jinyu, you can use special elixirs to increase the damage. The battlefield fell into a stalemate, and it was difficult for the kings to end the battle in a short time. It seems that the situation has been decided, but is the situation really that simple? The 5 void star whales began to move at this time, causing waves of void fluctuations. The figure actually began to fade away. This is their ability to walk in the void. Nothing can stop them except luck. If it is a civilization with very little luck, they can start walking in the void at the edge of the starry sky. And like the current human civilization, there is a lot of luck. Even if the way of heaven is dead, you still need to get close before you can enter the void. Once you enter, you are invincible. Of course, if anyone can also enter the void, let's talk about it separately. And if that was just the case, the leader of this group of minions would not be allowed to wait. There are a large number of evil gods' minions of the true martial realm sleeping in their bodies, and the minions of the celestial realm that were blown to pieces before are just used as nutrients. The quality of the next batch will be better than usual. And these minions can appear in any corner of human civilization. Think about it: military centers, scientific research bases, trump card locations, etc. They will all be places where they may be attacked, which is enough to bring down a less powerful civilization. The Void Star Whale has started to take action, and is preparing for space shock. The Death King cannot be contacted. Here's a letter from the military. What is it? Hurry up and say it. The person who saw the message spoke word for word. The helium flash is coming. What? Let the people outside come back quickly. But the man stopped him. No, for the effect, they need to hold back the evil god's minions. Space shock is a weapon obtained in a ruins. Its function is to shake out the void star whale that has not completely entered the void. It has no effect on those who have already entered. But this is already mankind's only space-related weapon. 1 minute later, the space shock was activated, and for a moment the battlefield where the fierce battle was taking place seemed to be swept by an invisible attack. Everyone and the evil god's minions were dispersed. Even a giant object like the moon has shifted. The 5 void star whales were also shaken out without any accident. The helium flash has arrived, densely packed in a large area, more numerous than ever before. It seemed that it had been launched before that message was sent. Originally, no one noticed it because it was too chaotic, but now almost everyone has seen it. Some people were about to move away, but stopped immediately. Because there is no order. Do it or you'll die. Fight. Yes, you are the ugliest thing, let's fight in the second game. The minions of the evil god are frantically trying to protect the void star whale, but the firepower at the base and the heroes stand in the way regardless of life and death. It simply cannot be done. The void star whale is also aware of the danger. Although they are both in the star realm, this star realm has a lot of water. Otherwise, it would not always be protected inside. By analogy, the Ice King of the same realm takes action. 1 versus 5 may lead to success or failure, and 1 versus 3 will choose the battlefield. 1-on-1 Ice King gives him 2 hands, and then lets the opponent take action for 10 minutes. Regardless of anything else, the Void Star Whale began to discharge its minions of the true martial realm one by one. These minions of the evil god also understood their mission from the first moment after they were born. Use your own identity to form a wall of flesh to protect the Void Star Whale within it. And the flesh wall is thickening at a speed visible to the naked eye. The silent fireball appeared, killing more than a dozen celestial beings and several groups of real warriors nearby in an instant. As well as the evil god's minions that they desperately held back, they turned into ashes together. Roar! The leader of the evil god's minions was about to roar when he was pierced by a spear. Dozens of attacks were launched instantly. How dare you get distracted! The 3 stars that Do Wang defeated by himself were unable to lift their heads, and they were still the 3 more powerful ones among the 6. Chapter 243 The evil god comes up with his tricks, and the lucky person appears. When the big sun gradually disappeared, inside was a giant whale that was severely damaged and constantly emitting sorrow. And each one of them was much thinner than before. Damn it, I didn't want to use it so early. The leader of the minions has been injured. He has underestimated the fighting power of the human in front of him. He was only half a step away from becoming a star, yet he beat 1 high-level and 2 mid-level star realm masters so hard that they couldn't even raise their heads. Of course, the current situation is also due to the changes that forced them to take the initiative to attack. Holy Spirit! The commander's mental fluctuations spread throughout the battlefield, and immediately all the minions called out those 2 words together. Holy Spirit! Holy Spirit! The spiritual call is like an absolutely fair hammer. Everyone was stunned for a moment, which lasted less than a second. That's enough. The leader of the minions began to show the luck of the former sea beasts, and the illusory luck even formed a monster the size of an island with multiple tentacles. Resurrection? Wrong. Just a trace of residual consciousness. The final Beast King understood the situation in an instant and knew what he should do. Humanity, let's destroy it together. The towering divine light descended upon the world, and it was about to protect the 5 void star whales. Almost at the same time, the lunar base erupted with devastating power. A black stream of light was emitted that was totally incompatible with human technology. A moment later, the battlefield that had just gathered was blown apart again. He acted so decisively that he completely disregarded the lives of those on the battlefield. When the aftermath of the explosion dissipated, 5 void star whales, whose aura had weakened a lot, appeared in front of everyone. Damn it, the intervals between the evil god's actions are shorter than all the recorded times. No way. Other civilizations don't have monsters like the Beast King who are willing to sacrifice themselves and can even be resurrected in destiny after death. The Beast King is the equivalent of a saint among the fierce beasts. Some people are saying that it is both an outlet for the first battle for the survival of civilization and a manifestation of powerlessness. Whether it is the base, the celestial being, or the king and the helium flash in the orbit of the blue star. No one attacked the beam again because it was useless. The light beam began to grow unstoppably like a tree of life. Countless branches point in the same direction, the blue star. Inside hell. Soul King made a call and the call was connected after a second or two. The escape device has already been prepared, but the success rate is unknown. Uncle Hun, I won't leave. There was silence on both sides of the phone. I'm on it. Zizi's relaxed voice came. He just felt lucky now, lucky that he had the power to help. That's good enough. On top of the iceberg, Zizi's body had already flown over at an extremely fast speed. The speed is faster than the spacecraft and it has just arrived. When the leaves in the soul state merged into the physical body. After feeling the situation, I found that the 5 internal organs and 5 souls were still missing. But it will recover soon. Before my eyes, a panel that I hadn't seen in a long time appeared. Name, Leaf. Age, 27. Qualifications, lower heavenly rank, heavenly 5 elements body, lower heavenly rank. Realm, 1 level of heavenly realm, 1 level of 5 stars. Equipment, wolf-shaped mask, lower spiritual grade, black god knife box, lower heaven grade, can grow, night clothes, lower earth grade, energy fiber clothing, upper earth grade. Skills, the 7th level of fighting god technique, superior heavenly grade, minor success of star soul vastness skill, superior heavenly grade, major success of immortality and indestructibility skill, superior heavenly grade. Skills, breathing, earth grade top grade 570 billion/1 trillion, boxing, earth grade top grade 500 million/1 trillion, body movement, earth grade top grade 200 million/1 trillion, combat, earth grade top grade 500 million/1 trillion, physique, earth grade top grade 1 million/1 trillion, spirit, earth grade top grade 1 million/1 trillion, alchemy, earth grade middle grade 200,000/10 billion. Heaven 5 elements body. Ziye moved his body, his physique was weird, and he was in the same state just now. An epiphany? Shaking his head, he couldn't tell clearly. But just now, boxing, body skills, and combat were indeed like rockets. Let's break through to the top of the earth together. Perhaps, this is his exclusive reward for awakening the world. And it's not just this one. Looking at himself, a bit of luck has completely entered his body. He became a lucky man again. Take out your phone and find a group. Ziye, I'll go first. After sending it out, jump lightly. It instantly broke through the atmosphere, and the stream of light it turned into was comparable to the previous Sand King. Rushing straight towards the trunk of the tree of light in outer space. It was also at this moment that I entered it without any accidents. The pure beam of light began to appear in patterns, staring fiercely at the intruder Ziye. It's one ferocious beast after another. The weakest Tianyu, there are also many heavenly beings. Faced with this, Ziye also used all his strength again after a few years. Burning blood. Burn the soul. The 5 elements are nirvana. With one punch, everything was destroyed. Long Aotian, ha ha ha, Ziye is here. Long Washuan had finished digesting the vitality and raised his head. With the fighting intent rising to the sky, he also came. Fight forever. Fight to the death. The growth of the light tree did not stop, and it had begun to divide into several main branches. Long Washuan got behind one branch. A group of ferocious beasts that were weaker than Ziye appeared. Their actions are just the beginning. On that day, the passionate voices of boys and girls in their 20s echoed in Blue Star for a long time. Su Chongkong came out with his sword, followed by Su Xiaolong and Ye Kong Xiao. Mou also hit hockey and flew out in a coffin with Lang Rushuan. Money abounds, and the sky follows suit. Then there are Qing Han, Qin Yu, Wu Tianming, Han Yu. If you look closely, you will find that each of them has strength far beyond their age. Even the guys who were once only ranked in the middle rank now have strength that exceeds that of the average true martial realm. How about it? It's awesome. All you need to do is pay for your future achievements, more than 90% of your lifespan, and some of the trump cards accumulated by humans. That's about it. There is no time for them to slowly become stronger. And they have all found their own paths, and now they are just running a few steps. Su Chongkong, Mou, Lang Rushuan, Tian Tian, and Qian Duo Duo, the three teams rushed into three branches respectively. The remaining people have also found their places. This moment, inside the light tree, Yezebo was at the forefront, and the wind of his fist swept through and cleared out the ferocious beasts. Long Washuan fights to the point of madness, killing his peers like pigs and dogs, and the more he kills the gods, the more he enjoys it. Su Chongkong created a breeze, Mou also worked hard under the ice flames, and Tian Tian and Qian Duo Duo cooperated with each other. The fighting power of 9 people was once crushed, and it is still the case now. The strange weapon in Qin Yu's hand wielded several different meanings. The alchemy furnace in King Han's hand had already smashed into afterimages. Wu Tianming used his stick skills to sweep away the vicious beasts. Han Yu controlled the mental soldiers and killed them happily. There are many more. When disaster strikes, none of them retreat. Sacrifice is the outcome they have long thought about. Chapter 244, The Son of Destiny fights against the Beast King, the Time Traveler versus the Star Whale. The Battlefield of Kings. The Tiger King turned his head and took a deep look at the beam, but the phantom of the Beast King never dissipated. At this time, Ziye has already killed the Void Star Whale, and no matter how many phantoms of ferocious beasts there are in the celestial realm, they can't stop him. At the age of 27, in the heavenly realm, his real combat power is close to that of the king. Fist intention, physique, soul, all have reached or even exceeded their limits. Why does this human being have so little luck? The Beast King's eyes shifted back and forth between Ziye and Long Washuan. At the same time, his shadow is constantly solidifying. Facing the humans who destroyed his Sea Beast clan, the Beast King will not let go of any opportunity for revenge. It is even less possible to think that everything will die and the things that happened during life will be forgotten. Forget it, luck is more important than a king's combat power. The Beast King felt it, and only a small part of his strength was restored, but it should be enough. He doesn't think he will fail, he just succeeds once at most. Because he couldn't step out of the beam, there was nothing he could do once they got out. Long Washuan, who was fighting fiercely, suddenly felt a chill in his heart, only to realize that a figure tens of thousands of times larger than him had appeared. More than a dozen tentacles attacked, and this move was enough to kill most of the celestial beings. Buzz! The golden light was released, and half of the golden stone completely blocked the attack at a tenth of the cost. As a lucky person, it is normal to have some trump cards. The Beast King thought like this, and attacks fell like raindrops. Long Washuan's body, which was no bigger than an ant in front of the Beast King, was instantly submerged in it. The golden light shattered in less than a second. The glazed shield appeared immediately, and the dragon's eyes inside the shield were filled with real fire. Use your energy and blood to send messages to all directions, don't come here. He's going to use some means, and the next scene will be a bit outrageous. Qian Duo Duo, Ziye, Mou, and others stopped moving and then continued to do what they were supposed to do. In an instant, the glass shield was shattered, and in an instant, the true martial arts was perfected. The spear had already been thrust out, and Long Washuan faced the Beast King directly. Come and fight! A horizontal tornado turned up inside the beam, and a heavenly and human aura spread across it. The ant's figure collided with the mountain, and it only lasted for half a breath before being knocked down again. The fighting spirit is still there. Round beads, half a sword, a small tower, a stone tablet engraved with scriptures, lines appearing on the body, an unconscious soul body. Long Huashuan stood there, with 27 kinds of relics hovering around him. This is how all the ownerless opportunities of the entire human civilization were wrapped up by him, the son of fate. Then he raised his hand and took out a black feather. If you look closely at this black feather, you will find that it is made of the same material as the black feather coat. With a flash, it seemed like the mythical Daypen appeared. The body is not much smaller than that of the Beast King, and the invisible aura is equal to it. This was Yu Wu, who was once the king of the sky, the king of ferocious beasts like the Tiger King and the Beast King. And now, this Yu Wu, who should have a mortal enemy with humans just like the Beast King. He actually recognized Long Huashuan and was willing to fight for him. The Beast King was stunned for a moment. No, he sacrificed everything for the ferocious Beast clan and fought until the last moment. Even if he is dead, he must be revived by fate to complete his revenge on mankind. As a result, the other two kings in the same camp all defected to the other side. Moreover, Yu Wu, you were killed by humans. The Beast King doubts life, and Long Huashuan has no intention of resting. The war begins again. Long Huashuan showed everyone what it means to be a child of destiny. In addition to a relic, there are countless ordinary trump cards. And the more he fought, the stronger he became, and gradually his fighting spirit began to advance towards the realm. Ziye didn't have time to marvel at Long Huashuan's operation, because he had already rushed to the Void Star Whale. The 5 Void Star Whales roared together, and a humanoid body appeared between them. Ziye did not look at the humanoid guy, his goal was to kill those Void Star Whales. He had read this information more than once during his 3 years at Tianyu University. 49 black lines suddenly appeared, exploding into 49 waves. The humanoid creature slowly fell from the sky, and Ziye also retracted the black god's flying knife. He already understood that he had to fight first. The 2 figures disappeared instantly and reappeared no more than half a meter apart. The 5 elements are nirvana. The battle started on Long Huashuan's side, which was not weaker at all. For a time, even several kings and the minions of the evil god in the star realm. They all took a quick look. Everyone within the beam could clearly feel the terrifying battle fluctuations. It's terrible. In the blink of an eye, Ziye had already punched hundreds of times, and 5 elements nirvana punched him as if he didn't need money. But it's just a 50-50 fight with the opponent. In the area where he could not approach, the seriously injured Void Star Whale had begun to enter the void. Although the speed is very slow and the distance is very close, it can't be stopped. And this is still within the evil god's means, who knows if it will lead to something more difficult to deal with. Seeing this, Ziye made another 5 elements silence, and then quickly distanced himself. The humanoid creature did not pursue it, it seemed that the other party's mission was only to block it. This also just gave the leafs a chance. After all, this was also his first time trying the latest soul-splitting secret method. Within the body, the 6 souls came out one after another. At this scene, even the star whales who desperately wanted to enter the void roared with unknown meaning. Among the 6 souls, first one of them took the black god flying knife from the main soul. For the remaining 5, the 5 groups of original energy on Ziye's chest gradually condensed. An act that could be called suicide is just a trivial matter in the face of Dachan's immortality and upgraded physique. The 5 groups of original energy respectively correspond to the 5 souls, and are integrated into them the moment the condensation is completed. The energy merged with the soul and turned into 5 energy clones. Ziye's breath shrank, but the momentum did not decrease. The main soul controls the physical body and raises its hand to point at the humanoid creature. A sense of blood sacrifice pulsed through his body, which was exactly the formation that Ziye had previously placed on his body. The second battle, this time, 7 against 6. The black line opens, followed closely by the 5 elements of nirvana. The bodiless soul controls the flying knife and cooperates with the physical body. Holding the humanoid clone tightly, no matter how crazy the other party wants to leave. Ziye will respond with an even crazier attitude, and the blood sacrifice formation will be fully activated. And his 5 clones naturally found the Void Star Whale. The fire element clone emits white flames, and this pure white flame has undergone transformation. Revealing a trace of sacred meaning, it directly interrupted the operation of the Void Star Whale to enter the void. The golden element clone opened its mouth and blew out a breath, and in an instant it turned into countless weapons. The water element clone waved his hand and spread out a kind of energy, and the breath of the Void Star Whale suddenly became weaker. The wood element clone clapped his hands, and countless plants grew, some even taking root in the Void Star Whale. The earth element clone only used the most common attacks, but every move carried the heaviness of the 10,000 years mountain range. Is this enough? No. Don't forget, Ziye is proficient in formations. The 5 clones cooperated with each other, and a large formation gradually formed. The 5 elements of Nirvana formation. Chapter 245 Victory. No, it's just the beginning. The annihilation of the 5 elements, simply put, relies on the mutual restraint of the elements of the 5 elements, using its own destruction to bring about the destruction of external objects. The Void Star Whale's body was covered with trees burning with white flames. It roared as it watched the formation gradually forming. And a huge pentagon has surrounded them. The clones of the 5 elements each stand in a corner and activate the corresponding elements at the same time. The intention of destruction soared into the sky. The humanoid tried desperately to rush over, but how could the leaves let him succeed? A straight punch knocked him back again. It finally worked. He said that the 5 elements Nirvana array operates, using the 5 elements original energy, plus the 5 divided souls to sacrifice. Once the formation was formed, the body of the Void Star Whale turned into powder bit by bit. But the speed is very slow, in the end it is the stars. However, Ziye is not afraid at all. Isn't it just the origin and the split soul? With the added skills, he can squander them at will and still not die. The Starry Sky War has entered its most intense stage. And there will be a turning point. The true will of the God of War covers all directions, and the undefeated spear destroys the stars. All the battlefields came to a standstill for a moment because the so-called stars have been lifted up by spears. The power of the fighting king shines in all directions. Ha ha ha, what stars, bullshit evil god's minions, haven't been destroyed by the king. Kill. War. Humanity's morale is high, and successes are happening everywhere. The firepower on the moon base continued unabated, suppressing the greatly reduced number of minions. Within the light tree, both monsters also had the upper hand. The sharp claws of the rock cut off several of the Beast King's tentacles, causing him unspeakable suffering. The relics controlled by Long Wushuan exerted far more power than expected when faced with the body formed by the evil god's methods. Ziye divided into 7 people. On the one hand, they maintained the formation, and on the other hand, they faced the fierce battle between humanoid creatures. But the way to win this battle did not come from the 2 of them. A tiger roar suddenly came, and the Tree of Light suddenly changed. The Tree of Light, which was growing steadily and constantly transforming into ferocious beasts, began to shake. The Beast King understood instantly, "Tiger, you traitor to the ferocious beast." In response, Tiger King just looked at Beast King one more time. The Tree of Light uses the luck of the ferocious beast, and because it is an active sacrifice, it retains some of the characteristics of the ferocious beast, which is unfortunate. It is the Tiger King, the well-deserved king of ferocious beasts in human civilization. This is a fact, not to mention that there is a king of the sky who is also on the human side. Although because of the power of the evil god, they did not play a decisive role. But the momentary disturbance was enough. Death. Long Wushuan didn't care about anything else and jumped up. 27 relics were added to his body at the same time, and his breath broke through several realms in an instant. The Beast King immediately noticed the power of this move and wanted to avoid it. But two sharp claws rushed over instantly and grabbed him firmly. The Beast King's body is now obviously not as stable as before, and his strength has been greatly weakened, making him unable to break free from the feathers on his body. And Long Wushuan's attack has arrived. Human! Sora let out a long roar, and the island-sized figure completely disappeared, along with the remaining consciousness. The humanoid creature made a mistake, and Ziye got close in an instant without throwing a punch. Instead, he hugged her and said, "Come, let me treat you to a fireworks show." The secret method of self-destruction operates. The terrifying shock wave swept across, and a grand flower bloomed in the light tree. Among the flowers, the figure of Ziye gradually appeared, his arms spread out, and only a few particles of light remained in the original humanoid creature. The condition of the leaves didn't look good either. The effect is good, I will try it twice more if I have the chance. The extremely damaged energy fiber clothes on his body began to gradually repair, blocking the body that was damaged by self-destruction. Turning around, the 5 void star whales were still roaring, it was their turn. In the light tree, when the two monsters began to show their divine power again. The speed at which ferocious beasts are born cannot keep up with the speed at which they kill them. Other side. Do Wang killed another Star Realm minion at a faster speed. Of the 3 at the beginning, only the strongest minion commander is still struggling to support himself. Why? In the thousands of years of minions' rule, there has never been such confusion as now. How could a half-step star kill 2 of them in the middle-level star realm? Even his own high-level star could only survive a little longer. Death. Do Wang just said one word. After the spear penetrated the opponent, the true meaning of the god of war poured in crazily. As if knowing that he must die, the minion commander said at the last moment. You will eventually be cleaned up by the Holy Spirit leading believers. Han Mang is a little bit cold, and the evil god's minions are in charge, and he will die. The true meaning swept over, and the bones suddenly disappeared. After Do Wang finished all this, he did not hesitate to kill other star realms. For a time, the minions of the star realm fell one after another. After the kings had time to take action, they also began to deal with the minions of the evil god at the celestial level. And in Blue Star military base, Marshal Long was not happy because of Xing Kong's victory, but remained as serious as ever. Behind him, a space passage appeared. The Death King, who had no life left at all, walked out. It's coming, he said with difficulty. In the passage behind him was an endless river with undercurrents. The River of Void. It washes away everything ruthlessly and impartially, and is also the dividing line between human civilization and evil gods. In fact, the minions of the evil god in the second stage do not come from the same place as the minions of the evil god that appeared previously. The previous ones were all attracted from the boundless universe, and their quality was very different. In the second stage, they all drifted from the gaps in the River of Void. After passing the second stage, the dead minions of the evil god will turn into coordinates one after another that cannot be cleared. The coordinates are formed, and the River of Void ripples. It represents the beginning of the third stage. However, Marshal Long did not expect it to happen so soon. According to the plan, how sure are you? No. Marshal Long was not surprised and asked again. How are Soul King's preparations going? All right. Marshal Long looked at the picture on the screen again. Humanity wins? No. This is just an appetizer, if only it were that simple. How could he go to such lengths to keep human civilization operating in a pathological way? Hell headquarters. The Soul King waved his hand and gently caressed the lifeless face of Tianlin. Rest in peace, in this era, someone has to sacrifice, it's just a matter of time. And behind this corpse is the core that has not yet been fully activated. The Soul King calmly activated the Star Soul Vast technique for a moment. At this moment, the star-like mental power almost turned into a physical entity, and then continued to compress. Until the end, the Soul King held a soul core the size of an ordinary person's head and stretched towards the core. Seconds. An aerial base rose into the sky, and several more figures flew out from the blue star. They were insurance against accidents, but they are no longer used. If everyone on the blue star looked up, they would see an empty, endless starry sky in all directions. It's like pictures appearing on a drawing board. Outside the moon base, a celestial being had just rested for a while, his eyes widened in an instant, and his mouth made several mouth shapes blankly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The phantom of the 5 planets. That's not all. The sphere of the round sky and the earth that appeared in the novel and animation were reflected in the eyeballs. 2 realms. 5 planets, 2 realms. There are countless living beings. One glance at Tianyu is inexhaustible, gods and beings appear constantly, and the stars are also recorded in 10 numbers. Can they really win? Chapter 246 Wang Yun. Inside the light tree, Ziye and others have gathered together, looking at the increasingly clear picture. 7. Shouldn't the normal number be about 3? More than double. Qing Han leaned against the alchemy furnace and yelled outrageously. Mou didn't say anything, just touched the coffin he was carrying and blocked Lang Rushuan behind him. Qian Duoduo was also silent, not knowing what he was thinking. It's time to go all out, Ziye. Do you have the kind of trump card that can make a comeback? Lang Rushuan was still very open-minded, but Ziye was asked helplessly. No, I have a few ideas, just. Ziye was about to say, it's not of much use, but he suddenly fell silent. This made everyone present's eyes brighten. He was indeed a monster, and he definitely had some ruthless moves. I don't know if they can see it. Everyone present kept their hands open. As soon as this hand is released, it is the moment of death. The king and the lucky people all gathered at the newly appeared Hell headquarters. Ziye looked at the kings. He had seen the information about these kings. Ice King, Sand King, Sword King, Yin King, Tian Family Double King, Mo King, Pavilion Master, Sky King, Wealth King, Do King, Mountain King, Tiger King, Dan King, Sword King, and Soldier King. 16 of them, except Uncle Soul, Uncle Death, and Marshal Long, all arrived. 19 kings, this is the true peak combat power of mankind. If you include the senior brothers with king-level combat power, there are 20. But now facing the third stage, I can only say that it is completely inadequate. While Ziye was thinking, Do Wang, full of murderous intent, came over. Master. Okay, don't worry about that now. Do Wang casually put the spear aside and sat directly on the ground. After Ziye paused for a second, he also sat side by side next to Do Wang. Seeing this, both Lang Rushuan, those who were lucky, and all the kings stayed away. This time, I will die. Yeah, I know. The master and apprentice spoke indifferently, as if it was just a small matter. I am really unqualified as a master. Do Wang laughed at himself. He had 3 apprentices in total, and now, he is about to die. Tian Xiangju is dead. If Ziye, a heavenly being, could go with them, would he still have a way to survive? As for the eldest disciple staying at Blue Star, he has countless trump cards for thousands of years. How safe do you think it is? 5 stars and 2 domains, a total of 7 worlds. Except for the top combat power, he has to rely on him to handle the rest. I want to be a butcher in the end. Ziye didn't reply, he didn't know what to say. Mental fluctuations came. Uncle Soul? Just as Ziye was about to look for Uncle Soul, dozens of spiritual marks suddenly appeared, along with the voice of Soul King. This is a special mark. After entering each other's world, they can communicate with each other. A familiar voice, but from the wrong source. Ziye was rarely confused for a moment, because Uncle Hun's spiritual power was everywhere in this hell headquarters. It's not a simple diffusion, it's a very mysterious state. Until, a bag of snacks was thrown through the gap that appeared in the wall. It was exactly what Uncle Hun had been eating, and the voice appeared again. Have some snacks? Also, next to the core of the headquarters, there is a facility that only you can use. Your relatives, friends, and teachers have all been arranged. They will be the last ones to die. Also, goodbye. Saying goodbye in advance is not right either. It's a farewell for death. The Soul King thought in his mind that he had received the signal to start his plan. Hell headquarters begins to activate again. Rushing towards a spot in the starry sky picture, the closer it gets. The enemies in the pictures become clearer. When they arrived nearby, Ziye and Long Wushuan were ready to take action at any time. The sound of countless chains grinding was heard, and a figure full of deathly energy appeared, the King of Death. He glanced at everyone stiffly, and then looked hard at the moon base in the distance. Let's go. Marshal Long said. The Death King withdrew his gaze and faced the picture of the world alone. The sound of chains sounded, and a passage opened in the space in front of him. This passage passed through several worlds and went straight to the River of Void. There is the most powerful enemy they have to face. Evil God. The red crystal walked in the gap of the River of Void, and once it flashed, it seemed to detect human movements. The Death King instantly turned into the core of death, the Death Core. He killed the evil god with countless chains, along with Marshal Long on his side. The two of them want to stop the evil god. Gain time for the other kings to deal with the followers of the evil god. Human. The supreme pressure came, and the heartbeats of everyone present stopped. The next moment, the space channel disappeared. A trace of killing intent flashed in Ziye's eyes, which then turned into worry. Master. Do Wang stood up again and said calmly, Death and the old marshal can't last long, and neither can Blue Star. Everything is planned, but every step of this plan is a bit difficult. The picture of the world begins to become real. Blue Star Orbit. All helium flashes were activated, and thousands of first-generation helium flashes were launched. After a while, it's dawn. No matter where it is on the Blue Star, everything is swept away by extremely strong light and radiation. Even in the Qi and Blood realm, you will feel strong discomfort. Originally, I had concerns about radiation. After all, if the final battle took a long time to come, it would be troublesome to deal with it afterwards. But don't worry about it now, I built so many just to use them now. Only those who hide in the deepest shelter can escape this wave. The effect of so many helium flashes is that only a few fish slip through the net. In the first wave of the opponent's army, almost all creatures at the level of gods and below were dead. Take action. The Soul King took the lead in activating the spiritual fluctuations and clashed with the way of heaven of the seven worlds on the battlefield where others could not intervene. Thanks to the suppression given by the fate of human civilization, it is considered a 50-50 split for the time being. 16 Wang, Ziye, Long Wushuan, Su Chongkong, Mou, and 20 others also rushed out together. As for the other lucky people, their strength is too weak, and they cannot survive on the next battlefield except for the last trump card. 7 Worlds. The Do Wang fights against enemies on a planet alone. In other worlds, each of them is dealt with by about 3 people. As for their enemies, there are at least 3 or 4 star realms in each world. The war breaks out again. The Do Wang fights against 5 stars, no one is better or worse. The Sword King swept away a river of sword energy and was easily dispersed. The sword domain was helpless under the attack of the 2-star realms. The coffin where King Mole was damaged. The 2 kings of the Tian family used their joint secret technique, but they could only save their lives for a few minutes. The Sky King, the Alchemy King, the Mountain King, the Tiger King, the Ice King. The Ice King transformed into a huge ice phoenix, cold. The ice phoenix mark was pushed to the extreme, and then bang! The collapse became the nourishment for this move. The sound spread across the 7 worlds, and frost covered the entire starry sky. Faced with this move, Xing Chen had no way to hide. Ice King, fallen. This is the first, and it will definitely not be the last. The sword domain instantly expanded several times again. The Sword King was also going to fight hard. He originally wanted to use this move on the evil god. Chapter 247 1 Hour of Casualties. The 10,000-meter ice phoenix traveled through 7 worlds, leaving a trail of white frost in its path in the sky. At this point, it dissipates. One boundary. The Sword King retreated thousands of miles away, looking at the 2 star creatures trapped by the sword field that was magnified several times. At this time, they are being affected by hoarfrost, which is the best time. He stabilized his figure, but his middle-aged appearance instantly transformed into that of a young man. Turning over several sword flowers, he made sword moves one by one. For example, if light is boundless, it is 1, if it turns into a star, it is 2, when it collapses and destroys, it is 3, if it turns into a star, it is 4. 4 moves were made, but the sword's edge was still unstoppable. The 5th move is Star Punishment. The entire realm trembled, and countless creatures looked up to see the world-destroying scene. The illusory and bright sword energy star began to rotate at a speed far beyond normal. One after another, the light and shadow of the sword appeared, and in the blink of an eye it was over 1,000,000, hovering outside and unable to see inside. It's like an execution ground. The situation is great. The Sword King intends to destroy these 2 stars with his next move. But suddenly, a strange mysterious light came out of thin air, pointing directly at the young figure holding the sword. Don't think about it. King Kong stood in the way for a moment, and then half of his life was gone. The place where the 7 realms of heaven are at war. The Soul King's spiritual power reaches the sky, and the spiritual power as vast as the size of the planet is constantly pouring out. Want to suppress the opponent and prevent them from making the next move. But the soul bead in the soul had already burst into a crack. No, 7 is still too much. We must fight quickly. At this point in my mind, all kings, use your trump card. What about the evil god? Questions rang in everyone's ears. I can't care less, use it. The 6th move is to destroy the star. This sword breaks boundaries. The sword energy flashed thousands of miles away, and the 2 stars fell silently. The youthful color disappeared instantly, and the strength of the old man disappeared. The young man holding the sword turned into an old man in an instant, but his eyes were still sharp. However, the fire of life has been extinguished. The King of Swords died. The board of King Mo's coffin was directly pushed away, and an invisible darkness turned into a mountain in an instant. Eyes like abyss, body like a demon, and an aura that looks like death. He pounced directly on a star and swallowed it into his body to start another round of fighting. The 2 kings of the Tian family made a tacit understanding in silence, and then the next moment, 2 people become 1. The 2 kings were 1, and they fought fiercely with the 3 stars. The King of Finance vomited a drop of black blood, and then his body became visibly thinner. With another wave of his hand, tens of thousands of artifacts were taken out, which were accumulated by their Qian family for thousands of years. He will die as a prodigal son. In just a moment, the kings completely changed the situation. However, it is still not optimistic. The thousands of heavenly and human-level creatures were divided into 2 waves. A wave rushed towards the kings, intending to consume them. Led by a special star realm, a wave rushed towards Blue Star. Everyone was held back and could only watch them move. These creatures had special means and rushed to the moon base in a very short period of time. That special star rushed to the front and was about to take action. The weapon, composed of more than a dozen boulders that looked like waves washed by the waves, was wielded by the senior brother. The two collide. Waves of fluctuations also erupted on Blue Star, struggling to resist the attack. But no matter what, we are holding on for the time being. This was a relief to everyone. Because these evil god believers will be suppressed by luck when they come here. Therefore, before the believers have finished solving the problem, nothing can happen to Blue Star, the human base camp. Let alone too many people be killed by these creatures. Su Chongkong looked at all this, especially those enemies in the heavenly realm and the true martial arts realm. Even if the kings can be killed with just one move, there are too many of them. When the time came, Su Chongkong found that his mood was far calmer than he thought. After a helpless smile, "Everyone, I'm on board." Ziye and others were silent. Ziye thought about the direction Su Chongkong went in the first place, and punched a gap in the surrounding enemies. But, still can't see anything. A few more punches, still the same. The sound of swords sounded again. Countless believers rushed towards Su Chongkong, but they were all blocked by the kings. Just like before, they held the king back. Su Chongkong pointed to his heart and waited for a breath. Countless substantial sword energies flowed out like a long river. This is the transformation of the sword pool. Raising the arm is not a powerful sword move. It's just a move used to clear out miscellaneous soldiers. Swing, clear, wind. The sword moves, the clouds change, and the wind blows. Hold this sword and blow the breeze, sweeping away thousands of enemies from the 7 realms. The creatures in the heavenly realm stopped moving and then fell down directly. There are no scars on their bodies, but if you look closely, you will find that their souls have been shaved off. The war is still going on. No one stopped, not even this half-monster who was known as the #1 genius in swordsmanship. The corpse fell into the dust, and in an instant, it was no longer clear which attack it was destroyed by, leaving no trace. Just like the previous 2 kings. It was King San who drank strong wine and dragged a star to death. The Kong King, who had lost half of his vitality, was unwilling to take away even one of them until death. It was the pair of grandfather and grandson again who burned half of the sky with the fierce fire of the alchemy furnace. Still that roar of a tiger. In the previous battle in the starry sky, Wang still had some ability to protect himself. At this point in the world war, the king is no more than a boat in the sea. Ziye fought crazily, hoping to kill a few more. At this time, a space channel appeared again in the starry sky. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. Among the power of the evil god is something that looks like an eyeball. Everyone's heart sank. The evil god could use additional means to send things over. The battle that represents the river of void is almost unbearable. As soon as the eyeball appeared, it was the mysterious light that had previously made King Kong lose his life. If anyone else was photographed, they wouldn't think they would be much better than King Kong. But there was a figure who seemed to be dodging unlike the others. Instead, he rushed towards Xian Guang. Under the mysterious light, the vitality of the leaves is like opening a floodgate to release water, and it is released thousands of miles away. Even a heaven-level physique is difficult to withstand, and in a blink of an eye, there is no chance of survival. But even if it's less than 101, it's nothing. Ziye no longer cares about anything else, his eyes are full of madness. Only he can handle this thing, and he has the ability to handle it, so don't even think about running away. When the eyeballs saw the leaves getting closer and closer, they wanted to retreat, but how could the leaves do what he wanted? Grabbing it, the strangest mysterious light shone on him. The leaves didn't care, and in an instant, blood splashed into the starry sky. He put his hand into his chest and stuffed it in along with his eyeballs. Then, swallow the secret method Qi. I can even swallow the power of the evil god, don't talk about it like this. Ziye said an extremely weak word and turned around to look. Because it was in the starry sky that he could see the whole world again. And that hell headquarters. Ziye first wanted to see the situation of the kings, but found that there were less than 10 alive. Then look at the Hell headquarters, the classmates and friends there. There are not many left. At this point, the battle had only passed for less than an hour. Chapter 248 The Stars of Human Civilization. Deep inside the Wang family. How's the situation? You don't need to take action yet. Lu Qi replied fiercely, staring at the banished immortal who had returned to his middle-aged appearance. The banished immortal ignored this look, but it made Lu Qi even more angry. Why, not to mention those seniors, even the 5 people from the 5 major colleges who are more talented than me, less talented than me, and should even die behind me, all go to the moon base to live or die. You want me to stay here with you, do you think I'm afraid of death? He punched the ground, but unfortunately his strength was not enough to shake the place. The banished immortal shook his head and said, "Of course you are not afraid of death, but what's the use if you just go, right, curious boy? You." The banished immortal raised his head, his eyes seeming to pass through the layers of restrictions and pass through the enemies of the 7 realms. Falling onto the world battlefield where the king cannot protect himself. The Sword King is dead, and so is Su Changkong. There is a problem. Whose hands did the original 10% white crystal fall into? Could it be that who could be more suitable than the 2 of them? I was thinking about it, just thinking about it. Because he has his mission, even if everyone outside is dead. He will not be allowed to take risks. He has one and only one chance. World battlefield. Both Wang and Xing Chen suffered heavy casualties. Every king and lucky person tries his best. Use the means obtained from the ruins, which have been improved from generation to generation by countless destroyed civilizations. The same is true for human civilization. Before the original ruins left, they handed over a legacy with negligible progress. Do Wang's body was stained with blood, and another shot penetrated Xingchen's body. The true meaning of the god of war surges and is destroyed. The 5 stars on this planet all died, and 1 person rebelled against the 5 stars. This is the most powerful fighting king in human civilization. Do Wang doesn't have any trump card, because the price/performance ratio is not high. He is terrifyingly strong and stable. With a glance, the other kings of the remaining stars can solve it on their own. Finally, it stopped in the starry sky outside the world, and Zizi's breath gradually recovered. There was a pause for a second or two. Soul, let death open the way. After a few seconds, the vague voice of the Soul King sounded. Good. Do Wang then flew into a space passage that only appeared for a moment. Anyone who can separate their minds can look at them at the same time. I saw only that side of the passage. The dragon-like beast the size of a mountain was able to challenge the evil god that looked like gemstones and crystals. Surrounded by countless chains clashing with each other, the aura of the Death King has faded to almost nothing. Evil god! Ziye said, feeling the situation inside his body. His current strength is not enough, and he hopes that this thing that has been ignored can come into play. Ziye, I create opportunities, can you destroy the heavenly Dao of these 7 worlds? Ziye, who had just stabilized the eyeball in his body, was stunned. God's way? Although he noticed something similar to the way of heaven at the beginning, he did not expect that the final goal was to kill the way of heaven. I never thought that I would do this by myself. Can it be done? There was a lingering weakness in the Soul King's voice, and he was about to die. The 7 worlds really exceeded the predetermined limits, and so did the power of the evil god. Originally, according to the plan, Do used the true meaning of the god of war to kill the heavenly Dao with his cooperation. Then we will go to the void to fight together. If that doesn't work, there is a final trump card. But now, I need a moment. Good. Ziye did not go directly because he was not strong enough. Then he looked inside, right next to the eyeball. There is a piece of paper with a faint golden light. This is the inheritance he received when the valley was ruined, but he has never been able to use it. But before this battle, there was a reaction. A secret art. Exchange price for power, simple yet powerful. This secret technique was almost directly imprinted on his mind, allowing him to master it instantly. Price. He said softly. A body of flesh and blood, soul, heritage, longevity, and luck. At this moment, the aura of the leaves rose rapidly until the enemies of the seven realms no longer dared to give it time. Especially the true meaning of the god of war made the Tiandaos who were relieved feel a sense of crisis again. Originally, the battle was gradually ending, but this time it was raised to a higher level. It is the trump card of these worlds. I originally planned to deal with the Do King, but when the Do King left, another one came. It really stimulates the nerves of these worlds that are stronger than those of a 3-year-old child. When unexpected enemies appeared, the kings had no choice but to stop them. It can only be blocked. What's going on? There is no such thing in the ruins information. Tens of thousands of civilizations have no accidents, so why is our human civilization so special? The Sword King complained, because if he didn't say anything else, he would have no chance. Old man Su, I'm looking for you. Another star was chopped off with one strike. Back. The King of Swords died. A dark cloud appeared in everyone's mind. What the Sword King said was true. This was an unplanned incident. As for the actual reason, Ziye felt that it might be him. He didn't know what secrets he had, but the evil god seemed to be quite interested. By constantly activating the secret technique, the consumption and recovery of skills were kept at the same point, and the power became stronger and stronger. But it wasn't enough, he needed some more time. Hell headquarters. There were not many people here anymore, so when the footsteps sounded, it was particularly attractive. Ye Kongxiao stood up and said, "Teacher Ye, I will help you this time." A white crystal appeared in his hand, which was exactly the 10% allocated to him. In the end, he had to use it, and the reason was very simple. The Sword King was not sure of breaking through the stars with this, and besides, the original trump cards had been arranged. Su Chengkong's situation is the same. It's all set and it's not easy to change it. In addition, there is another point, that is, Ye Kongxiao has a lot of luck. This white crystal can be utilized to the greatest extent. The white crystal turned into a mist and merged into his body, the next second. Blue Star Jianchen Continent. Everyone who was fleeing was shocked. They had seen several trump cards being used beyond their understanding. But the changes this time are really too grand. A sword mountain with thousands of swords flying together turned into the sharpest sword tip. Then, there are all the swords in the world. The entire blue star was affected, and millions of swords of various types gathered and rushed into the starry sky. First, he faced the enemy who was like a boundless wall, like a sword passing through a water curtain. The flesh and blood wall echoed with waves of turmoil, causing countless casualties. World outside. Ye Kongxiao has sharp eyes, and there are always sacrifices in this era. Now, it's his turn. Just like those countless seniors and seniors. This sword kills the enemy. For the first time, human civilization has demonstrated the power of the stars. The sword is like a divine dragon, and the body is like a sage. The years are not full of confusion, but it is the end. The young genius turned into a wisp of ashes in the starry sky. This is the price of tyrannical power. This sword can be regarded as neutralizing the unexpected enemy, and the battlefield once again fell into a stalemate. There was another turbulence in the starry sky, and Ziye stepped out in one step. God's way, he's coming. Chapter 249, The fist fell to 5 stars, and the feet stepped on 2 realms. The leaf body turns into blood light, leaving a bloody ribbon in the air that cannot be dissipated. The realm has not changed, but the strength has more than doubled. Uncle Hun, I'm ready. Ziye flew over a planet and felt the increasingly uneasy way of heaven. He now has the ability to kill Tiandao, but the prerequisite is to find him. Just like in the Long family before, if Tianyu hadn't been trapped, he wouldn't have been able to solve it no matter how powerful he was. This all depends on Uncle Hun's methods. If it's quick, Uncle Hun probably won't die. There is hope in my heart. The voice of the Soul King came, along with a trace of spiritual power. This trace of spiritual power was too weak to be transformed into a human form, but he still said it in a voice as small as an ant. We three brothers have really done enough for mankind. No one can blame us. If something cannot be done, remember to go to the headquarters. Only by living can you have the possibility of revenge. The next second, the 10,000-foot-long Dharma body appears in the world, and the leader of the soul path conquers the 7 directions. The invisible heaven and earth are illusory, and this is how the true body appears. The Soul King directly shattered his own soul bead and used his personal power to plot the great power of the world. It's like he took everything from Tianlin and merged into hell. Now he wants to seize the way of heaven. Failure is the inevitable outcome, and death is the destiny he deserves. Soul King, fallen. Uncle Soul. Ziye no longer cares about anything else, his eyes are fixed on the sky above the planet, that part of the soul beats and the embodied way of heaven. Die. In an instant, Tianyu didn't even realize why he was like this. The release of the god of fighting's true meaning is still far behind that of the fighting king, so the 5 elements are nirvana. The body transformed from Tianyu was instantly injured, and when he was about to attack, he only saw that part of the soul orb move. Countless fist shadows of leaves fell, and they fell from the air to the ground, and then the entire planet was shaken by a unique earthquake. Mountains and rocks flew into the air, and oceans and rivers flowed backwards. Millions of low-level creatures were killed by the aftermath, and tens of millions more will die in the earthquake. The leaf figure penetrated the surface rock formations and went straight into the sea of lava. Raising his hand, white flames burst out, and the true meaning of the god of war was released with all his strength. Boom! The entire planet seemed to have turned into a volcano, spewing out a blazing white tree. In the tree, Ziye walked out slowly, holding the part of the soul bead lightly in his hand. When things come to light, the death of each friend finally breaks out. There is nothing else in my heart, and my anger is endless. The celestial beings who were still alive flew out one after another to stop Ziye. Someone stood up again. Long Wushuan fought against enemies hundreds of times his own. Mou stepped on the hidden sky coffin to control the mental soldiers to take action. Tian no longer waited and used some trump cards that would not kill him immediately. There are also Jian Duoduo, Lang Rushuan, Qin Yu, and Su Xiaolong. 8, including the leaves, 8 in total. The top combat power of both parties is empty and they will take over the next battlefield. Ziye rushed directly into a planet and saw that Tianyu was using methods on the soul beads in his body. You dare! Die! A roar came out, and the fist was waved. He doesn't care about anything now, he just wants to destroy these heavenly ways. Collect Uncle Chi Hun's soul beads, and you may have a chance to be resurrected. The flying knife of the Black God was attached to the true intention of the God of War, and in the blink of an eye it had divided the heavens 100 times. Tianyu is dead, and he got another soul bead. There are 5 more. The fire of war was ignited in each world one after another, and the leaves turned into the demon that destroyed the sky. His strength was so violent that he never stopped using several secret techniques. If it weren't for the blessing of panel skills, the backlash just so far would be enough for him to die 100 times. Sensing the changes in the world war, the creatures outside the blue star want to return to aid. Don't even think about it. The senior brother instantly discovered their plan. Looking at it at this time, I found that there was still a bit of the momentum of the former Do Wang's disciple. He had countless wounds on his body, his heart was lost, his arms and legs were gone, and he only had half a head. And his opponent, that special star, wasn't having an easy time either. After being severely hit by several trump cards, he didn't survive for long. Let's die together. This star has realized that it is useless for him to escape. The injury is too severe. It would be better to exchange 1-for-1 with the other side so that there would be a chance for the main force to go back. Holy Spirit! A ray of light appeared in the center of the battle between the two sides, and a large number of people and creatures who did not have time to escape died. Most of them are living creatures. A message came from the lunar base. Stop them. This is the last sentence of the eldest brother. But this is so difficult, because there is a wall between them, which is formed by the self-detonation of the star realm. Unless... A few seconds later, the lunar base flew directly away from the moon, rushing towards that terrifying energy. Unless you use this base to offset it, and then use your trump card to kill indiscriminately. When the star's ultimate power quickly disappeared. On the blue planet, there is a sea of lightning and a black seed. It is another extremely terrifying force. The lunar base, along with all the people on it and the army of living creatures. Together they entered the underworld. Life is really worthless. Another heavenly Dao was destroyed, this was the last one. Ziye raised his fist, and the world suddenly changed dramatically. The world that had lost all the laws of nature began to die at this moment. That's right, death. Whether it is low level, high level, or those stars. All of them seemed to have been severely wounded, and the warring kings ended their respective battles without much effort. Then they left these worlds one after another. The same went for Long Wushuan and the others, when they all flew into the starry sky. There are 12 figures in total, 5 kings and 7 people who are destined to succeed. As they looked towards the collapsing world, one figure stood out in particular. The fist defeats all enemies and the sword cuts their souls, the true meaning of the 3 secrets shakes the world. Stepping on the 5 stars and passing through 2 realms, the hero is just an ordinary person. Holding the 7 pieces of soul beads, the souls inside were dead, leaving only lifeless mental power. Ziye walked out step by step holding the fragments in her hand. What a chance! But it's just an ignorant fantasy that doesn't want to face reality. Looking up at the others, Ziye realized that she was still too naive. Everything is normal here. Everyone will die, without exception. The Jinyu celestial being is, the man who responds to destiny is, and the king is too. Ziye walked out, leaving behind the deaths of countless lives. So far, the War of the Worlds is over. 5 planets fell and 2 realms disappeared. Of the dozens of people who came here, only 13 are still standing here, and the fluctuations on Blue Star are a reminder to everyone. Countless people died again. But they all knew that now was not the time to be sad. A passage opened in the starry sky. 5 kings came out, they were going to the Void River for support. Maybe they will all die, is that really a maybe? Those who are destined to be successful must stay, as their trump cards can only exert their full power here. Apart from Ziye followed him, I'm going too. Without much nonsense, the 6 people entered the passage. To face it. Evil God. The source of everything. Chapter 250 Evil God. The river of void is just and fair on a certain level. Justly wash away all the substances in it, except for a very small part of the existence and means. There is no defense. It is fair because theoretically the river of void washes away a stone, an ordinary creature, or a star. The time taken is the same, but like ordinary creatures, they cannot adapt to the void environment at all, and they die directly without even flushing. Void Channel. Ziye and several kings had already walked in and saw the root of everything. The evil god is fighting against the king of fighters, the king of death, and martial long. Superior. There are no words, it's all a desperate fight. Among them, King Yin knew that he was unable to fight anymore, so he rushed directly to the evil god and turned into a white light. The void channel is in turmoil because of this. If there is a problem with this channel, No one here can survive. Do Wang and Martial Long stepped up their offensive, that was their goal. The mythical golden dragon-like beast is a little less sacred, but more cruel and obsessed. Martial Long, one of the origins of martial arts. An old man who has lived for thousands of years and single-handedly promoted the development of human civilization to the present. He had destroyed more than half of the human forces, and he had just brought everyone together. He acquiesced in those inhumane studies, and countless people became victims unknowingly. He is also a hero of human civilization. Now even though God is not here, his memory has been lost. However, the responsibility has not been let go. The roar of the dragon sounded, and the golden dragon directly entangled the evil god's body. This is the best opportunity to kill the evil god. As long as the passage is destroyed, everything will be over. And he really reached his limit. The power of the self-destruction and the helium flash were superimposed, and that part of the void passage was greatly deformed. It also forced everyone to retreat one after another, watching the river of void outside become increasingly clear. It seems that everyone will be buried in the next second. But no one wants to leave. He even started to attack the passage frantically, fearing that it would not be able to hold on. Ziye also opened the 5 elements nirvana formation again, trying to open an opening in the passage. Ants, that's a good idea. The words of the evil god came, along with the terrifying spiritual power that had never been displayed before. The realm that was originally the limit of the star realm suddenly rose again. Beyond the stars. At this moment, the channel that was close to the limit quickly stabilized. This is the first time that I have been intercepted in the river of void. After stabilizing the passage, the evil god's aura began to decline until it returned to the limit of the stars. Naturally, his realm strength cannot be just the star realm, but he was suppressed here. However, he can only use the method just once now. Because luck is not enough. He originally thought that as long as he brought the believers from the 7 worlds with him, he would be able to defeat everything with overwhelming force. Even if there are any troublesome people, just kill the other civilized people during the battle. The luck he gets will help him destroy everything in a snowball way. But the situation will not develop as he wants. In the previous battles, whether it was the king, the lucky man, or others, whenever possible, they will kill themselves by committing suicide. He would never allow himself to die at the hands of the evil god's minions. Therefore, the evil god made a miscalculation. He did not snowball, and is even now using the last inventory in his hand as a rescue. The Do Wang's spear thrust forward, and one man attacked again. Others followed closely behind. The Death King has refused to die 9 times, and one person can block most of the evil god's chains, but the almost boundless death energy also shows the cost of everything. With one move, the King of Soldiers carried the power of an army and directly passed through the chains to attack the evil god's body. The remaining few people were all facing the remaining chains. The Tiger King was also reaching his limit, hanging on for his life only by relying on the mark that continuously exuded power. The bodies of the museum owner and the Mountain King are getting older and older, and they are also the forerunners of the early warrior era. At that time, ferocious beasts were still a formidable enemy. Everyone has accumulated countless old wounds. Coupled with the life-consuming trump card being used, even if he left immediately, he wouldn't be able to survive for a year. Ye's secret skills are all open, but they are only qualified to participate in this battlefield. During this period, the evil god also noticed Ziye. But I'm not in a hurry, I'll have plenty of time to deal with it after I finish the rest. Ziye punched out, and at the same time, black lines continued all around, and the battle with hundreds of chains was fierce. They will also cooperate with other kings. At this time, no one will think that Ziye is a junior who is not even a fraction of their age. His strength has reached the king level, and his combat power is at least above that of the Dead Ice King. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, Ziye followed the 3 kings to open the chain. The King of Death used all his strength to hold on to all the chains. Do Wang retreated, and then 5 times more self-destruction. Except for Ziye's remaining body, it flew out and fell to a corner in the distance, hanging on by its physical strength and skills. The kings who came to support this time were all destroyed and achieved results. But there was a real wound on the red crystal. The price of a wound is the death of 6 kings, and the state of the dead king that is even more unknowable than death. Some chains broke free from Death King and attacked Do King. The Do Wang waved his weapon again, and the Do God's true intention collided with the evil god's power again and again. It seems evenly matched, but the chains surrounding Do Wang continue to increase. The King of Death is reaching his limit. But the figure blocking the front didn't take even a step back. One person can resist the evil god. This is the strongest man in human civilization, the second youngest king of the 3 kings of hell, and the first line of defense against the evil god forever. Ziye desperately wanted to stand up and began to speed up the absorption of paper in his body. He is even stronger. Stronger. Also, I still have it. A broken chain suddenly stretched out in front of his eyes, along with it. There is also a core, the death core. Ziye reached out and wanted to touch. But in the next moment, the chain directly grabbed the leaf and threw it towards the exit of the passage. The dead core that was stuffed into Ziye's arms also completely turned into a dead thing. Death King, fallen. On the blue star. Countless people are waiting for the unknown hope and peace. Only one kind of people are not. Hell people. After the 3 kings left, they completely let go of themselves. Crazy efforts on human civilization will reduce the destiny of human civilization to a certain extent. However, no one will care. Because, the evil god's minions and believers have almost been eliminated. If the interception of the evil god fails, the fate of human civilization will have very little suppression on it. What really suppresses the evil god is something higher. At that time, there was a second-generation helium flash in the orbit of Blue Star. More than 99% of ordinary people will be eliminated. It's just to reduce the speed of the evil god's collection of luck, otherwise humans will lose. If they win at that time, these people in hell will always find ways to survive that are contrary to human nature. Then, let human civilization continue to be passed down. Chapter 251, The End. The fallen figure rode in the starry sky, and the broken energy fibers absorbed all the energy as much as possible to prevent it from being naked. Blue Star. Military Headquarters. Almost all the remaining resistance forces are here. Sky used the automatically inherited authority to call up the detailed picture of the meteorite. Then, there was silence. Prepare the second-generation helium flash. Tian ordered. Permission has been passed, and the second generation of helium flash has been targeted. It is expected to clean up more than 10 billion humans. Whether to launch or not. Tian stopped talking. There was still some hope in his heart, hoping that the kings would win. In Ziye's case, the kings just didn't want this greatest genius of mankind to die there. But with the death of the Soul King, the previous contact methods have become ineffective. They could only wait, waiting for Ziye to tell the almost impossible good news. A meteorite less than 2 meters fell from the sky in the next second. The ground was shaken, and a crater with a diameter of several kilometers appeared. The leaves lie in the center, and the air is like a gossamer. All secret techniques have stopped automatically, and he seems to have reached his limit. A ring on his hand reacted. It was given to Ziye by Qian. It is the product of a dead civilization, and only this kind of thing can survive the previous battles. The remaining mental power was activated, and an automatically connected call appeared. A voice from the sky came, "What's the situation?" The King of Fighters is still fighting. The silence on the other side of the phone represents this sentence. Only Do Wang is left. Human civilization is now approaching the moment when its fuel is exhausted. King, this is the only one left. There is only one leaf left among the true heavenly beings. All died in battle. Start up. When these two words came out, I looked at the leaves in the sky and felt powerless. Subsequently, when dozens of shock waves swept over the crater, the sun appeared. Countless people in human civilization have become victims of another round. But there was no time to feel sad for him. Ziye closed his eyes. He wanted stronger power. For this, he needs more and the price he can pay. It was noon on February 17, 1059, in the Age of Warriors. It was also when Ziye came back, 3 hours later. A spear full of cracks flew out of the void passage and exploded from the entrance of the passage. Tried to destroy the entrance, but could not succeed. Countless chains flew out, quickly stabilizing the space. Then, there were more than a dozen cracks and a missing piece of the evil god. Has arrived. It flew towards Blue Star without any accidents. This civilization has given him a lot of surprises, that person just now. During the battle with him, a breakthrough was achieved. The realm of that skill has reached the highest level, and the mind has also evolved into a realm. It took him a lot of effort and paid the price. If it could set foot on the stars, perhaps it would have already retreated. But despite this, that person also won his attention, and he would no longer call him an ant. It is the name of their race, people. Among the few pure lands that Blue Star has now. From the deepest part of the Wang family, a middle-aged man came out. The vast coercion of the star realm began to be released. Sacrifice is the main theme of this era. And now, it's his turn. Curious boy, if you have a chance, help me say goodbye to Ziye, but don't let him go down there to find me. Without waiting for a response, he disappeared. The evil god in the starry sky stopped moving and said, "Stars." Mental power fluctuations appeared, which made the banished immortal's face darken. It's so terrifying, even though I have become a star, I still feel that deep sense of powerlessness. However, it was not enough to make him flinch. A great power began to mobilize, and he was recovering from the previous world. He also gained some benefits and improved his skills, and at the same time, a mountain axe appeared in his hand. There is no way, even though he is in the star realm, he is unqualified in other aspects. There is only one way to defeat all laws with one force. The giant axe was swung, causing waves of spatial fluctuations. And around here, there are fragments of the world that were originally floating irregularly. A new round of fragmentation began. Countless chains came from all directions, and the figure of the banished immortal disappeared instantly. After a few seconds of silence, the light of an axe broke through the chains, just like splitting the sky and splitting the earth. The giant who transformed into a giant that was not inferior to the evil god actually struck the crystal with the giant axe in his hand. The space was shattered in an instant, and the fragments of the world were destroyed. This is just the beginning. The banished immortal completely transformed into the existence of ancient mythology, and the weight of illusory non-existence fell on him. It's not luck, it's human civilization when it faces a desperate situation. Instinctively, all the remaining available resources were used on this human being's last trump card. The battle continues. Two figures fought from one side of the galaxy to the other, circling the galaxy with the blue star as the center. Other planets also began to fall into chaos due to the aftermath of the battle. The improved Giwen body of the banished immortal was operating to the limit. This allows him to fight until the very end. Another axe. The giant axe of the heavenly level was shattered. The evil god was once again wiped out of a piece of his body. The chains struck again, and this time without the giant axe, Bani Xian couldn't break them all. The giant who reached the sky was gradually submerged by the chains. It seemed like another failure, but the boundless giant refused to break free from the chains. But when you use your strength to seize them all, it means there is still a chance. There was another sword energy, and Su Xiaolong was the first to kill. Without fear, the sword in his hand moved. Cut off everything he had. She will also be like her brother, ancestor, and younger brother. But, she is not after all. The sword light flashed, but the result was just a meal from the evil god. Then, in order to buy Tianyu less than a second, actively withstood an attack, some kind of strange fluctuation. Su Xiaolong, die. With time on his hands, Tianyu also struck his strongest blow ever. Several kinds of thoughts blend together, this is an impossible scene. With the blessing of luck and secret techniques, it became a reality. When there was another fluctuation, the evil god was somewhat affected. But only a little. Tianyu, die. A dark blue ice flame ignited from the starry sky, and the girl who had overcome her social fear also reached her final moment. There were 2 more golden lights, and Qian Duoduo felt the weakness in his body. He wanted to take a look at the scene after victory, but unfortunately he had no chance. In a rare move, Long Wushuan began to stroke his spear. Mou was silent, and only the shaking hand holding the strange giant sword represented his calmness, which was far from just looking at him. 2 people from the team. Cold as frost. Lots of money. At the expense of themselves, they can burst out with more powerful power. So far, everyone has died. When the sky-piercing roar exploded, it left an indelible mark on Blue Star. The spear and the giant sword jointly attack the same target, and they strike out without any reservations. This blow. The evil god is defeated. Chapter 252 At the expense of everything. Ziye felt that his consciousness became clearer and clearer, but his body became heavier and heavier. What's wrong? Until the eyes that were already open started to shine again, and the whole person was paralyzed by it. What's this? What's this? First there were questions, then surprises. Because what is reflected in his eyes is the price of his hard desire. A piece of luck that is countless times more powerful than human civilization. The color is like the chaos in myth, which makes people feel extraordinary from the heart. Very little, just a trace, but it makes Ziye seem to see a whole world. Reach out and touch. You really want to do this? Ziye turned his head, but there was no figure that he subconsciously thought. Instead, there is only a golden piece of paper. The value of this luck is far greater than you think. There was only a moment of surprise, but given the current situation, it was just a small thing that a mere relic had its own will. I have no choice. Ziye said firmly that he didn't have time. We still don't know what the situation is outside, so we must have stronger power as soon as possible. The golden paper did not agree with Ziye's words and flew over to block the two. Even if there is only a trace of this luck, the power and significance it represents are far beyond your imagination. Believe me, if you don't move it, you will survive. Survive? Ziye found that he suddenly wanted to laugh. Is he afraid of death? No, I want to kill the evil god. He was already desperate. The origin of this luck. The weirdness of golden paper. And, his own life. None of it matters. Didn't you understand what I said? The fate of human civilization is only the creation of a few people who are lucky enough to meet the fate of human civilization. And what this destiny represents is far greater than this universe. If you use it, the vacancy in luck and cause and effect it creates will instantly kill you. The war situation is far more difficult than imagined. The myth of the banished immortal has become so dim that it is almost impossible to find out. Mou held the strange giant sword tightly in one hand and the hidden sky coffin in the other hand and swung them together. The vitality passed quickly, but with little effect. Look at Long Wushuan again. The chalcedony fruit tree that emerged from the body had lost 7 of its fruits. This means that he has lost the ability to fight 7 times. Even a few relics were smashed. Exiled Immortal exerted his strength again and controlled all the chains. Long Wushuan and Mou took action again. The body, which was already at its limit, activated the secret technique again. The starry sky was filled with fighting spirit, and the small spear seemed to have become the whole world. The evil god wanted to use his methods, but the strange giant sword fell on him first. The sword is broken, the body is torn, and the god is shocked. The evil god lost consciousness for a moment, which was just a moment that ordinary people could not detect. The spear has arrived. With this blow, stars fell. The evil god's body was knocked away, and pieces of extremely small fragments were continuously broken into pieces along the way. And the destination of its flight has already been targeted. The most terrifying existence in this galaxy is the sun. The sun is like a breath, just inhaling the evil god. This time, he must be dead. Long Washuan said. No one around responded to him. The figure of the banished immortal was dissipating, and Mo Yubian held the only remaining sword hilt and was sucked into the Tiangtian coffin. Banished immortal, died. In silence, quietly looking at the sun. The sun's usual stableness suddenly changed, as if it went berserk. Countless energy poured into the starry sky, and at the same time it seemed to be conscious. Trying to avoid affecting the blue star, this made the sky that had been watching breathe a sigh of relief. With the situation developing now, his task is no longer to go up and fight. If he really can't win in the end, he will give the evil god a big blow in the end. Half an hour flew by. A spiritual power swept around, extinguishing the hope in their hearts. When the crystal emerged from the sun, the sound of chains began again. Ziye, I, the son of luck, am dying, so you must do your best. On the shadow of the fruit tree on his body, the last 2 fruits all fell. Eat 1 and your already weak body will recover to its best. Eat 2, and your energy and blood will reach the limit. The fighting spirit has also taken the last step, the realm of war. The power of the spear reappears. The evil god doesn't dare to entrust Dada if he gives this person time. Even without the help of any relics, he will not be weaker than the one in the previous passage. Countless chains surged. After one breath, the shock wave that destroyed the world washed away every corner of Blue Star. Those lucky ones who survived the helium flash suffered from the aftermath. Most of them died again. Only those warriors in the Unity Realm or those hiding in safe places have a high chance of surviving. During this period, a coffin was also brought to a corner on Blue Star. When the aftermath gradually subsided, in the starry sky, a figure was penetrated by countless chains. Want to kill me, dream? Another light came on. Long Washuan died. The evil god also had a few more wounds on his body. This civilization really has a lot of surprises. After saying that, he turned to aim at Blue Star. It's time to end. Hundreds of chains sprang out, and he wanted to smash the planet. But at this moment, in the blink of an eye, a man rushed out of the Blue Star, and the terrifying aura radiated made the entire galaxy tremble. The 5 elements are nirvana. The energy of the 5 elements is released like an unstoppable torrent. This is the strongest annihilation of the 5 elements. The fist was punched, but before the chains hit him, his body collapsed first. But the power remains undiminished. When fluctuations occur again, the chain was shattered, and its infinite power passed through an unknown distance, leaving fragments scattered across the starry sky. Finally, it hit the evil god's body. The middle of the crystal was dented because of this, and all the previous scars were the result of the sacrifices of countless people. Finally we are connected together. And the evil god who has withstood such power is also like the previous leaves. Flying towards the edge of the galaxy. Military headquarters. Tian couldn't believe it, his eyes were wide open. Monsters, real monsters. This is the monster beyond all their genius. We must win. Sky shouted, if you only look at the evil god, you will feel that you have stabilized. This absolute power gap cannot be faked. But if you look at the leaves again, it was a figure with only a few souls stacked on top of each other. His body is a 5-element body at the heavenly level. Completely broken. That powerful power has already reached its limit, the pinnacle of the star realm. And the cost of using this power is also huge. It was so huge that even the panel couldn't save him. Hey, what's your name? What else do you want to do? The golden paper no longer knew what to say to him. Seeking death. I just wanted to ask, can anything be considered a price? Yes. Good. Ziye showed a smile in front of his eyes. The panel appeared again, and the experience behind the skills on it was beating like crazy. It's just that it's a reverse jump. It is actually decreasing. Chapter 253 Death of the Evil God. Power continued to pour out, and the leaves turned into a line and rushed straight towards the evil god. The evil god hasn't reacted yet. He seems to be stunned because he doesn't understand the changes in the leaves. Why? Before he finished speaking, Ziye cursed and punched. For you. After the evil god took another hit, there was a huge sunken crack on his body that connected all the results. Expand a little more. This time, the evil god was awakened. The two figures started a unique battle in the history of human civilization. The space was broken, and they fought into the void. The infinite turbulence of the void collapsed into reality. It's like two figures traveling crazily between two completely different worlds. It's a civilization full of surprises. You are the third one. When the evil god took action with all his strength, he still remained calm and asked distractedly. Man, tell me your name. Another punch broke hundreds of chains. Name. Zizi's fist became heavier and heavier. Your name is Ziye. In an instant, the chain pierced his soul, and one of the 7 soul beads shattered directly. And his hundreds of fists hit the evil god's body again. Efficient. But without a body, it is impossible to perform 5 elements nirvana, which is much worse than the original punch. Ziye was also thinking while fighting fiercely. Now there seems to be no distinction. But now he is fighting for everything to gain short-term strength. Everything was used. If it can't be solved quickly, it will be a failure. Under the control of Ziye, the battlefield began to move to the edge of the galaxy. Like two fierce fish fighting each other, jumping up and down between reality and void. Until we return to the location of the World War, among the wreckage of the 7 Directions world. There is a void channel that has not yet been closed. Zizi's offensive continued unabated, constantly blasting it towards the entrance of the passage. Don't even think about it. The evil god used the little luck he had collected from being killed in the aftermath of the previous battle. The fist was punched again, but this time it failed. Ziye turned his head, and the evil god used his space ability to move. Fortunately, the other party had very little luck, and it was far away from Blue Star. The worst-case scenario didn't happen just now. Just rush over and fight together again. In the blink of an eye, after 10,000 attacks, Zizi's strength began to gradually decline. Falling from the pinnacle of the stars to the high level. The evil god immediately reversed the situation. The chain penetrated the space with a casual movement and struck the leaf soul. It was scattered a little, and the soul that turned into blood red at some point was scattered throughout time and space like blood. You haven't changed your life after all. The evil god said what he thought was his last words, and the sharp blade at the end of the chain pierced Zizi's soul. Just like Qingfeng Mountain at that time. It's just that this time there is no Death King, no senior brother, and no one can come to save him. But he was not the same as before. The several overlapping souls that were penetrated began to merge. The secret technique of dividing souls is to unite first and then divide. The power of the soul turned into substance, stuck tightly on those chains, and spread along them to everything. Ziye felt that this was not enough, so he grabbed the chain with both hands and swallowed the secret. The evil god immediately wanted to break the chains, but found that he couldn't. Does the leaf want to swallow the evil god? No. That success rate is too low. He did this just to catch the evil god. This time, let's see how you run. Ziye can walk thousands of miles in one step, and he can also walk thousands of miles dragging the evil god with him. One step after another. The evil god chain continued to attack and tried various methods. But under Zizi's extremely simple method, it was completely useless. Man, you can't defeat me. The evil god no longer uses other methods, but only uses the most basic strength to fight. He just needs to drag it until the leaves can no longer hold it. Ziye laughed wildly and said, I don't need to win, I just want you to die. The sound seemed to reach the 9 heavens. This was an ordinary person's change of fate that defied heaven. The passage has arrived. Ziye couldn't free his hands, so he just hit it head on. Boom! The passage is broken, and the river of void appears. Let's die together. Without hesitation, the figure entered it. The chain was pulled, and the evil god looked like a prisoner about to be pushed to the execution platform. Struggling desperately. In the past, countless lives were killed and chains of countless civilizations were destroyed. It seemed so weak at this moment, and was used as a nail driven into the space. The space instantly shattered. People. The final mental wave. That reluctance and a bit of regret echo in the ears of everyone in human civilization. So far. It started from the early morning of February 17, 1059, the warrior era, and ended at 1516 on February 17, 1059, the warrior era. About 15 hours in total. Human death. King, 19, all destroyed. Realm of heaven and man, 671, all destroyed. True martial realm, 4580, 3 survived. Lucky people, 55, 2 survive. Total human deaths, 12,731,123,600 people. Human remainder, 1,284,000 people. Tian finished reading the final summary. The inheritance of human civilization will not be cut off here. The river of void. Ziye has let go of his hand. No need. It had only been a few seconds now, and they no longer knew where they had been washed away. Ziye could sense that his life had come to an end. Not only the body and soul, but also the mysterious luck and cause and effect. The panel is trying to recover, but to no avail. The skill levels are too different. But he doesn't regret it either, as he showed some spirit in his efforts. Seeing the crystal that had lost its life and turned into a dead thing. Everything is worth it. Panel, I want to apologize to you. You shouldn't feel useless. Gold paper, sorry. I don't know if you can exist here. If you can, please go to the next civilization that needs you. Besides, faces were recalled in my mind, the battle was too sudden. He didn't even say a proper goodbye. As a time traveler, I am really a failure. Consciousness has since dispersed. It's his legend. It shouldn't end like this. With the cessation of the secret technique, a trace of unknown luck comes as one of the prices. Destiny fluctuated again. A gaze came through infinite space. Interesting, I didn't expect this guy to end up like this. For the sake of being of the same era, I will save you once. First of all, it is the space of causal destiny. Suddenly, all living things feel the invincible will. Is all. A list appeared in the sky. Time list. Counting according to the time of existence, those on the list all bear great cause and effect. First place, Venerable Piao Miao. Second place, Jinwu Tianzun. Third place, Leaves. That's it. Fortunately, I still remember the novel I read. However, Tiandao actually dared to object just now and would beat him twice more when he had the opportunity. Speaking of which, what on earth can block my gaze? Does this guy really have a cheat? Blue Star is over. And Zizi's new journey has begun. What kind of scenery will come out again? If nothing unexpected happens, the book will end here. The writing is indeed not good, whether it is writing, plot, or anything else. Originally I wanted to write 3 large chapters. As a result, I only wrote this one. It's a pity, and I'm sorry for all the readers. In short, Yezi's road will not end. It's just that we can't see it anymore. Right. Regarding the plot in the back, all the characters are basically dead. It's not because it needs to be finished. The author has been hesitating whether to finish it or not during the past few days of writing. The original arrangement was that everything on Blue Star was specifically written and had a name. Only 3 to 5 will survive, 10 at most. Finally, new books are also being prepared. I'm going to write a fantasy type thing, mainly for fun. When I get better at writing, I will write another one similar to this one. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.